information to members on various state and central government orders, represent the industry to the central and state governments on issues affecting the industries and establishments, organizing seminars, workshops, meetings to interact with members and government officials on vital problems. And today, the Federation of Telangana and AP Chamber of Commerce and Industry is organizing a two-day national seminar on Make in India opportunities and challenges with a theme of Let's Do. Do here stands for Discover Opportunity. This is on 24th and 25th April 2015. So the event is supported by Government of Telangana and we are very thankful for the Government of Telangana, sir. The purpose of the program is to discuss the issues and challenges in making India one of the major manufacturing hubs in the world. India is on the brink of major change today and it is up to us to make we emerge of having made the best of it. We need to understand the obstacles that stand in our way and chart our path of progress accordingly. That is precisely the agenda of this seminar, Discover Opportunity. So the two-day brainstorming session is being attended by our honorable ministers, senior officials, industrialists, entrepreneurs, scientists, economists and influencers. The subjects range from policy perspective on Make in India, world economic environment, indigenization and opportunities for MSMEs, licensing and sanctions, free trade agreements and their impact, and increasing manufacturing efficiency to the opportunities that are available in the various sectors that are being recognized as focus sectors by both the central government and the state government. This program, through a series of discussions, knowledge sessions and presentations, will throw light on various policies and regulatory issues and provide an understanding of growth pattern and emerging trends in global business. It will also facilitate interaction and networking with policymakers, regulators, government officials, suppliers, manufacturers and other stakeholders. We expect that this program to attract. Now I request our President, Sri Shivakumar Runta, to escort Mr. Jupalli Krishna Rao Garu and come on to the dais. Sri Shivakumar Runta, Managing Director, Rumta Glassec Private Limited, has been unanimously elected as President of FTAPCCI for the year 2014-15 at its 97th Annual General Meeting held on June 14, 2014 at Federation House. He has a brilliant career throughout and received a Bachelor Science degree from BITS Pilani and a postgraduate diploma in management from reputed Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. He has been associated with FTAPCCI for more than 12 years as managing committee member. He was chairman of various expert committees which includes banking and insurance, membership, international trade, information technology, etc. He is a member of selection and budget committee. He was vice president of FTAPCCI for the year 12-13 and senior vice president for the year 13-14. He is also the chairman of AP Plywood, Laminate and Glass Dealers Welfare Association since 2010. Started his career in a textile industry in Ahmedabad, thereafter moved on to hold senior positions in electric fan industry, paper and textile. He had senior management positions in Pan African Paper Mills EA Limited at Kenya and Nigeria Paper Mills Limited. He represented government of Kenya and Nigeria as a part of the trade delegation of Chamber of Commerce and Industry to various countries in Africa. He has travelled extensively in East and West African countries. Sri Runta started his own company, Runta Glassec Private Limited, in the year 1998, manufacturing architectural and decorative glasses for interior and exterior purpose in building and construction industries successfully. So I request Sri Shivakumar Runta to welcome Sri Jupalli Krishna Rao Garu with a bouquet of flowers. Sri Jupalli Krishna Rao Garu, born 10th August 1955, is an MLA in the Telangana Legislative Assembly. Born in Peddadagada village in Mahabubnagar district, Telangana, Jupalli Krishna Rao Garu started his career as a bank employee and gradually succeeded in construction business. He was elected as an MLA from Kollapur constituency in Mahabubnagar district in 1999, 2004, 2009,
2012 by-elections and 2014. He has earlier served as the Minister for Food, Civil Supplies, Legal Metrology, Consumer Affairs, as well as the Endowment Ministry in erstwhile Andhra Pradesh. He is the first MLA from Kolhapur constituency who got elected 5 times consecutively. Jupalli Krishnarao Garu is married to Sujana and have 2 sons. Elder son is Varun and younger son is Arun Jupalli. Welcome you, sir. We are honored with your presence here. Now I request Sri Anil Reddy Garu, Senior Vice President FTAPCCI, to escort Sri A.P. Jitendra Reddy Garu, Member of Parliament, onto the dais. Sri Anil Reddy Vannam graduated in BE Mining from Usmania University in the year 1983. He is Technical Director of Nayastra Private Limited and the other group companies. He worked as President of AP Plastic Manufacturers Association, member of All India Plastic Manufacturers Association, Indian Institute of Packaging, Indian Plastic Industry, and member of many national state level government committees. He is currently serving as Senior Vice President of FTAPCCI. Sri A.P. Jitendra Reddy Garu, Member of Parliament from Mahbub Nagar Lok Sabha constituency, Telangana. He won the Indian General Election 2014 being a Telangana Rashtra Samiti candidate, a graduate from Usmania University. He is the founder president of Vidya Jyoti Educational Society. From the very young age of 21 years, he has worked in different capacities in the Sultanate of Oman for 23 long years. He entered politics in 1996 and was elected to the Parliament from Mahbub Nagar constituency in 2014. He has taken up a number of projects and strives for the welfare of the people of Mahbub Nagar. We are honored for being you here, sir. Welcome. I now request Sri Arun Kumar Dukkipati to escort Sri BVR Mohan Reddy Garu onto the dais. Sri Arun Kumar Dukkipati is a mechanical engineer. He serves as the President of Packaging Products Division at HSIL Limited. Earlier, Mr. Dukkipati served as the President of Nagarjuna Aqua Limited from May 1994 to November 1996. He is currently the Member Managing Committee at FTAPCCI and Chairman of Industrial Development Committee and HR and IR Committee. Sri BVR Mohan Reddy Garu is Founder, Chairman and Managing Director of Siant, formerly Infotech Enterprises. He holds 25 years experience in engineering management. He graduated in Mechanical Engineering in 1971 from the College of Engineering, Kakinada, Andhra University. Sri Mohan attained his master's degrees in Management Engineering from the University of Michigan and Industrial Engineering from the Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur. Mohan, sir, he started his career with the DCM Group, Shriram Refrigeration, where he contributed to the assembly line operations in diesel engine production. After leaving the DCM Group, he worked with the Microbosch and then HCL before joining OMC Computers in 1974. Sri Mohan Reddy Garu founded Siant as Infotech Enterprises in 1991 and he currently serves as the Executive Chairman of the company. In his current role, Sri Mohan focuses on the medium to long-term future of the company and is involved in leadership development, innovation, information systems and corporate social responsibility. He has been recipient of several awards like Hyderabad Management Association awarded him the Entrepreneur of the Year for 1992, Hysia Outstanding Contribution Award in 1997, Ernst & Young presented him the Outstanding Entrepreneur Award in 1999, ASME Leadership Award, Honorary Doctorate JNTU Hyderabad, Distinguished Alumni Award IIT Kanpur. He has also been a member of the NASCOM Executive Council since 2003 and served as the Chairman of the Confederation of Indian Industry Southern Region 2008-9. He is associated with councils of various academic and industry forums and has led several initiatives to help industrial companies evolve and grow. Now he is also currently the Chairman of NASCOM. Welcome you, sir. Now I request our President Sri Shivkumar Runga to give the welcome address. Thank you.
Good morning. May I request everyone to please be seated. Those who are standing, please be seated. Make it very comfortable. Thank you. Honorable Minister of Industries, Government of Telangana, Shri Jupalli Krishna Rao Garu, Honorable Member of Parliament, Shri Jitendra Reddy Garu, Shri BVR Mohan Reddy, Founder, Chairman and Managing Director of Scient and also Chairman of NASCOM, my colleague Mr. Anil Reddy, Senior Vice President, FTAPCCI, and Mr. Arun Dukipati, Chairman of Industrial Development Committee, Senior Industrialist, Past President of FTAPCCI, Managing Committee members, delegates, electronic media and press, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to welcome you all to this two-day conclave on Make in India opportunities and challenges. Friends, I used to feel that we have missed the bus for manufacturing or industry opportunities and development and progress in India, but with our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's call of Make in India has rekindled hope of putting our country as a manufacturing hub. But is it possible? I'll say yes, it is very much possible, but it will take some time. It's not an overnight journey. We have to work hard for this. We at FTAPCCI, taking a cue and inspiration from this call, we have organized this seminar today here, a conclave, where we will take up the various issues involved in this, opportunities available. We will like to discover the opportunities and for all of you to see and notice what are the opportunities, and of course there are many challenges on our way which we need to overcome. This national program, this call is a different call. It's not like any other political call which we have been hearing over many years. This is a program designed to facilitate investment, foster innovation, enhance skill development, protect intellectual property rights, and build in best-in-class manufacturing infrastructure. This will also give a boost to a large MSME sector, and it will facilitate producing high-value, high-technology equipment indigenously. Let me highlight some of the facts before I proceed further. According to World Bank Doing Business Survey 2015, India ranks 142 out of 189 in ease of doing business. So this is something alarming, and this is a truth existing today. Now the rank of 145 out of 189 is low in many aspects, such as doing business, getting electricity, paying taxes, trading across borders, and resolving insolvency, etc., etc. This call for commitment of all government, policymakers, business community, and all the stakeholders to improve the environment and attract more investment into the country. If we look sector-wise contribution to GDP, we can have a quick, I'll give you a few figures. India is doing pretty well in service sector, which includes IT, tourism, retail, banking and finance, and it contributes 53% to GDP and employs 27% of the workforce, which I believe is quite good. Manufacturing or industry contributes 27% while employing 22% of the workforce. And the agriculture sector, that contributes only 14% to GDP by employing over 50% of the workforce. Of course, In developed countries, generally, service sector contributes much more than the industry or manufacturing, and developing countries are in the process of industrialization. To that extent, our country is quite developed, if I may say so, in terms of service sector and partly in industrialization. But we have to look back and see what next is to be done. Service sector will continue to grow, I am very sure, largely by the advantage we have in information technology sector. And we need to employ more people in the manufacturing sector and service sector as well, and taking them away from agriculture sector. I do not mean to say that agriculture sector is at all any less important, and we should not neglect the agriculture sector also. Agriculture sector, in my view, needs to be mechanized in a way that per person efficiency in agriculture sector, productivity goes up exponentially to ensure food security for our multi-million, a billion, more than billion plus population. The Make in India call predominantly focuses on making India manufacturing hub, where the Prime Minister invited global companies set up factories in India, promising to improve ease of doing business. Manufacturing and industry calls for huge investment, and it is only possible when the foreign investments come in and large factories are set up. Manufacturing does provide a lot of employment, especially MSME, but it does not provide employment to the extent of service sector in proportion to the capital invested. The economic impact of manufacturing in India will go beyond direct employment. It will create jobs in the service sector and allied services like logistics, transportation and retail, etc. And it could be imperative, and these developments promise to transform India, into a global manufacturing hub. The government's Make in India initiative aims to increase the share of manufacturing to 25% from existing 12 to 14% presently. And also, this is expected to provide job to 100 million people by the end of 2022. Sustained efforts are also required to take these policies further for at least next 10 years, and it can definitely make India a manufacturing hub. Now, to achieve this, I like to point out certain things which we need to look at and do. On top of the agenda is improve the ease of doing business. Present government has kept the goal of attaining 50th rank from the present rank of 142 in the next 2 years. It's a big job. Time taken in registration of business from existing 27 days could be reduced to only 1 day as in Canada and New Zealand, and that's one of the target of government. Decision making has to be rule based rather than left to the discretion of individuals. Number 2, focus on quality education and not just improving the skills. Skills are required for different area of sectors, but skills are transient and might become redundant with changes in technologies. Quality education will ensure that people will continuously learn new skills to meet the changing requirement of our economy. The next item is very important, is on labor reforms. They are the need of the hour. We should incentivize good performance rather than making it tenure based. We have numerous examples of PSU in our country who are struggling to stay afloat because of inflexible labor laws. BSNL is a prime example of it, and there are many more. A labor reform friends, I believe does not mean hire and fire, which is probably considered by many of the labor side people. It is about adopting practices linked with growth of contributing employee along with the growth of organization, and increasing FDI by opening up various sectors on need basis. I've listed these some of the points. There are many more points. There are issues on land registration policies, which of course the government is taking it up, but I say that the fast pace is required now. Friends, Make in India is a long journey which makes it even more challenging in a globalized world. Present government, having a majority of its own in the center and in most of the states, must usher in economic reforms at a very, very good pace. The initial signs are quite encouraging, but we need to sustain it for over next 10 years. And when developed economies like USA are looking back to revitalize manufacturing, it is just not a call and not an option, but a national imperative that is needed to keep pace with global growth. Transforming the vision to reality requires a concrete roadmap that will support not just the manufacturing of today, but also of future. And for this, to ensure our country's place in manufacturing, industry, government, civil society, and all of us must work in tandem to restore investor and public confidence in the slogan and the national call of Make in India. The government of Telangana, under the leadership of Shri K. Chandrasekhar Rao Garu, is striving to make Telangana one of the most developed state in India. The new industrial policy announced by the government reflects the commitment to support and encourage the industrial units in the state. Not only the new units, the government has full support to SIC unit for their revival, and the incentives are offered for revival of the same. We have identified certain key sectors during the seminar, which in the introductory remark Ms. Sujata have informed already. I don't want to go into details of that once again. All I would like to say is that we have very, very highly qualified, experienced professionals and entrepreneurs speaking on all these sessions. They have come from all over the country to address this two-day conclave, and we are proud to involve women professionals and entrepreneurs also in this two-day program, who are expected to play a significant role to achieve our call of Make in India. We are also extremely happy and proud that our Honorable Chief Minister, Shri K. Chandrasekhar Rao Garu, has agreed to address this seminar tomorrow on 25th April. This would tremendously motivate the entrepreneurs and professionals attending this seminar. We expect that he would speak on the steps taken by Telangana government to ease power situation, improve infrastructure and housing, simplification of rules and procedures, ease of doing business in Telangana, and the overall vision of the new government in making Make in India and Make in Telangana a big success. I am really honored to have our industry honorable
Thank you, sir. Now I request our members to welcome our office bearers, Sri Shivakumar Gunta and Sri Anil Reddy Garu and Arun Kumar Dikpati Garu. I request Sri Shivaprasad Garu to come onto the dais and honor our president with the presentation of a bouquet. Shivakumar Gunta Garu. I request Sri Sunil Kumar Patodia Garu to come onto the dais and honor our Senior Vice President Sri Anil Reddy Garu by presenting a bouquet of flowers. Now I request Sri Harigovind Prasad Garu to honor our Chairman, IDC and HR and AR Committee, Sri Arun Kumar Dukkipati Garu by presenting the bouquet of flowers. So now I request the dignitaries on the dais to formally inaugurate the seminar by lighting the lamp. And I also request Sri Ravindra Modi Garu, Vice President FTAPCCI, to come onto the dais and join, sir. Thank you, sir. I request today's guest of honor, Sri Jitendra Reddy Garu, Member of Parliament, Mehboob Nagar Lok Sabha constituency, to address the delegates.
Honorable Minister for Industries for Telangana State, Mr. Sri Jupelli Garu, the President of Federation Telangana and Andhra Industries, FTAPCCI, it is known as, right? Sri Shiv Kumar Garu, Sri Anil Reddy Garu, Senior Vice President, Sri BVR Mohan Reddy, Science. Actually, I know him more as an Infotech, BV Mohan Reddy Garu, BVR Mohan Reddy Garu. And now Arun Kumar, Chairman Industrial Development Committee and the senior most industrialist of Telangana and as well as Andhra. I hope you are the backbone of our state. First of all, I am honored to be here on a 2-day seminar which has been arranged here for the Make in India opportunities and challenges. I do like the monogram which I have said as let us do, and then in that you said discover opportunity. I think the discovery has already happened. We have come all long way through now, almost 67 years, 68 years that we are in the industries and we have discovered a lot of things. But I feel that now let us do. That should be the main slogan onto that. And also the good tiger which is, the lion which is now running around in India, that is Make in India. I hope that will take off as the opportunities I've got very good. As our President has said that Mr. Narendra Modi ji has given a slogan, Make in India. And our Chief Minister here, Sri Chandrasekhar Rao Garu, is very much friendly with you all. He is more friendly with you all than us. So he is inviting every industrialist every day from India, from abroad. And as you are aware, that he is working as an architect of Telangana. Day in and day out, he is not giving appointments to any person, not even us. He says, please don't waste my time now. I have been elected as the first Chief Minister of Telangana, and I have to deliver things. And he has, day in and day out, he is working for about 18 to 20 hours only to strengthen Telangana. As I told you, he is now as an architect of Telangana. You have already seen the result, the lights. Today, these lights speak. By end of April, staying in Banjara Hills, I stay in Nandagiri Hills, on the top of the place where actually we all stay there. But there, I used to see that morning 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock, afternoon 2 to 4, and evening 6 to 8, we never used to have current. But it is only of the efforts of our Chief Minister who has said that not even 5 minutes cut will be there for the industries, for the farmers, and for the domestic people. And he has kept up his word, as you can see. That's why I said that the light speaks. There will be no more power cuts in Hyderabad particularly, and for the industries also. This is the big gesture and this is the best welcome which he is giving you all. I request you all now, okay, I do understand our minister sitting down here, Mr. Modi sitting down in Delhi, our Chief Minister, and we all political people have geared up for Make in India. And also for Team India also. But now only the people who have to get up for this, you are already geared up. The only people who have to now understand this is the bureaucrats. So I request our Modi ji, our Chief Minister and our Industries Minister, that they should see that their officers work, they deliver what is in their mind, not these people should deliver what is in their mind. So now that system has to change, and I hope having a good politicians now around in the country and the wake-up call which has been given, everybody will be set into their places and will definitely have a good production. And production means, the production should be Make in India. It was so unfortunate that day before yesterday, I think our minister and our chief minister have gone to Mahindra and they have inaugurated a new model, P601, 601 vehicle. But unfortunately, when I was going through all the paper and saw that, all the components were all imported in that. So that should not be there. Everything should be made in India. And I request you all, I belong to Mahbubnagar district, and I'm very particular that as my boss, my chief minister, is doing one side on the power, one side on the water grid, one side on the mission Kakatiya, and one side on the potable water to each and every person. In Mahbubnagar also, we are trying to make it as an industrial zone. We already have PNG, we already have Johnson & Johnson, we already have Cogent, we already have in Mahbubnagar, you have seen recently, we got Amazon. For all these people, we are also trying to set up a very good skilled training center, which will be in cooperation, in coordination with an Australian skill training center, where in Mahbubnagar, where in Kottur itself, we have about 283 industries. But they are not secured. They don't have proper people. They call in people from Bihar, they call in people from Orissa, from the place where they are not secure. They feel they are not secure, the industrialists. So this particular establishment, skill training center, will also we established in Mahbubnagar district as a pilot project, where we would like to train the people as required by you. We want to give a proper people to you, and as you know, Mahbubnagar is a place where lot of people are available. Around 14 lakh people are migrating from Mahbubnagar. We want to stop that and really train those people and give it to you so that you can use those people and you can also be secured with the people. Already the PNG and Johnson & Johnson, Cogent, all the blue collar people are all from Mahbubnagar. They have given a special dress and 80% of Mahbubnagar people are being employed there. That's a good venture. And as I see that, let us do, once we start doing it, we request you all to come out with a good production, indigenous production, and give lot of employment to the people in the state. Definitely, our minister is there. He will give you the policy and what all our chief minister also feels about the industry. So wish you all best of luck and request you to please work and do come into Make in India and make it a success. Thank you very much.
I request Sri Jupalli Krishna Rao Garu, Honorable Minister for Industries and Textiles and Sugar, to address the delegates.
Respected Shivkumar Rantaji, President FTAPCCI, and Sri Anil Kumar Reddy Vennam Garu, Senior Vice President FTAPCCI, and our TRS party floor leader in the parliament. We lovely call him as Jeet Bhai. So Jeet Bhai and Sri respectable BVR Mohan Reddy Garu, Founder Chairman and Managing Director, Saint, and Sri Arun Kumar Dukipati Garu, all the distinguished CMDs and MDs and CEOs for all the different types of industries, and the scientists who are present here, and all the distinguished guests, and my friends, media people, good morning to you all. We could achieve the long cherished goal of the people. One part is over. Now our goal is carving Telangana as golden Telangana for fulfilling the aspirations of the people. And for achieving that, without you all, which is impossible in making Telangana, with the participation of all you, the industrialists. Without industrialization, it is very difficult, neither for providing employment or enhancing the capabilities. Our beloved Honorable Chief Minister made it crystal clear several times from different platforms from where he addressed. Telangana is welcoming all the industrialists across the country, across the state, across the globe. And the state is very much already brought in the best industrial policy in the country, which is being appreciated even globally also. For any entrepreneur, because I saw as a legislator for the last 15 years, even in the previous regimes, it used to be very difficult to get the clearances. Certain industrialists, entrepreneurs, used to run around the different offices, different departments, around the secretariat for months and even in some cases even years. And people used to run away. We don't want. I think there are certain examples from Calcutta. They came here, from here they went to Gujarat. There are such instances. Now, in our Telangana state, We are so transparent. No hanky-panky business, only red carpet, no question of any red tapeism. And also, as far as the policy is concerned, I think all of you must be knowing already, one need not go to any office, need not come to even our office also. Straight away you can just upload a single common application form on the net and the industrial department website. You will get all the clearances on 30th day. If it's a mega project, on 15th day itself. For any reason, if it gets delayed by even one day, it is deemed to have been given with the new policy which is being enacted in our state legislative assembly with the self-certification system, which has been a legal enactment is being made already. This is the prime thing. And another important, we have the abundant land bank of almost 2.5 lakh acres of land. Even for selecting the piece of land, you do not ask anybody. You can just see on our website net with our TSIAC. You can select the district, you can select the mandal, you can select the survey number, you can select the extent of land. So you will get all the permissions with whatever the normal government charges. And with a world-class infrastructure, which is, we already started in the process. Shortly in the coming 4-5 months, you will see the best kind of things. And in addition to the, as my Jeet Bhai explained, the light speaks. For last 20 years, there was not even a single year where the hue and cry was there, both from the farmer side and also from the industry, even from the students during the examinations times. There always used to be power cuts. Even the last 9-10 months back, our Honorable Chief Minister said, there will not be any power cuts after 2 years. That was a statement he made about, I think, in the beginning of his tenure. But now within a span of 9 to 10 months, so there are no power cuts, which is being appreciated by your own industrial friends. All of them, they came and presented bouquets to our Honorable Chief Minister and to me also. So that is the kind of interest showed by the industrialists. Now, in addition to land, in addition to power problem, the power issues, in addition to the clearances, even we are also giving certain incentives like power incentive, even the stamp duty exemptions, even the taxes like VAT or the sales tax or commercial, what was there, to a certain extent, even exempting up 50%, even 75% for a period of 5 years to 7 years. There are many such schemes, incentives are there, which has already been cleared. You can find in our website. When we are providing so many things, now I don't think nobody will hesitate to come to our state or even AP. Now we are all brothers. We are all brothers. Both Telangana and AP, both the states should prosper industrially. Ultimately, industrial growth is there. Then the employment, you know, the kind of unemployment situation, the agony of the educated youth. So definitely that atmosphere should come. We feel when we are already seeing in the global scenario, most of the smallest countries which got independence much later than India. Certain countries like Japan, some other countries which were totally devastated in the Second World War. When such countries could dictate the world with their industrial products and electronic goods, why not we? Even the recent China growth. So what is lacking? When the government is extending all the support, we have the human skills, the best human skills. Most of the Fortune 500 companies of the world, majority of them are led by our Indians and also from our both the states. So we have the human resource, like IITs there, business schools are there, many of the engineering colleges. So we have got the talents. And now the banks also coming forward, the Reserve Bank policy also is very much congenial. And even the FDIs are being allowed. So nothing is short. The only what the industry needs is the kind of infrastructure, kind of the skills, basically. The sophistication in manufacturing any industrial produce, which should be competitive in the world, which is possible again only with the industrial atmosphere within the industry. Because of the relations between the employees and the promoters. Unless we maintain like a family culture, unless we motivate them, then only definitely we can achieve the goals. It is also when government is providing all the facilities, incentives and all that, ultimately to solve the unemployment problem and also to enrich the state, ultimately so as to implement the aspirations of the people, long cherished aspirations, even the common facilities, common necessities which they could not enjoy for the last 60 years, even the drinking water. Forget about the employment, even the drinking water. Now I think all of you are observing our water grid, even for industry needs water. With our water grid, which is the best of its kind in the country, even our Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji has appreciated with our state governor also. They are taking Telangana as the model, both in implementing the welfare schemes and also the water grid. So many other activities, both the welfare sector and also the industrial sector. When this is the atmosphere, definitely everybody should utilize the opportunities. So I once again request you all, not only you are investing, not only you are expanding the industry, but I wish you all, I request you all, you should be the ambassadors of our Telangana government in inviting the other industries across the globe. So more than our telling, if you speak, your word will be enough. So this is what we request from our state. And you don't find any other chief minister is not boasting, which is, you already have been observing. As per, generally we believe in a principle, a statement, nothing is impossible in this world for a willing mind, which already, because that commitment, that honesty, that drive, that initiative is there, that the reason we could achieve Telangana. At the same time, 100% we are confident with your support, with your involvement. Definitely, let us carve our Telangana as the golden Telangana. I request you all, we will extend all our support in whatever fashion you need. So thanking you very much, one and all, for giving me for this opportunity. Thank you one and all. Thank you very much. And also, kindly excuse us, as you are aware, we have to attend that our plenary session. Basically, I intended to listen to you all, so as to learn, so as to again help. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your inspiring presentation. Now I request our President Sri Shivakumar Runta Garu to present a memento to our Chief Guest Sri Shivapalli Krishnarao Garu, Honorable Minister for Industries, Textiles and Sugar. Now I request our Senior Vice President Sri V. Anil Reddy Garu to present a memento to our Guest of Honor, Sri Jitendra Reddy Garu, Member of Parliament, Mehboob Nagar Constituency. Thank you very much, sir, for, in spite of being the busy schedule, you have come over here and spent your time. Thank you, sir. Now I request Sri Mohan Reddy Garu, Founder, Chairman and Managing Director of SION, to present the keynote address.
So very good morning to all of you. Somebody made me a former chairman of SION. I still continue to hold the role of being the chairman of the company. But on the lighter vein, share a joke with you. We invited a politician to a couple of years back, or maybe a little longer than that, so I don't want to name who it was, to come and speak at a seminar on entrepreneurship. And he spoke for 20 minutes. He never used a word called entrepreneurship. He talked all about management development. So given that some of the small little connectivity I have in my life, I went back to his special assistant to ask this question. Look, be fair to people. You bring a chief guest, you bring your, I wouldn't say who it is after that, but then, at least, brief him well before he gets onto the podium. So he said, sir, whom do I tell my vows to? I only get time to brief my boss between two meetings. He thought that's fair. But more interestingly, what he told me was, he has only 1 year for me. The other year is busy with mobile phone. So understandably, when politicians get that small little window of opportunity to get briefed, we'll pardon them irrespective of what they title us as. So let me start with a quiz. How many of you are familiar with Parkinson's law? You have your hands going up? Wow, lots of them. So what did Parkinson's law teach us? It taught us in very simple terms that work expands to time. So whatever time you have, you could definitely make sure that you have work expanding to that. But Cyril Parkinson, who actually was the father of Parkinson's law, was an extremely famous, he was an economist, a historian, and more interestingly, a humorist too. And in a serious note, in late 60s, when I started to become more voracious reader, when wisdom dawned on me that knowledge was what will make the differentiator, when I started doing a lot of reading, I first ran into his book called East and West. I know some of you are familiar with this book by Cyril Parkinson. It talks all about how civilizations moved from east to west centuries after centuries. The book starts off all the way with the Hunan dynasties or Sumerian days of 200 AD. And he makes a prediction that in the 20th century, by end of 20th century and the beginning of 21st century, India and China will become superpowers in the whole global economy. Where I was in my life at that point of time, just about finishing my schooling or high schooling, I never believed Cyril Parkinson. But fast forward 50 years, how true has Parkinson predicted this world would become? China became a dominant force in manufacturing. India became an equally dominant force in information technology and software. A nation which was known for snake charmers is now known for outstanding IT professionals who leave this world spellbound with the type of work they do. So therefore, I think there's a great story here which says that nations can change. Having laid this foundation and having heard the Make in India so repeatedly, so often, from many quarters, and I had this privilege of going along with the Prime Minister last week to the Hanover Messe, and the whole of Hanover was painted with one slogan, trust me, Make in India. It's a good slogan to be in, but I believe, I strongly believe, that there is an imperative need for us to make in India. What do I consider as the imperative needs? To me, there are three of them. The first and foremost is that we are a nation of 1.2 billion people. All the numbers are projecting by 2030 we would become a 1.5 billion people economy. A number of demographers talk all about things called demographic dividend. In 10 years from now, this nation would have the largest amount of working population in the age group of 18 to 58. We'll have about 600 million of them, or 60 crores of them. So a nation which will have tremendous amount of wealth in terms of working population. An economist can always challenge me saying that where do you feed them from? But a sociologist in me would always say I can use their brains to make it happen now. So therefore, we have this challenge in some ways of having got 600 working population. What's the challenge associated with it? We need to create jobs for them. There's an imperative need for creating jobs for them. You need to get them educated. After them, you need to get them employed. So therefore, there's a need for creating employment in this nation, and Make in India ties in well with it. The second reason I have is that if you look at what's happening today on the electronic sector, we import about 95% of our requirements. Amazing stuff that you see on the screen here. The screen is an important screen. I can challenge you on that. Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. You go back and buy, in the interest of honesty, this phone that I carry all the time around, without which I can't even be more than 5 minutes away. I keep joking with my wife. I can be with her. I can be away from her for any amount of time, but not without my phone. I get absolutely become lost. So all this electronic equipment, which has become essential part of our life at this point of time, is all imported equipment. What does those numbers show us? It shows that in another 6 years from now, or for the next 6 years, we would import something like $40 billion worth of electronics, out of which at least $30 billion of it will be imported. Sorry, I'll take that back. $40 billion is what we consume. $40 billion is what we'll consume, and $30 billion out of it will be imported. So can a nation survive this way moving forward? A nation which has this advantage because, our level of awareness towards technology is very high. So everyone wants to have not just one cell phone, and I'm sure this is the only nation, I believe, there's 1.2 or 1.3 is the average number of cell phones per user. You get 2 SIM cards. Outgoing, ingoing, I don't understand any of that stuff, but don't ask me therefore. And also given the awareness, TV is an essential part of our lives. And technology has become so prevalent. I was so amazed. I have a 4-year-old granddaughter. I have 2 of them at home. But then, my 4-year-old granddaughter the other day goes back to the TV and tries to do this pinching on it because she sees the same thing happening on an iPhone, enlarged image. So that's the intuitiveness or the awareness levels that have grown into children. So obviously, therefore, the point I like to make is we can't stop these imports from happening. People want them. In a democracy, people will challenge us for getting more and more of electronics into India. So therefore, that's the second reason, therefore, is since we can't continue, we need to make in India. A third reason that I have, that why I believe that we should make in India, is that countries have to be self-reliant on some of the basic things that have to happen in the nation. We certainly have proven ourselves very well with the Green Revolution. We had a White Revolution. And I think it's time for us to have a manufacturing revolution. Because it's not the sense of pride alone that matters for a nation, but equally important is the fact that the national security is also at stake. What guarantee do you have that some of the equipment that comes from China is not taking off information from this nation? What guarantee is there that equipment, when it's all completely functional, would not go down one day just by a flick of a button from China? So therefore, the third reason I believe that there is an imperative need for India to manufacture in India is the need for self-reliance. So therefore, I have established my case at this point of time by saying employment generation, the import bill, and the self-reliance makes a strong case for making in India. Then comes the questions, and why are we not making in India? I think Mr. Rungta covered several of them earlier, so I wouldn't definitely go back and repeat them. But let me give you a few things that I think are very important. The first and the foremost, I believe, is the competitiveness in terms of manufacturing. Today, if you look at what we have as infrastructure, the cost of freight, the cost of conversion, the cost of interest, all put together, they're very detailed analysis that's been done, reports which are available, and I respect those authors who wrote them, indicate that the costs in India are at least 6 to 8% higher compared to what happens globally. So therefore, if you want to become competitive in manufacturing, you've got to address these issues in making sure there is cost competitiveness that has to come into play, that is the 6 to 8%. The second one, which I think is, I will re-emphasize, Mr. Rungta talked about it, is ease of doing business. We rate somewhere at 142 position compared to 142 position out of 189 positions globally. We need tremendous amount of change. People talk about the type of forms that we have to fill in, number of times that you have to go to labor office. But equally important is an incident that reverberates in my mind that, we need to bring about a cultural shift in this country. A friend of mine makes flexible PCBs and exports them. His customer called him about 6 months back and said, I'm rejecting this particular lot. You said, why? He said, I saw shoe marks on the PC boards. They did this relentless root cause analysis. Where did they come from? And they were in customs, it happened. People walked on them, unpacked them, and thereafter they stepped on them. So if we probably don't have an ability to understand what these products are and what the importance of these products are, how can we participate in this big challenge that we have in terms of manufacturing in India? And a third one is for obvious reasons, and I think Mr. Rungta talked about it, FDI into component manufacturing and so on and so forth, is that we have to understand that in any of these things, especially I think my focus will be a little more towards the electronics part of it, is that there is scale, economies of scale involved. You can't manufacture capacitors, transistors, ICs and so on and so forth at tens of thousands of them. You got to make them millions and billions of them in terms of volume. So therefore, there should be a proper component ecosystem that has to get created. And lack of a component ecosystem is the third reason I believe that we have a challenge. A fourth reason, which has not been touched upon, and I feel it's important, and I certainly will talk about my suggestion of how we move forward, is innovation. This world now lives on innovation. You got to do new things. You look at what happens in this world. There's this enormous amount of disruptive technology. Change is constant, but the pace of change has accelerated tremendously. We are seeing technologies of today are no more relevant for tomorrow. Look at this one little technology that I'm fascinated about, which is nothing but the transistors or the sensors, the tiniest things that you can think about. In the 1970s, when people like me first started using computers, and I had the honor of using a machine called the Simon Cray computing system. Cray's machine used transistors which used to cost $27 a piece. Then came the PC revolution of mid-70s, when a transistor was costing $7 a piece. You can get million transistors for $1 now. That's the pace at which the technology has changed. And that's what brings in more number of applications. And those applications are innovation. I'm not talking about inventions. I'm talking about these incremental changes that will bring about a change in the way in which products can be designed, manufactured, used, and so on and so forth. So the fourth reason I believe that we have is that we have lack of innovation. Why? Because I think we have historically lots of reasons. Our ability to take risks itself is one reason why I feel strongly that we do not innovate enough. Our fear of failure is very high. And we do not actually have that persistence in terms of going after an idea. There are several more reasons. Therefore, I think the innovation as a culture, as a DNA, becomes very important. And finally, this is being beaten to death, but I think it's very critical, is that we don't have enough of talent. How conflicting and contradicting I am at this point of time. I said we have 600 million people who will come into the system in terms of being employed. On the other side, I'm saying there's insufficiency in terms of talent. This is largely because they don't have the right skills. Do they have the right levels of education? Mr. Rungta said education was more important than skills. My belief is neither of them are there. It's pathetic, the situation that we have today. As a part of my corporate social responsibility, at the request of the Telangana government, I went ahead and took 3,200 students who are the final year engineering students from 90 second level engineering colleges this year and trained them to become job ready. It's a 1.5 crore initiative that we put together. This went to our CSR committee of the board, and literally they stripped me apart. They said this is not social responsibility. This was the responsibility of somebody else who started an education institution. So therefore, I think we have a big challenge in front of us, is not having the right skills. So I have shared with you 5 headlines and why I think we are unable to do Make in India. Be it, competitiveness in manufacturing, it's the ease of doing business, absence of component ecosystem, or limited innovation, and finally, lack of skill. So what do we do therefore? I have 5 suggestions to make. And the first and the foremost I have is that given that we have an imperative need for employment generation, we need to definitely encourage more amount of entrepreneurship in this country. There is sizable amount of work that's been done that it is entrepreneurs around the world who create jobs. 60% of new jobs created in United States, a developed nation in the world, are created by companies which are less than 5 years old. Only 40% of the jobs are created by companies which are more than 5 years old. So there is an enormous amount of need for creating an entrepreneurial ecosystem. And that suggestion can be taken forward because you look at further these numbers that I talked about, is that we need to create 10 million jobs a year. In the next 10 years, we need to create 100 million jobs. So you do the math backwards, I believe. If you can create 50,000 new enterprises every year, in 5 years, they'll become 5,000 mature enterprises, medium size. And in 10 years, they'll become 50 larger corporations. But you need to start, you can't say that I'll start with a number called 50 and all will become successful. There's absolutely no chance at all. So we have a number of startup initiatives. I put my hat on as the chairman of NASSCOM and tell you that in NASSCOM we have this 10K startup initiative. Just NASSCOM has put together an initiative. In 5 years, we'll have 10,000 enterprises started in the software industry, more specifically in the product software industry. So many more of these initiatives have to come by in order to ensure that we would have a startup ecosystem. The second one is that this manufacture in India, for sure, or manufacture in India for global markets. Whatever it is the environment which has also to change. The government is still not moving in that direction because we still continue to have draconian taxation systems. We continue to get slapped after slap. We, in the sense I'm talking about my NASSCOM membership, with demands of transfer pricing, which is unbelievable. And if that system continues, where will the FDI investment come from? So therefore, I think a key driver, which I think has gone back again to Mr. Jaitley, Mr. Modi, very intensely at this point of time, is that we have to change, reform our taxation system. The third suggestion that I have is that we certainly need to create a sectorial specific environment, be it for aerospace, be it for electronics, be it for consumer electronics. Get them very specific because we don't have that mass and scale today. The mass and scale could come at least if you can make them into one particular area as opposed to spreading themselves very thin. So you make special export processing zones which are very sectorial specific. As I said, it's aerospace, it is defense, it could be so many other areas that we could look at. And make sure that in those special areas, you create the proper infrastructure. You create the customs, you make sure that they are probably closer to an airport to take off, so the time for processing, all that I talked about as negatives, can always be turned around to become positives for us. You could have test laboratories which are common areas, certification agencies which can sit in one location. The fourth one, which is very dear to my heart, is the Prime Minister talks about IT plus IT is equal to IT. Information technology and India today, sorry, I should get it right. I think it says India talent plus information technology is India tomorrow. India talent plus information technology is India tomorrow. But I think that IT should stand for innovation and technology. As much as I said earlier too, I am very upbeat about how the technology changes are happening. And it gives an opportunity for us to start all over again by leapfrogging compared to many other nations around the world. People talk about defibrillators, medical equipment, which cost $100,000. A company using Indian talent today has put together a product which is $10,000. Technology is the one which made that possible. You have a number of things that we play around with these days in terms of Internet of Things, patient monitoring systems. We actually work in, you'll be very surprised in the news, engine health monitoring systems, train health monitoring systems. And by which today, a company which is one of our customers, in, a train service provider in Europe, can turn around a complete train with at least 9 coaches, I believe it has, within 7 minutes, even if there is any problem. So there was something called breakdown maintenance. There's something called preventive maintenance. And the service offering we put together with the technology that we have with us is called predictable maintenance. We can predict when a failure could happen much before it, given that there is technology available in terms of Internet of Things, the big data, the analytics, and all these solutions sitting in a cloud, and so on and so forth. So today, India has that opportunity, and my submission, therefore, is, and we are implementing it to a certain extent, is that to create this level of awareness, we need to create these centers of excellence, which can implement, which can showcase some of these technologies. So we are setting up, on behalf of NASSCOM back again, a lab in Bangalore, which is on Internet of Things. A company like mine has a lab which is running all about industrial automation. Because we think, and this is again another thing that's ringing in my ears, is the future lies in what is called as Industry 4.0, where we talked about Industrial Revolution 2.0, which talked about mass production. The 4.0 will all be customized mass production. Henry Ford said that I could give you a car of any color so long as it's black. But truly, with Industry 4.0 or the fourth industrial revolution, with the type of technology that's available today, you'll certainly find you can choose your color and you'll come out of the assembly line. So therefore, I think there is an imperative need for this nation to start focusing more into technology. And finally, my fifth suggestion is that we need to have more amount of innovation in this nation. A great initiative from the local government, Mr. Krishna Rao is not here, but he didn't have much of a role to do. It was KTR who is doing it primarily, and we are helping him doing it, is that we're putting something called the T-Hub. the Telangana hub. It's the incubator of incubators, primarily to bring in the ecosystem of entrepreneurship. If you look at incubators, there are a number of stages which these companies go through. Not trying to throw jargon at you, but they're called launch pads, incubators, propellers, accelerators, and so on and so forth. What's required to make sure entrepreneurship happens is not only this ecosystem, we need to have mentors, we need to have funding, we need to have the legal, accounting, secretarial support for these people. All this has to be an initiative from the state, and this will happen in Telangana, and I believe it's happening in Andhra Pradesh too. It is happening in Andhra Pradesh. I was there in Vizag. It's called the Sunrise Startup Village, whereas here it's called the Tea Hub. So therefore, the fifth initiative is if state governments will come forward in creating these incubation centers, certainly that will go a long way. To conclude what I've said so far, I think there's an imperative need and there's an opportunity to go along with it. Please do not mistake that I have preached sermons to say this is all the responsibility of the government. It is not so. This ecosystem has participants, which is you and me too. You and me too have to definitely change our mindset to say, yes, there's an opportunity. We need to work together to make this happen. Whether it is an academic institution, it's a government lab, it's a small and medium enterprise, it's a large enterprise. In the current ecosystem that we have, that we certainly believe that everyone has a role to play to make sure that we can make in India. Finally, we do have a track record. That's where I started. Parkinson said that these countries will become very, very powerful. Change of civilizations will happen in centuries. In 20th and 21st century, the countries will rule the roost is India and China. And India proved itself already once with the software industry. A software industry was $100 million in 1992. It's $100 billion today. There is no parallel anywhere in the world for this 1000x multiplier, creating 3.5 million direct jobs, creating as many as about 14 million indirect jobs. So therefore, we have a story which can be done, and I'm sure every one of you will think of making it happen because, as I said, it's not somebody outside us who will make it happen. It is you who has to make it happen. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I request our Senior Vice President, Sri V. Anil Reddy Garu, to propose the vote of thanks. I request our Chairman, Industrial Development Committee and HR and AR Committee, Sri Arun Kumar Dukkipati Garu, to address the gathering.
Mohan Reddy Garu, Shiv Kumar Garu, and Anil Reddy Garu, their colleagues from FTAPCCI, respected industrialists, ladies and gentlemen. As Sujata was giving me, I have actually had no idea of speaking, but when I heard Mohan Reddy Garu speaking, I thought I must also speak. Because it was so inspiring, I thought I should also speak, and don't mind, Sujata. Okay, now coming to, we have been, when we considered this project of Make in India, challenges and opportunities, the first job was of course to lay down a tentative schedule for the program. And obviously the first part of it is the opening session. Me and my colleagues in FTAPCCI, my co-members in FTAPCCI, we have debated severely whom we should invite for this first inaugural session. The list of the first few people is obvious because it's an industry body. You have to invite the industry minister who was here. The second is, of course, any other VIP. Third, of course, is because we are talking about Make in India, challenges and opportunities, who among the industrialists and noted entrepreneurs in Hyderabad that we can invite. When we scanned around the industrial entrepreneurship in Hyderabad, we have zeroed in on Sri Mohan Reddy Garu. The reason why we zeroed in on Mr. Mohan Reddy Garu is all of you heard. Did you not? It's very heartening that Mohan Reddy Garu is here, and he has delivered a lecture which is fit for such a learned audience here and fit for an organization like FTAPCCI. Now, he has made certain very, very important observations in respect to how to make in India a successful initiative and venture. Now, Make in India, people get confused with Made in India or Make in India. What is all this? I think he has explained, what's the difference between Make in India and Made in India. And he has also explained what are the things need to be done. He has listed out 5 points. I don't want to repeat those 5 points, but all of them are very relevant if you want to make in India successful. Because we have some time before I invite my colleague for vote of thanks, I would like to share some of my own experiences starting from 70s to 2015s. The problems we face in Make in India are successful. Many people think it is very insignificant and minor and need not be discussed in such a form like this, but I think it's important. One is the skill development. My experience is that, correct me if I am wrong, all of you are welcome to correct it, and in fact I welcome if somebody can correct it. 90% of the people in our industrial profession, industrial environment, do not do a job the way it has to be done. Do you agree? Do you don't agree? If that is the case, what are the challenges for Make in India are obvious, are they not? If you want to make in India and then export it or make it in India and use it in India, if you do not do work in the industry the way it has to be done, because either the skills are not there or the attitude is not there, I think we have a big challenge. So, development of the skill, in addition to development of the right attitude for the quality, I think we know the most imperative requirement and an immediate requirement to make in India successful, in addition to what Mohan Reddy Garu has said. Second is that the amount of intellect that is available in our country is so tremendous. Even a minor initiatives, minor innovations can boost our industrial output and design considerably. To just give a small example, which I always share wherever it is possible, in our company, I don't want to speak about my company, I just want to speak an experience. so that many of you may get benefit out of it. We have a system of high manpower turnover. And ours is a continuous process industry, and a high manpower turnover at the working level is a tremendous challenge to keep up the quality. Anybody conversant with factories would appreciate this. Now, what did we do? The only way to get out of this problem is training. Training. What happens when you take training? You take a trainer, you take a training manager, you take several other people. They also go away. What do? The trainers are going away, trainees are going away. What do? We brainstormed and came to a very simple solution. Let us automate this training process. Most of you think, how do you automate a training process? How do you cut short the training period? So, Mohan Reddy garu also touched upon that project of industrial automation and several other things. So, how we did this automation of training? I'm using the word automation, not appropriate really, but shortening of the training period. Is that we developed certain available softwares, available programs. We developed a training system whereby every aspect of work in the factory is documented and we can present it in the form of a training course. So any new trainer coming, he need not develop a training program or he need to develop a training material. He has to simply come and just present how to do the job because it's already documented and recorded. Now with this simple initiative, we could reduce the time period required for a new person to work on a machine from almost 1.5 years to just as low as 3 months. So why I am telling this example is, country is facing a lot of problems. One of the problems, difficulty definitely is lack of skill and lack of will, both. So under these circumstances, there is no point in looking for somebody who would come and do, and there is no point in lamenting that there are no skills, there are no nothing. It is up to the companies to develop their own means of self-sufficiency in training the people, whatever may be the turnover. Another point what I want to touch upon on Make in India challenges is that today we are aware what's happening in the parliament. What's happening in the parliament? Always it happens, disruption. Why the parliament is disrupted today? Because some farmer hung himself from a tree in a demonstration. Why did he hang himself from a tree? The apparent reason or the reason that is put forth is a new land amendment bill. Why the new land amendment bill? To make business easy. If these are the kind of obstructions we have in the initiative that is being taken by the government to make or ease of doing the business easy, and for every step, if you have to step back 2 steps, I think it's a big challenge. So what I want to say is, Make in India, it is not only a technical industrial development challenge, I think it's a big social challenge as well, which covers a lot of issues, not only land reforms, not only involvement of women in the business, and several other factors, malnutrition, there are several other factors. So I think Make in India, if we have to make it successful, in addition to addressing the 5 points Mohan Reddy garu have suggested here, I think we need to also do a lot of work in the social sector so that people understand what is the skill and how they do the job by will. And also politicians do not take a shortcut like cutting off a good job, one government by another government. So I thank for this opportunity. Anil, I might have taken some of your time, but I still thank you for all this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Sri Suresh Prasad Agarwal ji to come on to the dais and present a memento to Sri Mohan Reddy Garu. Thank you, sir. I request Sri Anil Reddy Garu, Senior Vice President, to propose the vote of thanks.
A very good morning to all. Make in India program. This was initiated by Sri Narendra Modi ji, and the Prime Minister of India had gone to Hanover and presented the Make in India program. But we at Federation Telangana and Andhra Pradesh Chamber of Commerce initiated this program in South, that too in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, for Make in India. And we wanted to make in Telangana also. Friends, I had to thank, in absence of our Minister and the MP, they were very busy to go to the plenary, and on behalf of you all, I thank both the Minister as well MP. And as we already listened of Mohan Reddy Garu's keynote speech, it was very enlightened. Sir, I think this is one of the best seminar I have ever attended. Friends, I think we can take forward with his words whatever he had given, and this 2 days national seminar will really focus on how best we can go forward in our business. I also take this opportunity to thank our sponsors and media persons and our industry friends for making this inaugural a grand success, and I expect all from you that these 2 days will be a very good deliberations, the speakers who had come all over India. Thank you all. I request all you to break for a tea, so that next we'll have our technical session 1. Thank you.
ఓకే బ్యాటరీ అన్నంటే దాన్ని చేసుకునేది చెప్పారు సార్.
I would once again request everyone to come inside and settle down as we are moving on with our next session.
I would once again request everyone to please come inside and settle down as we are moving on with our next session. I would request everyone to kindly take their seats. Everyone who is standing, I would once again request them to kindly be seated as we are moving on to our next session. Good afternoon and once again a very warm welcome. We will now move on to our next session, that is Accelerating Growth in Telangana, Initiatives and Implementation. We all know Telangana is a newly formed 29th state of India, which also means it needs a lot of efforts for the growth of this state. And guess what? This is only possible if the people living within the state are successful and are progressing. Their dream, their success is our success too. Now this growth is required in every field, every sector, be it SME, that is small medium entrepreneurs, pharma, defense, software, automobiles, any field that contributes to the growth and progress of our state, of our nation. So ladies and gentlemen, we will now move on to our next session. Alright, so moving on to the next session, I would request Mr. Anil Agarwal to escort Sri Arvind Kumar, the Secretary, Department of Industries and Commerce and Energy, Government of Telangana, onto the stage. Can I have a very big round of applause? Thank you. Moving on, I would also request Mr. Manoj Kumar Agarwal to escort Sri Rupendra Rao, the founder and chairman of Pennar Industries Limited, onto the dais, please. Thank you. A bigger round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, it's just the morning. Thank you, sir. Moving on, I would request Mr. Rajendra Agarwal to escort Dr. G. Satish Reddy, the Director, Research Center, MARET, and Program Director, DRDO, onto the stage. Okay, so he will be joining us very shortly. And now I would request the presentation of bouquet. So I would request Mr. Anil Agarwal to please come on the stage and present the bouquet. I would now request Mr. Manoj to present the bouquet to Sri Rupendra Rao. A very warm welcome, sir. And let's move on. So I would now request Sri Shiv Kumar Rungta to please come on the dais and address our guests. Thank you.
Welcome, friends. We start this technical session, and I'd like to introduce Shri Arvind Kumar, who is Secretary, Industry, Government of Telangana, and additional charge of Secretary, Energy. So both the powerful portfolio for all of us and the prospects of industrial growth in the state of Telangana. Mr. Arvind Kumar graduated in economics from St. Stephen's College, New Delhi in 1987, followed by a postgraduate management program from Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad in 1989 and joined the administrative services in 1991. He has worked in various capacities in the state of erstwhile Andhra Pradesh from 91 till 2006, and subsequently he took a year sabbatical during 2006-07 to pursue masters in public policy with specialization in health and health policy from famous Woodrow Wilson School of Princeton University, USA. He has served as the Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Finance, Government of India, and has experience spanning over 20 years. He is extremely rich, wide-ranging and multi-sectoral, primarily in public policy and governance, with focus on development sectors. He has been a government nominee director on the board of Small Industries Development Bank of India and IFCI Limited. He is also in charge director of National Insurance Academy, Pune. He served as director of New India Assurance Company Limited since 2012 until 2014 June. Also, he served as Director of National Housing Bank until June 2014. He served as Nominee Director of ICICI Bank Limited from July 2011 to June 2014 as well. In his current role, as I informed you earlier, as Secretary, Department of Industries and Commerce, Government of Telangana, with the dynamic personality and with the rich experience and a very high standard of education from the renowned institutes in the world around, our expectations are very high, and since we all know that this is the beginning of the new state of Telangana, and industry and energy are very, very important sectors and areas, and we all, the entire industry fraternity is really having a very high expectations, and I'm sure the steps being taken in last few months, especially on the power sector, show us the signs that the further progress is not very far away from here. Also, I would like to introduce Mr. Lupendra Rao. Most of us, you know him very well. He is promoter and chairman of rupees 1400 crore Pennar Group and has rich and diverse experience in various organizations such as National Cash Register USA, Union Carbide, etc. I would like to invite Sri Satish Reddy onto the stage to join us for this session.
I would now request Mr. Rajendra Agarwal to present the bouquet to Dr. G. Satish Reddy.
Welcome, sir. Satish Reddy, sir. Now, as I was introducing Shri Lupendra Rao, Chairman of Pennar Group, Shri Rao is the eldest son of Shri J.V. Narsingh Rao, former Deputy Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, and has master's degree from Purdue University in Industrial Engineering and Operations, Research, and an engineering graduate in mechanical engineering from IIT Kharagpur. He was appointed chairman of the Andhra Pradesh Industrial Infrastructure Corporation for 2 years and was a member of the planning board of Andhra Pradesh. He was the national president of the Indo-American Chamber of Commerce and earlier the president of Hyderabad Management Association. Shri Lupendra Rao is the National Award winner for Outstanding Entrepreneur by Council of State Industrial Development and Investment Corporation of India in 2013. He is also a recipient of Distinguished Alumnus Award from IIT Kharagpur for the year 2011. And also Dr. Navidamma Gold Medal from Government of Andhra Pradesh for his contribution to industrial development in Andhra Pradesh. Shri Rao is currently the Vice Chairman of CII Telangana. Shri Rao is an initiated devotee of Shri Ramakrishna Mutt. He had organized the Bhagavad Gita lectures of Swami Ranganath Nandaji to be videotaped and has donated the DVD to the Ramakrishna Mutt. He is an ardent follower of Swami Vivekananda and takes active interest in the Vivekananda Institute of Human Excellence, Ramakrishna Mutt, Hyderabad. I have heard him at several times, and when you all will hear him, you will find his keenness for the teachings of Swami Vivekananda, converted to the business, the ethics, and to the industry and relating with the people. So HBC is a vast experience in some of the time in the government as well as in the industry. I think we can have today a very rich knowledge from his speech today and the interaction. And in this session, we have Dr. G. Satish Reddy, who is a well-known figure. Dr. G. Satish Reddy, distinguished scientist, is the Director, Research Center, Imarat, and Program Director, MRSAM, since May 2013. He has graduated in Electronics and Communication Engineering from JNTU, Anantapur, and received his MS and doctorate from JNTU, Hyderabad. Joined DRDO during 1985, and with decades of expertise, today is one of the renowned experts in navigation and avionics technologies. He led the conceptualization, design, development, and productionization of inertial sensors, navigation schemes, algorithms and systems, calibration methodologies, sensor models, simulation, along with development of satellite navigation, receivers and hybrid navigation systems. Under his leadership, advanced products and varieties of avionics systems have been produced and successfully flight tested in strategic programs of our country. As Director RCI, led the development of avionics technologies in critical areas of inertial systems, embedded computers, controls, real-time software and simulation. So we see he is a highly technically qualified and with lot of rich experience. He has conducted defense programs like Agni 1, A1, A2, A3, A4, A5, Prithvi, Dhanush, Astra, Akash, B05, K4, BrahMos, Nirbhay, Helena, Nag, programs AD, PDV, interceptors, two-stage ship launch target, and others. He is Fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineering, Royal Aeronautical Society, London, Institution of Engineering and Technology, Aeronautical Society of India, Institution of Engineers India, Andhra Pradesh Academy of Science, and many other professional scientific organizations. Dr. Satish received Indian Science Congress Association Homi J. Bhabha Memorial Award, DRDO Young Scientist Award, and Agni Award for Excellence. He is also a recipient of Aeronautical Society of India, Dr. Biren Roy Space Science and Design Award, Astronautical Society of India Rocketry and Related Technologies Award, DRDO Scientist of the Year Award, and also FTAPCCI's Outstanding Engineering Award, and many other honors. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have three highly qualified, experienced, I can say technocrats and managers today with us, and this session is going to be excellent. The session is about accelerating growth in Telangana, initiative and implementation. As we know, GSDP of state of Telangana is more than 3,79 crores and per capita income of rupees 93,000 at current prices. And the agriculture share is about 17%, industry about 27%, and services, the balance 56%. This compares well with the national average, and in services we are slightly even better, primarily because of advantage of IT, industrial information technology. Now, industrialization is the key strategy followed by the government of Telangana for economic growth and development. And Mr. Arvind will make the presentation. The vision is research to innovation, innovation to industry, industry to prosperity, and that is what we are looking for. How do we go out in that direction? The state government provides a business, regulatory and a congenial environment for setting up of industry. The industrial policy, a very innovative and industry-friendly policy has already been announced. Now the need of the hour is to take it forward, to percolate it down and look forward for increasing investment in the state of Telangana. So I will request, first of all, Shri Arvind Kumar to kindly make his presentation. Thank you.
I would now request Sri Arvind Kumar to come and give his presentation on Telangana State Industrial Policy of 2014 and other initiatives taken by the government for industrial growth. Please, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before I actually start speaking about industry and what Telangana has in offering, I would like to just tell a bit more about myself. I was still very recently, in fact till November 2014, I was in Government of India on central deputation in Ministry of Finance. I was Joint Secretary in Banking and Insurance. So when this cadre allocation was going on and things like that, so a lot of people asked me that why not Andhra Pradesh and why Telangana? So that issue kept coming up. It's not at the cost of any other state, but I at that point of time saw great potential in Telangana in terms of what can be done. And my first impression of last 3 months is that it has been an extremely satisfying experience. And where should I do it? Okay. Yeah. So it's been an extremely satisfying and pleasant experience. And no, last. Few things about Hyderabad and Telangana. I'm sure most of you know that Telangana has about 41% of its population as urban population. So in the country, it's in fact the third most urbanized state, which many of us didn't know. In fact, it is 41.6% urban population in Telangana. Geographical area, it's the 12th largest state in the country among the 29 states. It's the newest state, and in terms of geographical spread, it's 12th in size in the country. Agriculture side, it has some great inherent advantages in terms of some of the crops, for example, turmeric, ginger, sweet lime, maize, mango. The other day, in fact, CEO Walmart was here and we were discussing about their global sourcing. So some of these things, we have a natural advantage so far as agro processing is concerned. When we come to industry and manufacturing and related activities, I also must tell you that I am just about 10 days old in the department, so my knowledge would be as good as it can be. I have been trying to think as to what is it which, if I want to invest, if I am an entrepreneur, if I want to put my money, what is it which I would be looking for if I have to make a choice between one state versus other state? So what is it which will attract me to a particular location and to a particular state? One is availability of land at a reasonable cost. Second is availability of infrastructure, things like road, connectivity, raw material, how it can be brought to my plant, etc., etc. So second, I would say, is infrastructure. Third, perhaps, is power. Do I have the availability of an assured power to my plant? Fourth, I would say, is ease of doing business, which primarily is like ease of setting up my business. So is it a very cumbersome process, going to take 9 months, 1 year, more? Is the system fraught with leakages, bribery, corruption? So this is ease of doing business. Last 3 months, as Secretary Energy, we have been involved in setting up of solar power. So in February, we called bids for setting up of 515 megawatt of solar power, which we have already finalized. About 42 bids have been, PPAs have been signed. Next round of solar, which is about 2000 megawatt, it's right now going on. 15th May is the last date. In this 515, what I found is that solar power is 1 megawatt of solar power means 5 acres of land and things like that. Now, couple of things which I'm sure all of you will also face similarly when you set up an industry. The moment your land size goes beyond 54 acres, the provisions of Land Ceiling Act is affected. Second is land conversion. Third is layout approval. Now, solar, I was very surprised that layout approval, which is to be given at the panchayat level, is taking huge time. There were other allegations also and things like that. What we have done in our solar policy, which is in circulation and is going to be issued shortly, we are saying that all the required charges as per Act and rules, say for example conversion charges or layout approval charges, we will put in our policy clearly that for per megawatt or per acre, this is the rate which will be charged. You pay it at source at the single window level point, and deemed approval will be given to you there only. So you need not go to the panchayat level or some other level, and then process takes 3 months, 6 months, 8 months, etc. So it is being done at the single window point level only. Other issues regarding refund of stamp duty, VAT provisions, input VAT provisions, and things like that. So we already have a new industrial policy in place, and it's not as if ours is the only state which claims to have a single window scheme. In fact, a lot of states have now come out. Andhra has come out with single window, Madhya Pradesh has, number of other states have. But what I see and what I'm experiencing and is that here we actually have a monitoring system which is kind of system generated. There are cases, Amazon Felicitation Center approval was given in a record time of 11 days. Not because it's Amazon, but because that's the kind of process we have set for ourselves, that's the kind of challenge we have set for ourselves, that we should be able to give the required permissions to set up an industry in the easiest of manner which is convenient to the entrepreneur. This is just one of the examples. So we have certain limits where the district level committee headed by the district collector decides at district level. Then if the projects are of bigger size, it comes to us. We have our own system whereby certain projects within 2 weeks and almost all projects within 4 weeks, we are aiming that all permissions will be in place. System is already in trial and formal launch of this policy is expected very soon. In addition, I would also like to highlight that under our Industrial Investment Corporation, that is Telangana State Industrial Investment Corporation, we already have something like 150 parks with us with infrastructure facility intact. So which means we have roads, we have power availability, we have water supply, we have connectivity to these places. Some of these are sector-specific, specialized industrial parks. Some are more general kind of thing. But there are 150 parks in place spread over the state. We have a land bank of about 240,000 acres in the state. Now, it's a big size land bank when we talk of 240,000 acres. We have further classified into A, B, C category, whereby A category is an absolutely plain land, ready to occupy, you can set it up straight. And D category is like hillocks, boulders, uneven land, etc., which is otherwise suitable for setting up of an industry like something like solar manufacturing. So we have a good land bank available. In this industrial policy, what we are saying is that most of the approvals or permissions will be self-certification based. It's an online based system. You go, you fill up your form and you certify, and permission is given on that basis. We are also saying in this policy that it is the right of an entrepreneur for delivery of a single window. So it's not as if we will be doing you a favor by putting a single window system in place, but we are saying that if you are willing to put in your money, it is your right to demand these clearances in a transparent manner in a given time frame. In this policy, we also have specific provisions for members, entrepreneurs of weaker section. In fact, one of our guidelines is specifically pertaining to entrepreneurs belonging to scheduled caste and scheduled tribe community. Similarly, we have earmarked for backward class community entrepreneurs, minority entrepreneurs, and similarly there are special incentives for women entrepreneurs. Why I am saying all these things is that you will have a lot of places where the states are saying that come invest with us. We have single window in place, we have a lot of incentives in place. And most of these schemes, if you actually compare interstate, they are similar. I'm not saying we are doing something major. Where we stand out perhaps is availability of encumbrance-free land which is being given to you by a government agency, TSIIC. We have general safety in the state. I think the safety levels when we compare with some of the other locations in the country, it's a major comfort factor in terms of industrial safety, workers' safety. Third major point where we stand out is power situation. When the state was formed last year in June, we were power deficit. The total generation of power within the state is something like 4,500 megawatt. Requirement is much more. There are some ongoing projects which will be commissioned this year, that is 15-16, adding another 2,000 megawatt of capacity. So that takes us to 6,500 megawatt. Chief Minister was very particular that we should be self-sufficient in power at the shortest possible time. And as a part of that, we have gone in for major expansion in thermal capacity. We are going to add about 6,500 megawatts of thermal capacity from our own state unit, that is Telangana State Genco. In addition, Singareni is going to put up another 600 megawatt, and under the AP Reorganization Act, NTPC has been mandated to add another 4,000 megawatt. This year, you would have seen last 3 months, even though there was deficit, even though it was a time of peak demand in terms of Rabi crop coming to harvest stage and power requirement being at its maximum. The directions from Chief Minister was that do what you can, there should be no power cut. So we kind of entered into a lot of short-term power purchase agreements. We went into the spot exchange for power, and we used to buy daily power depending upon the situation. A stage came when we actually have about 500 of megawatt as standby arrangement to meet any additional requirement, and we are so far last 4 months able to kind of ensure uninterrupted power supply in the state. So if we can tide over in worst of times, and we are going to add another 2000 megawatt this year, which is going to be commissioned, and another 6000 megawatt in next 3 years, power is not going to be an issue. It is not an issue. So land, safety, power, and fourth is ease of doing business. In our policy, I'll show you some slides. There are many slides, but just a couple of them. That what Chief Minister has been very emphatic about is that it should be corruption-free kind of setup. Zero tolerance for corruption at any level. That's why we are saying that the need to go to various levels seeking approvals and permissions is practically done away with. You deposit all the required fee at that one point, you take all the permissions and start the business. So that is absolutely zero tolerance for corruption, and it's self-certification based. So these are some of the things where I really think we have an advantage. We have also seen that some of the industries which were planning to move out or put their additional capacity generation or additional plants somewhere else because of certain perceived apprehensions and difficulties from the state are actually coming back to the state. It's a welcome thing, and various other incentives and refunds like VAT, stamp duty, all those things are in place. In fact, one basic umbrella order is already issued. We have identified about 14 to 16 important sectors, and sector-specific incentives, if required, over and above this GO also, will be issued to those industries. We are in touch with most of them, and the process will continue. Each of these GOs or government orders are not one time. If you actually think that there is something which is missing, needs to be added, needs to be fine-tuned, needs to be removed, it will be done. It's an ongoing process. We also learn as we move along. I guess I have covered most of the point, but I'll quickly, as I said, peaceful, secure, and progressive regulatory environment. We are saying innovate, incubate, and incorporate in Telangana. Minimum inspections, as I was mentioning, that it's now based on self-certification. Maximum facilitations. This is what I was telling. Under new industrial policy, we are having this Telangana State Industrial Project Approval and Self-Certification System, which is called TS-IPAS. This has been approved by the Cabinet. An act has been promulgated, and the scheme formally is going to be launched shortly. Right now, it's kind of under trial run. So all the new projects we are taking up under this. There are core sectors. The list is, it's not, we keep adding, it's not exhaustive. We have life sciences, IT, aviation, aerospace, food processing, automobile transport and auto components, textile and apparel, plastic and polymers, FMCG, engineering and capital goods, gems and jewelry, waste management, solar parks, mineral-based and wood-based industries, and transport. It's not exhaustive. Another addition which is going to happen very soon is this Mobile Manufacturing Association. They have expressed their interest to set up manufacturing units in Telangana. We are working out those details, so I'm hopeful that that also will be worked out. So these are some of the areas, and as and when new opportunities come. This I already mentioned, the kind of refunds which are available under the scheme is stamp duty, land conversion cost, power in some cases we are reimbursing to a certain extent, investment subsidy, VAT reimbursement, seed capital for first generation entrepreneurs, and training and skill development provisions. I'll show the slide on some of these things. I have already mentioned these items. So it is our responsibility, that is Industrial Infrastructure Corporation, to develop all required infrastructure in these parks, and it can be plug and play model. 10% of water of all existing and new irrigation projects is earmarked for industrial and manufacturing purposes. This we have already mentioned, so I need not go. We also have worked out 6 industrial corridors which we are working the detailed project report on each of these, and what can come up: Hyderabad Warangal, Hyderabad Nagpur, Hyderabad Bangalore, and in phase 2 we'll have Hyderabad Mancherial, Nalgonda and Khammam. So this is how it looks. So basically we are working out the DPR for each of these industrial corridors, and we'll be coming out with our policy very soon on these. We have also worked out district-wise what can be the specialization. Again, it's not black and white and hard and fast that only this industry should be set up in that particular district and nowhere else. But each of these have certain advantages because of their raw material availability and geographical factors, and that's how it's been done. So any of these industries, when they come, say for example defense and aerospace, it's in Rangareddy. Khammam will have minerals, granites, paper. So Nalgonda will have cement and pharma and so on and so forth. We already have this pharma city coming up very close to Hyderabad, about 12,000 acres spread over area. We are trying to work out all the logistics. Already a lot of expression of interests have come for pharma city, and I'll shortly going to meet members of pharma community, especially the Manufacturers and Traders Association, to take a further discussion on this and how to kind of fine tune our pharma city. Likewise, Hyderabad Warangal Industrial Corridor, we have already started working on it. Warangal as the textile hub, in fact, IKEA has already come forward regarding the carpet manufacturing in Warangal, so that's being tied up with them. So these were just some of the points which I wanted to discuss with you, and we can take any more questions, etc. on this issue. But assurance from state government side to each of you is that you are very, very welcome. It's a wonderful place to invest. You have safe environment, you have power availability, and there is full cooperation from the state government in terms of setting up logistics, and you will have a pleasant experience. Our idea, especially since the state was formed and which Chief Minister keeps telling, is that we are moving from red tapeism to red carpet. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Arvindji, for your nice presentation and informing the very learned audience about the facilities Telangana government has already providing in terms of land and power and incentives. Sure, incentives will help, but incentives are not the only thing due to which industries get diverted from one place to other place. The main issues are, which you have already explained, is about land bank, which is an advantage for Telangana state, but land at what price, that also matters a great deal, sir. And I'm really hopeful that to invite industries, Telangana government could provide land either on outright sale or on lease basis at a very low prices. And that is what will attract, besides other issues of easing the business. One another point I like to mention, the policy and the framework is in place. This needs to be percolated down to the second, third and fourth level, to the directors, deputy directors, zonal managers levels, to have the mindset change that we need to do these things on a very fast pace. And I'm sure if at your level you will call various meetings with your next level, 2-3 level people periodically and explain these things, I think sure these changes will come. Also, we feel that there should be a forum or a task force kind of a thing where industry, bodies, chambers and associations like ours should be involved in various policy matters so that the inputs are coming right in advance rather than going back and discussing after the policies are formed. Many of these things are already being done by you, sir, but I think we should reinforce this kind of a thing. So thank you very much for your presentation. I will request the two speakers to take about 15 minutes time, and I think after the end of the 3 presentations we will have some 5 or 6 questions. So I like to invite now Mr. Rupendra Rao to make his presentation. Thank you.
Okay, we are the president saying that we can't take more than 15 minutes because the clock says 1 o'clock, lunchtime. It's a wonderful time and most people are waiting. I'm waiting. So therefore, we're going to have 1:30 or 1:45. So you're going to have a late lunch, so relax. I was going for tea before this session, and then I said, somebody said, I knew, you're going away. How can I go away? I am the next victim. I said, and he said, oh, I didn't realize that. I thought we are the victims. So therefore, looks like we are all here victims. Victim the speaker, victim the audience. I don't think we should think like that. Let's think that we are free. And we are free to, at least you are free to walk out anytime when you get bored, okay? Okay, now I'll run through some slides so it's easier to read and maybe we can make out. Okay, what we said was make in India. It's a difficult proposition. The Prime Minister during his address on last Independence Day invited foreign companies to make in India. Foreign companies. He was asking them to manufacture their products in India and take them back to their country and to service the markets all over the world. He wanted that India should emulate China to become a manufacturing hub for the whole world. Now, Prime Minister made the statement. So Prime Minister says something, must be true. Now there's a lot of discussion of make in India or made in India. The Reserve Bank Governor Raghuram Rajan said, let's make in India for Indians, because export markets are a little difficult. So therefore, whether we call it Make in India for Indians or for the outside world, I have no doubt in my mind that the Prime Minister meant that Make in India by foreign companies to service foreign markets. And because since independence, 50, 60 years we all had, but exports by Indian companies are very less. So therefore, whatever reason, many reasons, we have not exported. So the Prime Minister said, छोड़ो, ये हमारी बस की बात नहीं है, let us work on foreigners. Because foreigners have ready markets. All that we have to do is to produce here and supply. And this they have been doing too in China. So therefore he was trying to reproduce China. Now Make in India manufacturing is only 15% of the GDP of India. So it's going to be difficult to make it higher. China is something like 35. So 15 to 25 was announced by the last Prime Minister. National manufacturing investment zones were formed. Nothing happened. Because however much we try, manufacturing in India is pretty antiquated, pretty old. To modern manufacturing means you have to do upgrade, you have to invest, we don't have money. So therefore a lot of automation is there. There are a number of factories all over the world which have very few people. So therefore the world is fast replacing labor by capital, labor by machinery. So therefore we have a difficulty. Second thing is modern machines with a lot of electronics, a lot of sensors, a lot of software like computer-aided manufacturing. We don't have skills. Our workers don't have the necessary skills. So there's a tremendous challenge to upgrade the skills. And China is a very good ecosystem, agglomeration economics, combined size is very big. So therefore it's very, very difficult to do what China has done. So therefore if our goal is to do what China has done, well, we have to think. We have to think a lot and work a lot. And to facilitate this, the Prime Minister said, the Ministry said, multinational companies could have collaboration with Indian companies. Maybe defense products, they have gone up to 49%. So make it easier to foreign companies to come here. But foreign companies are worried about their intellectual property. They are worried that if we come to India, will these be protected? So therefore, our IPR regime has to be strengthened to give confidence to foreign companies to come, that IPR won't be stolen. And if there is a problem, you go to the courts, and courts have to be fast and efficient, which is not today. Okay, multinationals ultimately is business. All of you are business. What you do, you will make in some part of the world if costs are low and labor laws are flexible. Labor laws we have not changed since 1955. Here and there we are changing. The trade unions said don't change. So therefore it's very, very difficult to change labor laws. So I don't know what you are going to do. SEZ, export-oriented zones, some special zones have to be created like China has done for multinationals to produce here. Many of us who are producing here, it's difficult for us to change the labor laws. So labor laws, according to me, are not going to change in a hurry. So multinational companies ultimately must make more profit. Hyderabad, a lot of things on defense production. I think my friend Mr. Satish will talk about defense production, so we'll give it a pass. So what we have realized is that Prime Minister was not talking about made in India. That means all of us, we are making in India. But how much exports are we doing? I myself run a company which has turnover of 1500 crores. Next year we are looking at 2000. But our exports are less than 5%. And next year we are thinking of 8%. I asked somebody 5%. Arun Dukapadi I asked 4%, 6%. So therefore we are not, whatever reason, we are not exporting. So therefore he did not say made in India, he said make in India. Basically he was asking foreigners to come. But we can enlarge the word to participate and see how to make in India and export all over the world. So therefore, we have many reasons. Our products are not the latest, our quality is not the best, and we don't deliver exactly in time because of logistics or various reasons. Poor logistics and antiquated labor laws and a lack of culture of customer service have added to the problem. But if we think of problem, we never find the solution. We ought to always think of the solution, how to solve. That's what we are doing. In spite of all the difficulties and the rules and regulations, we are still succeeding. We are still making money. So therefore, let us look at success stories who have done well in India and gone all over the world. 4 examples of manufacturing companies who have made a grand success of making in India and exporting: Bajaj scooters, Terry towels, Dr. Reddy Labs and Sona Group. 2 are from the north, 1 from the west and 1 from near home, Dr. Reddy Labs. Bajaj Auto has become world-class manufacturer of motorcycles. How? You have to learn from them. Bajaj acquired an Australian company, Latest Designs, and produced motorcycles in India. To quote their management, we did 3 things right: R&D, long-term commitment to the market, willingness to learn. So therefore, number of things Bajaj has done to become a world-class player. We all want to become world-class, but we have to do number of things. Trident Towels, Rajendra Gupta, Ludhiana-based company. Recently, the largest terry towel plant in Madhya Pradesh. It exports towels to 75 countries. And all the leading brands like Ralph Lauren, Calvin Klein and Burlington have made their towels from Trident. So what Rajendra Gupta says is, we are net exporters of cotton, India. If China can buy cotton from us and be a world leader in textiles, why can't India? He's done it. Let's all do it also. Dr. Reddy Labs, a pharmaceutical company based in Hyderabad, exported 85% of its annual sales of $2.2 billion. Fantastic story. DRL become Indian multinational exporting world-class pharma products to America, Europe. To quote Chairman Satish Reddy, export is in our DNA. We supply the most discerning customers globally. The focus of Indian companies should be to produce high-value complex products and to identify, develop alliances. So I was talking to not the chairman, the vice chairman, and he said that pharmaceutical products are very, very stringent. Your quality has to be excellent. No compromise. The trouble is we are all successful by doing compromises. But when it comes to quality, when it comes to supplying to foreign companies, there is no compromise. Okay. Now Sona Group is another wonderful, wonderful group. 16 plants across the globe. And 50% of their revenue exports. And leading supplier of steering systems. Okay. And precision port components. Okay. We should, I've been asked to hurry up. Okay. Okay, now Telangana, see, we were always easy to blame the government. We as businessmen, there's nothing to blame the government. Government is one factor. If you want to do something, no government is going to stop us. We're going to do it. So therefore, we must all realize that it is us, not government. Government of Telangana, as the Secretary has told us, is going to become free. It's going to become hassle-free. It is going to ask you to do what you want. The question is, what can you do? We must all export. All of us can make a little contribution to this Make in India by deciding as we go out of by tomorrow that we'll export little more than what we are doing. Export does wonderful things for us. Export changes your culture, changes your management practices, changes your manufacturing competencies. So a number of things can happen. Okay, now CM has said Bangaru Telangana, Golden Telangana, and there is no point in imagining that Telangana is already industrialized. Outside Hyderabad, nothing is there. And Hyderabad selected fields. Okay, we've got our job is cut out for us, government and industries. We should do it. Okay. Now, number of areas where we can do pharmaceuticals, pharma capital, Hyderabadis, and Secretary has told that pharma city is going to be formed. I think it's a wonderful thing. We must push pharmaceuticals so that Hyderabad is the pharmaceutical capital of India. Defense, I think my colleague Mr. Reddy will speak. Automobile, Zahirabad, yesterday CM has started with Mahindra. Mahindra is the only company in Zahirabad. If Zahirabad is to become a big auto hub, then we must at least one or two auto majors to come and set up shops here. I think the industry secretary has his job cut out to invite at least two majors, either a Tata's or somebody else or a foreign company to set up shop in Zahirabad. Power and fertilizer, okay, we have got coal reserves, we can do something more on I'm not sure about fertilizer because Ramgundam is an old plant and okay, construction, Hyderabad is a big construction base of the whole of India. So therefore we should encourage to become big. Cement plants, a lot of limestone deposits, therefore cement. So we should find out how much more limestone is there and attract more people. Steel plant, the beginning can be made by Khammam, Bayaram mines, and we can start. And textile park, secretary has already told, and we can start with Arangal. There is nothing wrong in dreaming that like Tirupur in Tamil Nadu, which has become the textile base of the whole world, why can't we do it? Telangana aim in the long run should be to become a big industrial base. We will take at least 10 years, not going to be done in a hurry. So initially we should concentrate on pharma, auto, construction, cement and textiles. So I think I have overshotted time. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You have said rightly, for the foreign companies, two important issues, IPR and the labor laws. Very, very important for them to come here and set the business and manufacturing facilities. And of course, for the industrial development scenario in Telangana, there is a tremendous potential and tremendous scope, and the government and industry is working towards that, and we are all looking forward to work because we all are here, and we want the entrepreneurs and industrialists to come from across India and the world to set up shops here. Now I'll request Dr. Satish Reddy to make the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. In fact, about 7-8 months back, we had a similar meet in Novotel at the airport, where the industries, Telangana government and DRDO have participated, and a lot of products were exhibited, a lot of industries have participated in that exhibition, and there were many presentations on various aspects of particularly defense and aerospace products, what are the opportunities coming in the years to come. Particularly if you look at it, the defense industries here, the DRDO and the production agencies what are there in Hyderabad, then various industries located in around Hyderabad, the missile programs as such, which are the dominant portion of it, are rather the most promising sector in the DRDO, have taken a shape somewhere around 85, probably roughly, wherein probably the first missile tested in the 1988 and then Agni later in 1989. So it is about roughly 30 years journey from there, and that is the day when it started in a very primitively and with the industries, our DRDO, and probably there, that day we were working about 10-15 industries in Hyderabad, not more than that. And today, I think you have come to a stage where you can take on now in a big way, both the R&D side and also industry in the role of development and production both. To this extent, I can say that about 3 months back, I have called for a industry partners meet in RCI. The total number of industries who attended for that meet are roughly about 700 industries. And out of that, about 400 industries are manufacturing houses which have attended and participated in that meet. So that is the growth what we had in the last about 30 years in the industry. Industry is able to take on, they are able to produce many of the parts, then many of the subsystems, and many of them have entered into a very critical systems also today. We have industry which is producing composite rocket motors, there is industry which is producing metallic rocket motors, engines industry is able to produce. Then coming to the electronic side, industry is able to produce very critical seekers today. Then they are able to produce even IR seekers, RF seekers. The power supply is completely dependent on the industry today. In the navigation systems, industry is able to produce. And even sensors, of course, today it's public sector which is producing, is able to do. It's only that the integration of the missiles as a whole, industry is not able to take. Again, there are certain policies need to be changed, particularly handling the explosives. That's a bottleneck, wherein the clearances from the government should be obtained for the explosives to be manufactured or explosives to be handled rather. So this is one of the areas, so probably that also will be changing. We had a couple of meetings with the RM Raksha Mantri, and in this direction there are a lot of changes, a lot of policies are going to change. More industry friendly policies are going to come, and many of the things like we had a conference here called FINS, wherein Raksha Mantri himself attended. In fact, he was suggesting there itself, probably you would have heard him, saying that gradually we'll bring in a policy wherein we'll stop imports, take the area by area, and say that we will not be allowing the imports to come in and forcing the country to make those systems. Probably I'm sure missiles is one of the areas which is the first area where such a policy will be coming phase by phase in the next 3 years to 4 years. So if I look at it, these are all the various aspects of the talk, what I want to say here and what is going to be there. May not be next 30 years, probably next about 15 years we can say that. And if you look at it, this is how the weapon development phases in the defense, particularly if you look at it, what's the typical weapon life cycle cost, but about 5% R&D, and then procurement, many of the materials, many of the components what you procure in, and 29% for the production, operation and maintenance and various phases. So these are the concept, technology development, system development, production development, and sustained disposal and aspects what industry is able to participate. Look at when I talked about 30 years back or 25 years back, industry we were going for only component manufacturing. From that stage today, we have industries which are participating in R&D. In fact, research. They are the designers, they are doing the research, they are doing the development, and they are able to give as an end product to us. There are many items which later I can share with you where they are able to do. Then development particularly in the R&D, the D portion of it, there are many industries who are able to take the specifications from us, and they are able to develop and produce the items to them. That is what you call as BTS, build to spec items. There are many industries which have come up. Production and later part of it, that of course there are many people who are able to do that production, that is built to print. In fact, in the 30% offset policy, there are many industries, particularly in Hyderabad, who are doing a lot for the BTP, in the BTP mode, build to print mode, are able to produce many of the items, particularly in the programs like LRSAM and MRSAM, wherein major offset benefits we got. So if you look at it, in the future, there are many programs which government is contemplating, wherein the value of the contracts will be so huge that the offset policy will bring a lot to the country, and there are many which belong to Hyderabad laboratories also, or Hyderabad industries also. If majority of them should get materialized, if they get materialized, let's say if not 150 billion, even 100 billion gets materialized also, look at the 30% offset policy out of this and how much will be produced here in India. So if you look at it, particularly from the business point of view, this is what it is going to be. Look at LRSAM, MRSAM programs, or even the already the negotiation for MRSAM Army is on. That itself is about 15,000 crores project and things like that. And there are many new projects which are coming, which will be able to get lot of products, which I'll be talking about in detail to that. I don't want to dwell upon too much, but just if there are many new people who are there here, there are various sectors wherein you can participate, you can just say. These are the Indian missile scenarios, many new missiles and many old missiles which are there, that's okay. Then talk about the technologies which are there. These are all the various technologies where industry can participate. You talk about navigation systems or control systems, simulation, power supply, whatever it is. I'll be little going into each of them also one slide quickly, and then give you the details of it. So these are the navigation area where we are more like, I can say that probably by next year or next to next year, we won't be importing any navigation systems at all. That is the stage where the armed forces, navy or anything, like to air force, like to make completely here with the industry, whether it is private or public sectors. We like to make everything here, and some of the new sensors, we like to have industry to be participating here and do it. Already efforts are very seriously on in this direction. This of course already, industry is already participating, industry is doing good amount of research and industry is doing well enough. One thing I like to say that with space, the IRNSS 4 satellites are already in place today. It's a navigation solution is possible purely with the Indian satellites alone, with the IRNSS. So we don't have to depend purely on GPS anymore. You have the country's self-reliant IRNS system. So there is a huge market in the commercial sector also, leaving aside defense. In the commercial sector, probably Indian cars, or we can have our own navigation in our cars, or any other system, transport, boats, ships, buses, whatnot, everything. IRNSS will play a major role, so you can have your own solution. And I think this is one area where industry should take a lead for the commercial side more, leaving aside the defense sector and space sector. Embedded systems, industry actually 80% of our embedded systems are produced by the industry even today. And industry even is able to develop, as I said, take the specifications, industry should produce them and is able to do and is able to develop and produce. And some of those other areas where industry has to invest more these are the areas what listed down. VLSI, similarly connected to that, I don't have to develop on much. Then this is one system where control actuation system. Industry is doing, there are about 7 to 8 industries are able to produce. And servo valves, of course, industry is not doing, its investment is too huge, so we have invested and industry is able to produce them using our facilities called GOCO mode, that is government owned, company operated mode. The facility is owned by the government and companies are operating that. This is one area. Similarly, pneumatic actuation system, this is also industry. There are about 3 industries in Hyderabad which are producing this as such today. We are not doing anything in the inside the RCI. Actually, we are designing it and industry is able to produce in Hyderabad all systems. Similarly, electromechanical actuation system, there are about 7 industries in Hyderabad who are able to produce, but we are looking for some of additional facilities like brushless DC motor, magnetic materials and things like that, what industry should come up with more in this area, otherwise they are able to do well in this area. This is an upcoming area where the industries which are already producing or the new industries can look into these type of smart materials and the piezoelectric actuation systems which are required more for the micro air vehicles, UAVs which are going to dominate in the future, working with the MEMS sensors and MEMS materials and things like that. Radome technology, this is an upcoming technology wherein India doesn't have much of an expertise today in the quartz materials, fused silica materials and things like that. Those area is one area where people have to look for, and then machining of such materials, they are very brittle material, how we need to work and things like that. There are only about 2 industries which are working today, still the material being imported, whether you say fused silica or quartz or sapphire materials are still being imported, which we can grow in the country, in the industry. This is one area where people can participate. Radar seekers, there are already about 4 to 5 industries are participating. Some more in industries, there is a good potential in this area where people can work in this area. There are only about 3 to 4 industries are working in this area. But this is one area, till about this year we have been importing, and I can assure that by about 2016 end onwards, no RF seeker will be imported, will be able to produce in the country by 2016 onwards. So there are a lot of potential in this area because there are a number of seekers required for a number of missiles. Similarly, antennas, already about 4 to 5 industries are working here and some more need to work here. We don't import any antennas or anything today. Radio proximity fuse, you know, Akash has got a lot of orders, and then 2 industries are able to produce here. One, of course, public sector and other things. Terahertz technology, which is coming up in the future. This is going to be a futuristic area where people can work on this. IR seekers, there are about 3 industries working, 1 private sector and 2 public sector industries. But this is one area which will again call for large number of systems. My feeling is IIR seekers, in the next 5 years we need about 10,000 seekers. This is one of the areas where some more industries can come up and participate. Probably we will also opening up for this in the next 6 months to 1 year, asking for the industries to come up with their ability to participate in this. We are opening up for the production of IIR seekers. There will be a RFP asking for the people to participate in this year. This of course, these are not much. Power supplies industry is working. Composite materials, there are about 2 industries which are working now, and some more industries need to work in the composite rocket motors and composite materials, because the utility of this material is going up a lot. Rocket motor various materials, maraging steel casings, propellant castings is one area where again we need more industries to participate. Radars, this is one area, let me tell you, if you look at about 4 to 5 years back, many of the radars we have been importing, many of the radar components we have been importing. Today I can say most of them are being done here in the country. Look at TR modules, we are able to do, long range radars we are able to do, or multifunction radars we are able to do here. This is one area where again industry can participate in a bigger way, because even ISRO has developed a couple of radars what are required for them by themselves itself, and we are also able to do. Of course, this is a laboratory from Bangalore, LRD, which is doing this, and a lot of requirement is there in the coming 5 to 10 years of the radar, particularly in the air defense sector and things like that. So as I said, the role of Indian industry in the R&D mode, it's few industries are working in the research, whereas development mode, there are good number of industries have come and participating. Production, of course, there many are there, but then we have to see that whether the industries will stand up to the export potential, the quality, sustained quality products coming up from the industry is one thing. So again, as I said, in the coming 1 to 2 years, you will hear a lot of policy changes and a lot of forthcoming activities from DRDO and defense, wherein identified industries for specific activities. As I said, there are many parts, particularly in the aeronautics sector, are being imported today, which we like to get it manufactured in the country. Look at the potential of the industries, which industry, what potential they have, what capacity they have, and how they can participate, and how we can work with them together and make all of them happen here in India. All the other models, GOKA model and all that I said about the servo valve facility in the other areas. These are all some of those things which we can in detail discuss separately. Many of the technologies. Actually, what we are thinking is, we don't want to, till now we have been doing some limited production within ourselves. We don't want to do that at all. And in development, also we want to reduce our development to less than about 20 to 30% of what we are doing today. We want industry to develop that. And even possible, some of the research also to offload to the industry if they are able to come up. Like I said, some of the areas industry is doing the research is able to come out. Leaving at that, development and production, this industry we want to take up more. We want to concentrate on the futuristic research. This is the mode of operation what we are working on, and that is what we want industry to participate, and you will be seeing many more things coming up in the next 1 to 2 years. So look at the laboratories and facilities in Telangana today. We have so many laboratories which are there located here in around Hyderabad, right from DMRL to GATEC. In fact, some of the small units we have not mentioned. There are many quality assurance agencies and LSEC and other things. Then public sector units, you have a lot of test facilities. There is one more, that Project Orange, one new facility which is going to come up probably next 3 to 4 months. That Project Orange also will be getting inaugurated here, which becomes one of the open range test facility. You can measure the RCS of aircraft, helicopters and things like the big systems you will be able to do it. So there are many areas, in fact that is not correct, which is next 30 years. Most of them are within the next 10 years itself. Many of them are less than 10 years, which need to be produced in the country. Already research is on, the development activities, some of those areas are also on. So they should be getting ready for the production in the next 5 to 10 years. Leaving aside some of the very futuristic areas which go to about 20 years or so, as I said, whether it's the missiles or you have in the electronics area, as I said, IAR seekers, or materials area, aeronautics area, which I have talked about it in the previous slide also, it is there, many of the UAVs or micro UAVs, armament, life sciences and other areas. There are going to be many areas which are required for the next 5 to 10 years. So as I said, in the end, when I say, I am very sure in the next 2 to 3 years itself, the small missiles like anti-tank missiles requirement, the type of research which is going on, developmental activities are going on. The production phase, they will come in the next 2 years itself, probably about anything between 5 to 10,000 quantity of missiles need to be produced for the anti-tank missiles alone. You must be seeing in the papers today, the Astra missile, which is almost on the verge of completion of its successful trials. By probably next year, the production order starts. The orders for the Astra missile will be at least 5 to 10,000 missiles will be there. Then many of the smart bombs are being produced. They also, the numbers will be about 5 to 10,000 bombs. So that's how actually the Raksha Mantri has said that coming 2 to 3 years, we'll slowly cut off the imports in this particular area and we should be able to produce all of them. And I think the starting area will be the missiles area, wherein they will say slowly, don't buy any anti-tank missile. And after Astra, they will say, don't buy any air-to-air missile. And later, air-to-surface or surface-to-air missiles will not be buying. And that is going to be the scenario. I said, similarly, some of the contracts which we are going to sign with some of those major industries outside, like MRSAM, the offset related 30%, I have indicated the figures, that is also going to be huge in number. But I don't know how much industry will gain in the offset. I am not very sure, except that they get the quantum and they will be able to do it. Whether technology they will be able to get, I am not very sure. Till now what has happened, it has not indicated much benefit to the technology side. It is only that you are able to produce in volume as per the requirement. Probably you will get the benefit of supplying to the international sector and quality requirements meeting and some of the processes what industry need to do for international collaborations and international supplies. To that extent benefits we will be getting, but whatever it is, benefits are benefits. When I say 15,000 crores one project, you sign it, 30% becomes about 5,000 crores that is going to be coming here. So this is what is the future. As I said, about 25 to 30 years, the journey has brought us to a stage today, wherein in the coming 5 years to 10 years, we should be able to do most of them in India itself, leaving aside the silicon foundry or electronic components and other areas which call for major investments. In fact, some of the industries, some more facilities are also coming. Telangana government was very kind enough to give us the clearances for a land in just about 1 week. Just in 1 week, we went with a proposal saying that engine test facility, we want about 115 acres. The Honorable Chief Minister called for a meeting within 3 hours of we going there. And then by evening, he has requested all the officials that you please give the clearances in 5 days. And I think we got the clearances 7 days. You know, the very good things from the government of Telangana. So some more facilities also. In fact, Honorable Chief Minister said, I am keeping 500 acres aside for DRDO. Whichever new project or new facility comes up, please set up in the state of Telangana. That is what he has assured us. I think whichever the new facility which will emerge, we will try to put it in the state of Telangana. That's what we will say. And a lot of opportunities, as I said once again. Thank you.
Wonderful presentation by Dr. Satish. And what a great gesture by the government of Telangana, assuring of more than 500 acres for future development. Dr. Satish has enumerated and highlighted the possibilities of research, development and production for industry. And he has very clearly shown that there is a tremendous scope in various areas. I think this is a wonderful thing, and industry should take note of that and come forward. Although it may not be a very quick returns kind of a thing, I believe we should bear it for probably a long-term kind of a situation when we enter in this defense development and production thing. But I think there is a tremendous scope to be in this particular area, which is located right in our city in Telangana. Now, because of the time, I request that we will have no questions right now. Those who want and really interested in research, development and production as far as the defense area is concerned, they are most welcome to meet Dr. Satish Reddy and his team, and he will be more than happy to welcome all of us there. I am sure some of you will have questions from our Honorable Secretary, Government of Telangana, Industry and Energy, but I will request you to kindly keep your questions, and we are going to call a special meeting with the industry, which Secretary Garu has already agreed, and that will be the right, I think, forum and time to raise and thresh out all those issues which industry has. So, thank you very much, sir, and I request the honorable speakers and to please stay on the stage for about 8 minutes. We have a fantastic presentation by Pokarna Group. They have a beautiful factory, world-class facility, and they export. We are talking of export, and they export their entire production. So a small presentation by them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We also have Miss Apurva Pokarna, and I would request her to come on the stage. And I would also request Mr. Ashok Kedia to present the bouquet to her, which will be followed by the presentation. Can I have a round of applause for Miss Apurva Pokarna from Pokarna Engineered Stone Limited? We will now have the presentation from the Pokarna Engineered Stone Limited.
Most nowadays go back years, others go back decades. Ours is a company state-of-the-art manufacturing complexes that incorporate up-to-the-minute technology from the world's finest. Names like Greco, Pedrini, and Giorgini Marchi, to name just a few. They are to granite engineering what Versace and Armani are to the world of fashion.
When we entered the granite business, we decided that we will focus on quality and build a institution based on quality formulation. From my travels in factories, I came to Italy to get the best technology available in this world for processing industry as well as for agriculture. Everyone has patents to most of the inventions in this industry, and that's the reason we try to focus on buying the machines.
Recon and Mr. Naim, really each one match the other in the perfect way. I mean, we have the same philosophy. And every time we talk with Mr. Naim, he's stressing about improvement in quality, improvement in performance, in everything. And for us, for sure, it's a showroom of our machine. We make reference to this unit also when we talk to other customers from other countries.
Our manufacturing processes and our unrelenting quality control ensure that you get precisely the product you want, with perfectly calibrated size and finish, and delivered to your destination with precision to match. Over 60 scintillating varieties, polished, framed, brush hammered, sandblasted, cut, shaped, processed, and polished with tender loving care. Our drums and music continue to inspire us with their rhythm and mystique, poems of love, prayers of divine reverence, magical, hypnotic, and filled with mystique. Take yet another deep breath and step into our factory for quantum. Our engineered stone, a showcase for engineering and manufacturing excellence at its highest. Bar none, if you may say so. At the heart of Quantum is our unmatched experience with natural granite, our command over engineering and production processes, our track record of quality and delivery. And then there is Greco of Italy, whose pioneering technology, protected by a slew of zealously protected patents worldwide, powered the product we make. O'Connor and Greco, two companies that share the same values, the same passion for excellence, in powerful synergy, working for you. Is engineered stone, created entirely by technology and brilliantly engineered, using the finest natural raw materials known to man. Quartz. Natural quartz. It is tough, hygienic, and stain resistant beyond compare. And unmatched in versatility and repeatability, with colors and textures that can be created, customized, and even patented for you. A range that is limited only by the imagination.
experience gave us a lot of benefit compared to others because of coming from a background of granite as well as from fashion industry. This is a unique combination you won't find anywhere else.
Among the many brands in ports, Planta is one of the best quality brands. If you go around the 11 states, the United States, Russia, and New Zealand, you find these sorts of faces.
Has made brains like no other brand of engineered stone, featuring in the most central stores of international not engineering limitations. Because the word compromise does not exist in our lexicon. Because we are rock solid, yet agile, flexible, responsive. Because we believe in relationships that endure. Because we believe in people and in giving back to the environment. That indeed is our commitment to you. A commitment that is written in stone.
Well, now that was a wonderful presentation and a great seminar. I would once again thank you all for the wonderful seminar, and now I would request Mr. Shiv Kumar Gupta to present a memento to Sri Arvind Kumar. And for the wonderful presentation we got from Sri Arvind Kumar, can I have a very big round of applause, everyone? Thank you. Now I would request Mr. N. Prabhakar Rao to come onto the stage and give the memento to Sri Rupendra Rao. Thank you, sir. Now I would request Mr. Ravi Kumar to come onto the stage and present the memento to Dr. G. Satish Reddy. Yes, you are free to give a round of applause, everyone. I don't see people at the back clapping. Come on, everyone. I'm sure everyone enjoyed the presentation. Alright, so moving on, I would now request Mr. Prakash Garg to come onto the stage and present the memento to Ms. Apurva Pokarna. Thank you, sir. Alright, now the moment has arrived for which all of you have been waiting, as Sir mentioned in the beginning. Yes, it's the lunch break now, and we shall see you all in half an hour over here. Thank you so much.
request all the delegates to come back into the conference hall and please be seated. We are once again, I appeal to the delegates to come back quickly into the conference room. We are going to start the session. Please come back quickly, otherwise we will be missing out on a very important presentation by Dr. Jamadagni. He has to leave by 3:15.
Gentlemen, you are requested to come into the hall and take your seats, please. Many of the speakers have to leave, they have to catch their flight. Sanyasrao garu koncham cheppandi. We are going to start the section. I request all the participants to come and sit in the hall. All the participants are requested to come and sit in the hall, please.
The next session will be now on MSMEs and global competitiveness. We are going to deliberate upon the various issues of the competitiveness of MSMEs and how they could improve their efficiency and productivity and become truly global in their production and sales. So for this session, I request Dr. Ajit Rangnekar, Dean ISB, to come onto the stage and chair the session. Welcome you, sir. I request Dr. Jamadagni Garu, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, Senior Professor, and he has been doing a project on the MSMEs indigenization opportunities for the central government. And I welcome you, sir. I request Dr. Tamal Sarkar, Director, Foundation for MSME Clusters, New Delhi, to come onto the stage. Welcome, sir. Sir, because we are running out of time and it is very important to listen to them for us, so I am skipping all the formalities now and I am requesting the Dean ISB, Dr. Rajit Rangnekar, to start the session.
Thank you and good afternoon. One thing we promise you is that this session will end at 3:50 because both Professor Jamdagni and I have a 5 o'clock flight to catch, so we are going to run from here. All right? So we'll keep it brief. Gentlemen, welcome. I'm not going to spend any time on introducing. I'm sure that their profiles are with you and you know, or you should know, these two gentlemen. I'm only going to put very quickly my comments in perspective. And, like Professor Jamdagni, those of us who come from the academic world like to take a somewhat provocative stand. So I'm going to start by being a little provocative. And the point I would like to make is that the biggest challenge for the SME sector is actually your mindset. It's nothing outside. So let me ask you a simple question, and I don't want an answer, but I want you to think about this. How many of you genuinely believe in your hearts that you are capable and ready to compete with anybody, anywhere in the world, without subsidies, without support, without, this help, without that help, without something? That's number one. Number two, how many of us compete on quality, saying we are the best? Number three, how many of us have sent our people for serious training? How many of us believe that we actually know what is the latest that is happening in our own sector? And I'd like to make one small distinction here. There are many who have joined the newer sectors. And I think, and there, especially in e-commerce and in anything electronic, there is some thing. But in more traditional sectors, how many of us are there? And how many of us believe that we can actually market ourselves anywhere in the world based on our quality and our capability? And I think that those to me are the real challenges that we have to overcome. Yes, there are other challenges too. Financing is a big problem. Funding is a big problem. I'm glad that some of the work that we did at ISB's Center for Analytical Finance by Professor Day has now been introduced in this year's budget, where they talk about securitization of SME debt. And I think that's a huge step forward. But we have to look at newer ways in which we can get funding. Power happens to be a perennial problem for all of us. How do we overcome that? Corruption is a perennial challenge, and how do we overcome that? And I think it's going to be. But while we do look at all of those, how can we all work together? How can the technology sector especially, the social, mobile, analytics, cloud, and all those people, how can they be of help to the manufacturing sector? I think there is also a tremendous opportunity for all of us to work together and to help each other. And finally, I'll just end up by saying one thing. It's my firm belief that if you can produce today a world-class product at 5% of its global price. Not at a 5% discount, at a 95% discount, at a 5% of its global. Then you have unlimited market. That is your real challenge. Right? I'm going to hand over to Professor Jamdagni and afterwards to Dr. Tamal Sarkar, who has done a lot of work on clusters. So over to you, Professor Jamdagni.
Thank you. So as promised, we will close this session by 3:15. Can I have the presentation, please? Okay. I was given this topic to talk about indigenization and opportunities for MSME. And so some thoughts on this is what I'm going to present. Okay, I just want to take a couple of examples and take you through this and see what is this animal called indigenization and where are we? You recognize this? 10, 15 minutes. For your indication, I have put the number of slides out of number of slides, but I won't have to cover all the 28. You recognize this? This is not an ambassador. It's the original car from which the ambassador was produced. And this is the Oxford car. So India does know about indigenization. And we took that car and we took this and made this. You have seen this? The MiG-21, some call it the flying coffin, and with reasons. We have lost many valuable lives in this MiG-21. See this MiG-21 in India. So India does know about indigenization. It's not anything really very new. It has gone a long time back. But then, what does this indigenization so-called involve? Number one, typically you'll have to purchase the original. We had got number of these cars, not as parts, but the total cars, etc. And then with a contract to locally manufacture sometimes, and with a contract to transfer technology. Usually it comes with this tag. Then replace parts by local parts, this is what happens. And then test and qualify, hopefully, and then produce. And these are 4 steps, and I'm always reminded of that great game where child says something in the ear of the brother, and that child goes to somebody else and repeats that, and by the time it goes to the other end, the whole message is completely changed. In the process, these 4, that is what would have happened. We started with a very nice machine, and then we end up with a flying coffin. So this is what typically is happening. Now, what came with indigenization? This is what it is. Again, I go back to that picture and see what this is. There is a 30-year gap in the product that we indigenize. And by 1986, most of the cars of this genera here, of this kind, they were practically kind of relics in the original country. And you might remember that in the late 90s, there was suddenly one small spike where we started sending out ambassadors because people wanted to have a kind of a relic car at a very low cost. So that is the kind of indigenization that happened. Same story with this one. This is a 1956 design, and we were still using it in 1996, a 40-year gap. And a 40-year gap in a technology is something really absolutely unacceptable. So then, what is better to do with indigenization? Number one, it should be a current product line, otherwise it is not worth indigenizing. If we are doing anything, I think and today, with the time that a technology occupies, being so small, that by the time we try to indigenize something and the technology has become obsolete, there is no point in indigenization. So as we go forward, with the rapid change in technology, I think the term indigenization will probably become obsolete. Because it is not possible to take some product and quickly make it here, so-called indigenize, change all the labels from English to Hindi or Telugu. That's not going to happen. And by then the technology changes. Then we have to adapt a global product to local conditions. And some people said Ambassador did this efficiently, but it didn't happen with MiG-21. And it didn't happen with many other products. Replace parts, that's what it is. And then replicate quality standards to the original. In the morning also I was very happy to see many industrialists talking about quality. I think we missed this bus completely in our previous indigenization stages. Those of you won't, some of the young people here may not even know that there was a car called Ambassador. And those who won't, even if you are not a mechanic, by the time you are done with it for 6 months, you know every part in the car, either by its existence or its non-existence. And the usual saying about that car was that except the horn, all parts make sound. So that was the kind of thing that happened. And I think we should be, that was because this bullet, that quality standards was never sort of met. And then improve upon the original technology and export the product made locally. These are the things that we need to do when we go forward. But as I mentioned earlier, hopefully indigenization becomes an obsolete word and we start actually making them here. In that context, make in India will mean invent in India and then make in India and then manufacture in India and export. Indigenization is, in my opinion, a passing phase, and I hope we don't have to see this too much. Now, what can be indigenized? Almost anything. There is a tiny company in Pune. I don't know the name of the company, but the gentleman who runs it is one, Kulkarni. He takes any part of an air conditioner and indigenizes. It's an amazing company, but then he does harder R&D than some of the big AC manufacturers, because he has now mastered the art of doing little parts so well. So almost anything can be indigenized. And the caution we have to exercise is large systems need considerable time to indigenize due to system complexity, and therefore smaller systems, subsystems, parts are easier to stack. Like, I'm from electronics and communication systems, so electronic system with associated software is a very easy thing to indigenize these days. Systems and parts with known materials are also easy to indigenize. So I will now switch gears and just give an example of what is happening. You can see that I am not a great enthusiast of indigenization. I went through that part quickly, also because indigenization hopefully is an obsolete term and becoming obsolete, and we will switch to innovation and invention rather than indigenization as we go forward. So even if I look at a product abroad, I think we should be able to create a similar product even without so-called indigenizing. We should be able to invent it again. Now, why I present this example, you heard this. Students that someday even if I have a pacemaker, it may be available on the web to be manipulated for good or bad. But it may be, so we are moving towards a world where things are going to be really on the internet. And the forecasts are such that there are going to be, this is an important forecast. This one. These Ericsson people figure out that there will be about 50 billion devices to be connected by 2020. It looks like we are going to exceed this number. So when we mean these devices, it can be cell phones, it can be many other kind of devices. I'll give a couple of examples as we go forward. And everyone is predicting a large amount of business in this, from business point of view as well as applicability. And one research report forecasts about 4.5 trillion spending in 2020. So it's a huge opportunity. And here is a area where indigenization starts by invention. It doesn't start by just copying somebody from abroad, and I think we shouldn't miss out this opportunity. And Internet of Things will impact every single industry and become a part of our consumer and employee lives in future. This is what everybody has been saying. And there are other related terms like M2M, that is machine to machine, for instance, and then peer to peer. P2P is another term. And then Web of Things, ubiquitous computing. There are many terms, but it is a thing which has come to stay. So the examples are fleet management systems, safety and security devices, networking devices, end user products, and so on. And if you go on websites of people like Intel, they will show you some exotic examples. I mean, there is even a video where a nice, personable young lady goes into a shopping and then gets a totally new shopping experience, as if all shopping experience is not all that exotic. So you get really great different kind of things, that it penetrates every part of the world. So what is needed is, therefore, we need to choose the technology carefully. So I strongly recommend that one of the technologies is the IoT. Then we have to develop this technology. Even if it is indigenized from what we get from outside, we need to master this technology. Then we have to develop strong human resources in this core technology. Just now, our chairman of the session mentioned that, are you willing to train people? So we need to do that. Then we have to do this lab-to-land transition mechanism. It's a term used mostly in India. What we have done is all the universities who have worked in these kind of areas, they never transited it to something really useful. We typically blame the industry, saying that they are useless, they don't know our technology. And industries, not in front of us, but behind us, they say, what are these guys doing, all useless things. So I think that bridge should, that should change. And we should start transiting from our labs to applications in the land. And simultaneously preparing for manufacturing, because this is something which most of the Western countries are very good. You have a little product, I don't know if you know this watch, this Pebble. It was invented by a few small group of 3 or 4 people, and within 3 months or 6 months, they started manufacturing it. Then obviously the first batch, the second batch, the third batch, they were not as good, but by the time they mastered and came really into market in numbers, they were the leaders in the product group. They were ready to be acquired by other companies. So I think that we should do. And then application development, a lot of it will do. I mean, just this watch is useless. It is like any other watch. What makes it distinct is enormous number of applications it runs. It is now telling me how many calories I am dissipating. So when I walk, it tells me how many steps I took. It works on this IoT partly, and there are a lot of details available about this. So what we can offer from IISc under this project is we can actually do all this awareness workshop, training specific areas, then consultancy projects, product and area development. We can't create markets for you. That's your industry's job. We cannot prepare business plans. We have others like ISD here for doing that. We cannot do too much of pilot production. We can't solve your competition problems, and we can't source equipment and components for you, and we can't recruit people for you, and we cannot do large-scale funding. But other things, I have said what we can do, so kindly get back to us and then talk to us for anything that you want to do. Sorry for this rapid run through this talk, and while I am going to airport, if there are questions, I'll answer you. Thank you.
Thank you. No, I tried that switch. Thank you, Professor Jamdagni, and thank you for both things. One for making it so interesting, but second also for sticking to the time. You know, having a scheduled bus or a train is always, flight is always a good opportunity. While Professor Jamdagni talked a great deal about systems, I think the same things are equally applicable. These are equally applicable in manufacturing. And one big potential area for all of you to seriously look at is defense production and defense production related work. Because there is certainly a much stronger move towards indigenization of defense production. We have for last 4 years with the College of Defense Management here in Secunderabad been doing Swavalamban, which is really indigenization of defense. And I would urge those of you who are in the engineering space to look at exactly these same principles that Professor Jamdagni talked about. Okay? And lastly, if I can also use 30 seconds of commercial, what Professor Jamdagni said you cannot do, yes, we will do. In fact, we have just launched a part-time program on manufacturing excellence, primarily focused at SME. I will make sure that I send those details to Rungta, and you can please share it with others. And now, Dr. Sarkar is one of the foremost exponents and experts on clustering. And I'd invite him to give his talk and especially how clustering works for manufacturing. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here to share with you some thoughts on various issues which have been discussed in the morning of competitiveness. So I will just share with you one strategy for promoting competitiveness. There are various strategies for promoting competitiveness, global competitiveness, which is the goal. So one of these strategies is what I will be dealing upon. So I will skip this slide. We are speaking about clusters, and as you may be aware, that a cluster is a geographic concentration of enterprises, mainly micro, small, and medium enterprises in a place. And India, I can call it as the land of clusters, because I have seen so many countries, and this speaks for it that there are so many, maybe 45,000, and the number counting increases every day. If you look at the major sectors of which India is involved, and especially the MSMEs are involved, as per the fourth census, these are some of the major sectors: food products and beverages, textiles, apparels, metals, chemicals, etc. and etc. And if you just see the next slide, it shows that these are the number of clusters that are present in various parts of India and having a number of farms. And just for your information, as you may be aware, that there are around, as per the fourth census, which came back long back, around 2006-2007, there are approximately 30 million MSMEs. The MSME Ministry's annual report now speaks of around 50 million. And out of these 50 million MSMEs, it is estimated that 70% of them are situated in clusters. So it is a lot of strong sense of working the cluster route for the promotion of MSMEs. We recently organized a survey of 35 important clusters all over India and asked them that what are the major impediments of these clusters. And these are some of the things which came up. One of the things which was very important is technology. So available of appropriate technology, or available of useful technology, available of competitive technology, and the situation has become a little grimmer ever since there was a thing called, when the vanishing labor problem of the Indian scenario because of various programs, and then it basically came down to how to replace the labor with technology. So technology became a very important thing, followed by market, pollution, infrastructure. These are some of the major areas, but these problems are not universal. And when we look at industrial clusters, micro enterprise clusters, and services clusters, the problems vary a little bit. For example, in industrial clusters, we have technology is an issue, pollution and closure is a major issue, availability of adequate power supply, and working condition. If you look at the micro enterprise cluster, here also technology and infrastructure and lack of service providers is a major issue. So the MSMEs do not get service providers who are affordable and as well as dependable at a reasonable cost. So that's another problem which came out. So for services clusters were concerned, the issues were very different, and they were registration problems. There were problems of financing. No bank is willing to give loan easily to a services organization because of lack of collaterals. That was a major issue. Skill and infrastructure. So these were some of the issues, and in services clusters we mainly covered IT and tourism. Based on these things, I have three suggestions. One is the technology model. How can we handle the technology issue? This is my suggestion. If you look at India, there are so many 5,000 clusters, but in every state there are certain champion clusters. If you look at Hyderabad, it's known for pharmaceuticals. It's known for, somebody said today that Warangal is known for textiles. I'm not very much aware about it, if I may be wrong. Gem and jewelry, and all these types of things. So one of the strategies of developing the state industrial portfolio is that to identify these champion clusters and to start working with them. Because technology actually flows from the champion clusters to the follower clusters. So this is an all India scenario, and how do you make these technologies fly? If you look globally, the technologies, if you want to be globally competitive, you have to be at par with the global technology. So compared to any cluster in India, there are global clusters which are far, far ahead. So some of the experience, I have written some of them. For example, tiles in Italy, in Sassuolo, or say furniture in Udine, which makes only chair, or ski boots. These are the cheese or glass, or this Silicon Valley, then ceramic stain. These are the clusters which are the champion clusters of the art. So it is very important that we twin with these clusters. So my suggestion is that if we want to follow a technology model, then we have to follow this route. We have to start with a lead cluster. We cannot throw away our resources thinly to every place. We have as a nation or even as a state, we need to have a strategy. And the strategy is that we identify the place where it is best to invest, which gives the highest returns. And from there, the knowledge percolates to the other places. We link with the global practices and we twin with these clusters. Means we get technology from them, we get investment from them, outsourcing, which is the Make in India, the Make in India campaign, and R&D at the last stage. That's the highest form of cooperation that one can have. And then the follower clusters join up in that spree. They learn from this thing, and the cost of dissemination becomes minimal. So we can have a very good program if we focus. Focusing is a very key issue. On the financing thing, the financing model, you see, we are working with MSMEs, and every year when we see the reports of the banks, they say the priority sector lending has been more than achieved, and etc., etc. But the major issue is that there is hardly any bank which is willing to give loans which are worth rupees 10 lakhs to rupees 15 lakhs. Now, if you look at the micro enterprises, which consists of 99% of the 50 million MSMEs which we have, they are actually in this, many of them are looking for this range of financing which does not exist. I strongly suggest that this type of financing should be done. Then there should be financing and registration model of services enterprises. We need to have financial product for services enterprises. How will a startup get finance? There is no way that the startup, excepting for parents or maybe some good Samaritans walking out, there is no system. So that's why we do not get these people come up. We need spread rather than depth in coverage. When we say that the priority sector lending has been achieved, we mean the depth is achieved. We have got the figures. But most of the times, if you look, the banks finance the same person 5 times. Or maybe, there are some old customers, they will force finance them. But what about the spread? How many units have been financed? I think this is the question which is to be asked. If that is asked, I think that we can get something. Scheme linkage with professional support. Human body has 206 bones, I am told, and we have recently identified 206 schemes which are there in the central government in different ministries. Please visit our website. It's available there for free for downloading. How do the MSMEs come to know about the schemes? Can we get this? I will request you to please download, translate, and distribute these things to all the MSMEs. And then there is a value chain linkage model. This is also a very important model. If the growth has to come, then market has to lead. Without a market, there is no growth. I mean, we can have the best of technologies, as the professor was mentioning, but the market has to come. Now, where will the market come from? The market cannot come from institutions. The market has to come from other industries. So this value chain linked growth is very important. Why we have only 99% micro enterprises? Why our small and medium enterprises are so less? And that's one of the reasons that despite having a huge MSME sector, the growth rate is not so robust. We are still at 10%. How do you go to 25%? I think there is need for tax incentives to be given to small and medium farms who are willing to pull the value chain. So this is a suggestion which I leave with you. And we also take low cost financing. The low cost financing means the associations have to take a loan. BMO means the business member organizations, which includes the industry associations. There are several models which have now come up. One more good model is in the Faridabad Small Industries Association. They have taken the lead with SIDBI and created a fund, and they give the loans to the members with guarantees by the association because they know which member is going to pay. Now, this is some sort of a thing which banks cannot do because it's a high cost thing. But these are some innovative models which needs to be popularized. On the pollution, I have a suggestion is that, pollution, no industry will pick up a pollution thing just for the sake of reducing pollution. I mean, let's call spade a spade. It will definitely take it up if there is a business reason for that. So we have to match these two. We have to make an A intersection B. A is business, B is pollution. And then from there, if you get the test of reducing pollution and getting business, there are certain long-run investments and there are certain short-term investments. We need to break up this investment modules into high returns or quick returns to low returns or long-term returns. This will make a path which will make it much easier for the industry to move into the area of pollution. Reduction of pollution does not only mean certification. There are national voluntary guidelines which have come up, and that also can be picked up without any cost, and pollution can be reduced. It can be a first step. There are various other methods like the GRI, Global Reporting Initiatives. They are also can be done. And then what is also needed is to provide tested solution. Most of the time, MSMEs have been asked to put their own technology, which will be certified by the Pollution Control Board. And once it is done, they are never sure that whether it will work or whether it will not work. There have been cases where it has been turned down. Now, MSMEs cannot really invest in a technology only to come to know at a point of time that it will not be happen. So why doesn't the Pollution Control Board says that these are the technologies, these are the machineries, these are the certified organizations in industries which will do it. And that makes life quite simpler. We have to be strict with the rules at the origin. When we take up a problem, when it has gone, when the disease is beyond repair. And that's the time when we take a tough solution. Tirupur, the best exporting city of India, is gone through such a tough situation with dying because of the zero liquid discharge problem. Now, if this problem, why can't we understand these problems at the very beginning? We have to be looking at this thing. We have to be consistent also with these problems. And also, I think there is no need for support rather than controlling. Controlling is of course an issue, but support is a major issue which we need to look into. I only would like to close by saying that there is a big role which the industry organizations can play. The Federation of Telangana, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana Chamber of Commerce Industries, there are various micro associations which are also present over there. There is need for trained cluster level agents, and there is need to promote service providers who are affordable and who are reasonable if we really want to help the MSMEs. Thank you very much.
I think what we tried to offer, if I can actually sum up, you should always give speakers less time than you normally do, because then we are at our most productive. So I must really thank both Professor Jamdagni and Dr. Sarkar for bringing out the essence in as brief a period as we did. I think what we are saying, and we are all saying this in different ways, you can no longer have SMEs which are poor quality, which are day before yesterday's technology, which are poorly skilled. You simply cannot work that way. What you have to be is to be the best. And for that, there are a number of things in which you have to make investments. You have to make investment in your own technology. You have to make investment in your own people. You have to make investment even in systems, which is not directly technology. And how we make those in the most cost-effective way and how we find ways, newer ways of financing and funding is going to be one of our challenges. Frankly, marketing is not a challenge. Frankly, business part of it is not a challenge. We are at an opportunity where if we believe that we can really do things of a high quality. By the way, one thing which I'm surprised that none of us made a mention. Let's be very, very honest. In this country, how many MSMEs are known for their high quality of governance? No, governance, we have to, unless we ourselves, and this is where people like the Federation of Telangana and AP comes into play. How can we improve the quality so that we are seen as these are good people to deal with? These are trustworthy people to deal with. Trust and capability are going to be the two mantras. My best wishes to all of you. Thank you so much. I'll take your thanks for granted. Please, otherwise I'm going to lose my flight. Thank you.
Our Vice President, Sri Ravindra Modi, will hand over a moment to Sri Anjit Chandra.
Can I have a very big round of applause? Thank you. All right. Now, Mr. Ravindra ji, please present the bouquet to Dr. Tamil Sarkar. The memento to Mr. Tamil Sarkar. Now, I would request Mr. Arun Kumar Bukipati, the President, to please take over. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Oh, I'm surprised that you are all awake. Okay, sorry. See, if you look at the program, there is a program on rural development for Making India. Most of us think that Make in India is done only in urban areas. As most of the population live in rural areas, unless you do something about elimination of rural poverty, improving the education standard, improving the nutritional values, the likely chance that you will never make in India. So in this connection, we conceptualized a disruptive session. A disruptive session is one which is deviates from the main theme of the program. So we thought that this disruptive session will also be a little diversion from the monotony of a single theme. So in this connection, we requested Rural Development Foundation, it is known as RDF. I am not a very active member, but I am associated with this RDF. What is the speciality of this RDF? The Rural Development Foundation. It is a NGO organization, not for profit, and their focus is on picking up the rural children, giving them a quality education, give them amount of nutrition required on daily basis, encourage them in various arts, skills and other areas, and make them a model citizens of the country. So in this connection, we have chosen this particular theme. It is not a very long presentation, it's hardly about 10 minutes. And I request Ms. Subhashini, she is an educationalist and head operations of RDF, and she takes care of training, cultural development, planning and skill development, and career orientation for the students. I think it's a big responsibility on her, and I heard that she takes care of a very excellent manner, and she manages almost, I don't know, there's a list, almost, she will explain more about it, how many students they have, and I'm sure this will be very interesting for the audiences as a little deviation, and also understanding the need to concentrate on rural areas if you want to make in India a success. Thank you. Welcome, Suhasini, please.
Thank you, sir, for introducing me. Namaste andi meeku andarki. This is our unique way of wishing in our schools, RDF schools, which you may not be finding in many schools nowadays. Ma schools lo anta namaste toti they welcome people, and I'm head operations for Rural Development Foundation. It's a NGO, like sir introduced already, not for profit organization, started by a family to allow rural people to come into their big palace-like home, and they want to give back. It's a Doralu, they say. It's a big family where they went around world and they have given access to the villagers into the house, and they have started providing them quality education for free of cost. It's about Rural Development Foundation. RDF was set up in around 1996 with 80 students in one school. Over a period of time, it has spread to 4 villages, 4 schools and a junior college. It is in Warangal district and Medak district. And around 1700 students are studying in this school, whereas 140 locally sourced teachers are taken, and they get lot of training to give those quality education to the rural children. They are underprivileged children and economically very background kind of Lambada Tandas, SC people, and RDF schools are situated in the villages which are called as Kallada, Rolakal, Reglavada village and Warangal district, and Martinla village in Medak district. That kind of training they get with well-established computer labs. Then we have lot of education partners. Wherever we find that we can build the quality of these rural kids, we approach them and we try to find sponsors, and we provide that quality of education to these rural kids. It is Grow by Reading is established by IITians in Bangalore, and we have taken their services for improving reading skills among rural kids. It's a reading enhancement program. Then Magic Bus, maybe many of you heard about that. They spread concepts, and through socializing people into rural kids into urban, and also the subject concepts they give through sports. It's in field, they learn by doing. And then Butterfly Fields, it's also IITians established organization. They teach maths and science concepts through playway method. So these kind of trainings we give to teachers and also at the same time to the kids. CFBT Science Kids, Khan Academy is one of the very well established lab in our RDF schools. In this, teachers as well as students, they use digital resources, which is not at all accessible to even city corporate schools that is there in these schools. It was sponsored by Value Labs, one of the corporates. Then now RDF schools for the past 1 year are going through a assessment kind of latest kind of this that is called as a continuous comprehensive evaluation. A child is evaluated on daily task basis, and continuous evaluation happens. It's not that one-time examination they write and they get evaluated. It is Silver Oaks is a corporate school in city, and there is a Global Edge school. We tie up with some of the corporate schools to have our children exposed to the urban school living style and education type, and even we invite urban schools to our schools where they get exposed to rural lifestyle and rural kind of education. This is how exchange programs we plan every year. And recently, last year, Tech Mahindra Foundation has come forward after seeing rural development schools. requesting us to provide the same kind of values and discipline to the government schools. Tech Mahindra Foundation is funding for the project, and we are extending our services through our senior staff. That is, for the first time, we are also extending our services to government schools instead of only our schools. Here it is activities like capacity building and training for teachers. It is a continuous process. Every 3 months, we try to find some good education partner, and we try to give them good skills, latest skills. And then participation in education events. Wherever corporates or corporate schools plan for any events, we ensure that our school kids are there, our staff is there, and we get a lot of exposure visits. We invite and we present also ourselves. And all this is done through donors and sponsors. Social awareness programs is alcohol and like dowry system and women education, all these kind of things we try to promote, and health and education, nutrition, health and hygiene. Then extracurricular activities, every Saturday we plan new things for the students, and they don't miss on Saturdays. Mostly attendance is full on Saturdays in RDF schools because of this. Then few of the RDF achievements, like it's a 15 national archery champions and a Beijing Olympian is there in RDF schools. We have a faculty of trainers in RDF school where they easily tap rural talent in sports. They are really excellent. Many levels, national, international, state level, they are there in many kind of sports other than archery. And gold and silver medal this time in archery. Then Bhagyam, one of that girl, Corner, she is from almost very poor family. She got selected for National Football Academy under 11. And from RDF schools, around 26 students were selected for state sports schools till now. And they have gone into army, then police department, and one alumni has got selected as a sarpanch. Then areas to support, we are looking for support. RDF, it collects nominal fees from whoever can afford, and also it ensures and provides 100% fee exemption for poor and needy children after doing some surveys. So we have some programs like Sponsor a Child, like 10,000 per year, which gives them education, quality education, along with daily quality midday meal and 2 pairs of uniforms and stationery. Endowment is 1,20,000 if it is deposited on a child's name when the child is in first class, then it allows them to get education for 10 years. Schooling will be over by that. Then midday meal, 1,700 children will be given midday meal for 22,000 sponsorship we get. Our schools have got targets like 15 midday meals to be get sponsored and all this. And infrastructure development, yes, that scope is also there. Previously schools were under trees and in old buildings. Now, for example, Infer is a software company which has sponsored, and all the employees, they contributed 500 per month, and after 2 years they have built this school for the local RDF school. Then our alumni, most of them, they go for higher studies nowadays. 17, that is our oldest school, Kallada, and Rolakal is the new school, youngest school compared to those. And 100% have gone for studies. So it's a development now. We can see that almost all the students are going for higher studies, and we also try to get sponsors for alumni to pursue their higher studies. In this, the difference between what you all were presenting and I am trying to present is, you all were into the materialistic manufacturing and production, whereas we are trying to produce human resource with a refined quality. with skill developed, so that they are of a great support to you all. And in this, I would also request you all to open your doors for these rural kids and allow them to have their field visit or education visit to your organizations or factories, industries, so that they get that perception, what they can be. We are trying to help them and make them understand career orientation programs. We arrange them. We invite you all to have that opportunity and to encourage them, since we have junior college. That is a stage where you can mold them or you can change their mindset. So we are expecting that from you all. And we try to have a lot of skill development programs for them. But the challenge is they want quick money. They don't want to wait or sharpen their skills and get into this loan and support from government. It's a big task and a challenge. So mental makeup is a must. We are trying our level best to make their confidence levels high and to focus their attention towards skills instead of going for small meager jobs. So the question what we face is how long it will take for us to earn around 50 to 60,000 per month. And I need to support my family. I cannot wait for so long. So these kind of questions we are facing. If I get some answers from this seminar, definitely I will be helping my children to focus and try to become at least few entrepreneurs from RDF. Thank you all.
Work that's happening here. And I would now request Mr. V.V. Sannyasi Rao to please come on the stage and present the memento to ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. And just one quick question. Anyone over here who's feeling sleepy? You can be honest, trust me. Yeah? Yes? No? So you are? Oh, sir, even you are? Yeah? You're feeling sleepy? So I have another good news for you all. Yeah, we have a very short and a very quick tea break right now, which is for 10 minutes. So go very fast and come back even faster. Thank you.
So you know I'm second, I think. Yeah? 2 months के बाद. Right? हाँ, मतलब chairman, yeah. But I think he doesn't have slides, no? Chairman does. So nobody else has slides. I've given my presentation, but they can't use this. They can't use it? They can't, so it's not connecting to this stuff, whatever. So they tried it, yeah, they tried it. So it doesn't matter. I've given them USB-C. Don't worry now, it's set. Don't worry, it's okay. I'm okay. I had coffee.
some are below. We are AGR is manufactured. Past 30 years. AGR caters to Indian and multinational customer base across pharmaceutical, food, beverages, distillery, and brewery industries. AGR is responsible for its modern manufacturing facilities at Hyderabad and Pune. AGR has integrated raw material processing capability. At present, it also has the largest bulk printing facility at a single location in the country. AGR's partners have deep trust in its ability to manufacture quality parts to suit their every specification. In fact, AGR is the first in the glass container industry to obtain OHSA certification and is in the process of obtaining a few more certifications. It utilizes the most modern equipment and then stress upon consistent processes. AGR has integrated facilities from raw material processing to finished product. Its Hyderabad and Pune plants have state-of-the-art machinery there. Batch preparation, melting, bottle manufacturing, annealing, quality check, printing, packing, transportation and warehousing. Technologically superior plants at AGR are equipped with state-of-the-art process control systems that are able to cater to all types of container glass manufacturing. The process is well supported by high-precision bottle manufacturing lines.
AGR has the distinction of setting up the first glass printing furnace incorporating extra deep container technology and also the first to operate fully imported AAS 12 section 6 quarter bottle making machine in India.
The greenfield state-of-the-art facility at Pune houses one of the largest container glass furnaces in the world. The capabilities at this facility have also helped it attain world-class efficiency in a short time of 6 months. The furnace achieved full capacity utilization within 2 months of commissioning, thus enabling AGR make operation profitable within 6 months after commissioning.
I would request everyone to kindly be seated. I would also request all the delegates to come inside and take their seats as we are moving on to the next session. Good evening once again. And moving on to the next session, that is the skill development and innovation. We have the chairman for the session, Sri T. Muralidharan, the executive chairman, TMI Group. And we have Mr. Mahesh Venkateshwaran, Principal Innovation and Engagement, NSDC. We have Sri Suman Srivastava, CEO, Marketing Unplugged, Mumbai. And we have Ms. Jayashree Satagopan, Chief Financial Officer, International Paper Private Limited. Now I would request Mr. Gaurav Srinivas to please come on the stage and present the bouquet to Sri T. Muralidharan. Can I have a round of applause? Thank you, sir. Now, I would request Mr. A. Prakash to come onto the stage and present the bouquet to Mr. Mahesh Venkateshwaran. Yes, I need not ask you to clap every time. You guys can clap. Perfect. All right. Now I would request Mr. Bhaskar Rao to come on the stage and present the bouquet to Sri Suman Srivastava. Okay, so I think it's mandatory for me to request every time that you need to give a round of applause. Anyways, that's fine. Moving on, I would request Ms. Sujata to come on the stage and present the bouquet to Ms. Jayashree Satagopan. Yes, please. So, once again, good evening everyone. It's only one person who said, come on, good evening.
Hold it against us. Always dominated, yes, I agree. That's because of Madras presidency, I can't help it, Okay, jokes apart. I think, first of all, it's very great honor to have two of the best of the minds who come from very far, and this Saragoppan is going to talk about a very interesting topic of women, and women in manufacturing in the context, or women in Make in India context. And Saurabh is going to speak a lot about innovation, and Mahesh is going to speak about aligning skills to Make in India. Before I give the introduction to each of them, I want to say a little bit about specifically NSDC. I'm a partner of NSDC. National Skill Development Corporation is the name. Many people have different meaning, different type of interpretation for NSDC. Some people think it's government. NSDC is not a government body. It's 49% by Ministry of Finance and 51% by CII, FTAPCCI and all the private sector bodies. And the best thing that has ever happened in the skill sector in this country is the birth and the growth of NSDC. So Mahesh, I think, first of all, please communicate to everybody in NSDC that we, the skill system, value this immensely. What NSDC brought to the table is a freshness of mind. In India, or in fact around the world, skill development is dominated by government. It's largely funded by government skill programs. It still continues to be funded by multilateral agencies, international agencies like World Bank, UNDP, or governments. At some point of time, there's a recognition that this requires a complete overhaul, and there was a need for private sector mindset. The concept of PPP, public-private participation, was brought into skill sector with the induction or introduction of NSDC. Today, NSDC original mandate was to convince private entrepreneurs to come and invest in the skill development space, which they did a very good job. But the biggest contribution of NSDC has been in the area of developing a skill ecosystem. For example, 20 plus sector skill council have been created and funded by NSDC because they recognize for the first time that skill development is for employers. If it is meant for employers, how come they are not participating in the skill development program? How come they are not drafting the specifications for which the skill development has to happen? Unfortunately, in Hyderabad or many of the places I have visited in South India, an understanding of the role of sector skill council is very limited. But today, sector skill council consists of CEOs and MDs of various national companies, national bodies which are in the private sector, which are now dictating what is called qualification packs, which determines the curriculum and the training that needs to be done in training. NSDC is also the first to realize the assessment has to be independent. They have also invested, supported, and created a large number of assessment agencies which are now working in alignment with Sector Skill Council. So I think the important point about NSDC, and I think why I'm telling you so much about NSDC, is that the awareness of NSDC is still limited, and I think Mahesh is also going to talk about how all of us in this room can work with NSDC to further the cause of skilling. Now, I want to move on to the three introductions of the speakers, because then we can go on to the individual programs. First is Mahesh. Mahesh is a principal, his designation is Principal Innovation and Engagement at NSDC. He oversees an innovation fund, that's very interesting, innovation fund in the skill sector, which looks at disruptive solutions and innovative models to solve critical gaps and challenges in skilling ecosystem, which again is a very, very interesting idea, and some of us should chat with him later on. The fund has so far invested close to 35 crores in 9 portfolio companies. The NSDC Innovation for Skill Challenges, a nationwide challenge, provides a platform to apply for support under this fund. Mahesh also heads, again a very interesting area, I think we have been chatting in the morning about CSR. All of us know that skill development has been added as one of the end users of CSR funds, and he is responsible in NSDC to how to channelize private sector money into more productive end use in skill sector. Thank you, Mahesh, for coming all the way from Delhi. Suman Srivastava is a alma mater of IIM Ahmedabad. He is also an alumni of IMD Lausanne. He is CEO of EuroRSDG, one of the biggest advertising agencies in India for 5 years, and also Chief Strategy Officer at EuroRSCG, Asia Pacific. He was the chairman of EuroRSCG's Emerging Markets Planning Council and a member of the Global Management Committee. He is an advertising man, a strategist, author, marathon runner, I didn't know that, teacher, social worker, sports fan, creative bartender. AGI glass we saw in the beginning, I think it's an empty bottle, but good to hear that. That's a good skill to have. You can survive anywhere. Entrepreneur. Brand building is a passion for Suman. He has been closely associated with brands from India's leading companies, including Hindustan Lever, Reckitt & Benckiser, Intel, Microsoft, IBM, Dell, HDFC Bank, Bharat Petroleum, Reliance, Mahindra and Mahindra, Bajaj Auto, and Philips. He's going to speak about innovation. I'm sure you'll find the topic very interesting because to some extent skill and innovation are linked. Some time ago the government decided that though the skill has got two components, one skilling to become an entrepreneur and second is to skilling to become an employee. In the last few years the UPA 2 government decided at some point of time skilling for employment is more important and therefore a lot of government programs got redesigned, refocused on jobs as an end use of skilling. But now the new government, thanks to the Mudra Bank and so on and so forth, has decided entrepreneurship, especially micro-entrepreneurship, is also an integral part of skill development. And when you talk about micro-entrepreneurship, innovation is at the core. So, thankfully the organizers have combined skill development and innovation, so we'll be very happy to hear what you have to say. And Jayashree is the CFO of International Paper. She is the Group CFO for International Paper India Limited and a Board of Director in the International Paper, APPM. She is in charge of providing financial oversight and steering strategic growth of the businesses in India. She joined the group in 2012 as CFO of AP Paper Mills, APPM, or short form. And with her strong result-oriented leadership style, I think we can see that, result-oriented leadership style. She was very serious. So, and was instrumental in bringing in change management and driving significant improvement in finance and operations. She has over 23 years of experience in finance, supply chain, sales, and general management roles. Prior to joining International Paper, she was in GE Healthcare. She joined the GE in 2002 and CFO for GE Medical Systems in India. She then moved on to Global Servicing Manager for GE Healthcare South Asia. Jayashree is also part of the Will Mentoring Council that has been active in various industrial forums and academic circles on leadership, finance, global supply chain, and diversity initiatives. Now, this is where her topic is about women in Make in India. Now that I've introduced the speaker, I want to speak only about 2 or 3 important points about challenges in skill development. I'm going to speak from the perspective of implementing skill development in India. Skill development in India is typically understood, the example will be 6 blind men and an elephant story. Each person, the bureaucrat, the politician, the employer, the employee, the training partner, NSDC, everybody sees one piece of it. Unfortunately, the holistic picture is not clear and still in the evolutionary form. Consequently, the biggest challenge which NSDC or any of us face is to bring everybody into the common understanding of what works, what doesn't work, what's the business model for training partners, what's the business model for various stakeholders in the system. And I think today the largest and the biggest challenge is that how to make skill development a viable business for the stakeholders. NSDC consciously understood this problem and offer concessional interest rates and long-term repayment schemes. For example, NSDC offers 6%, 4% interest to 6% interest rate now, and repayment period of 10 years to 3-year moratorium. Despite that, there's still a lot of challenges in trying to operate in the skill system. If you ask that question, why is it when so many government is investing so much of money, so much of talk of make in India, skill in India, everybody's talking about things, how come we're not making money? Then we go back to the core question. Who are the 2 stakeholders? The employer and the employee. I'm leaving this self-employment for the time being. And if you ask the employee or the prospective trainee, the best of the guys are not coming to skill development. So our biggest challenge in Make in India, if you want to be globally competitive, you need to get the best of talent to come into trades which will make us competitive. But today we are getting the worst of the talent. Why? Only one reason. Our compensation in this country is abysmally low. Abysmally is the word I want to use because if you look at, we studied the data for 12 years from 1999 to 2012. We studied in manufacturing sector, we looked at the average compensation, not the entry-level compensation of an average factory worker. From 99 to 2011, the compensation stood at 45,000 rupees per annum net of inflation. All of us know VDA or VDA is adjusted to inflation. So there is, in compensation, there is something called nominal wages and real wages. Real wages is net of inflation. If you take away the inflation, and also inflation, not the food inflation, which people feel in the ground level, the compensation has been stagnant for 12 years. Stagnant at 45,000 rupees a year. Right? So, the biggest challenge for us in the industry has to be that we should be able to provide compensation which is viable, because only then the learners want to come into this business. IT industry is a good example. People in IT industry come because compensation is attractive. But MSME industry cannot afford it. They cannot pay higher compensation than what they are at the level of productivity. So unless we come up with a solution to solve this problem of chicken and egg, industry says, give me productivity, I'll give you wages. The best people want to come, show me the wages, I will come and produce productivity. This is a chicken and problem. So one solution is to talk about concept of wage subsidy. Like you have electricity subsidy, investment subsidy, power subsidy, whatever. You have interest subsidy, subvention. Today we are going to talk about wage subsidy. This is the only reality which will patch the difference between what you can afford to pay and what you need to pay. The second problem is creation of jobs. I think the second problem has been discussed in the morning. Where are the jobs? How are we going to create 800 million jobs for 800 million people who will be coming into the job market from now to 2030? Solution, you have to export manpower. If you have to export manpower, then we need to do two things. One, we have to make people globally certified. And they have to speak one foreign language. And they must have industry experience. So in the skill development program today, all of us are now looking at a model of a twin model, wherein you come in, work in India for 3 years with Indian skill level, 3 years pick up a global certification, global skills, industrial experience, and we have to export people with 3 to 5 years of experience out of India. Only then we can make way for more fresh people to come in. I'll leave this thought as it is, and I'm going to request Mahesh to start the presentation. And we will have 15 minutes approximately for each of them, and then we will try and have session is about 1.5 hours, and we'll try and get some questions in the end. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mahesh. I come from an organization called the National Skill Development Corporation. Like Murali just mentioned, it's 49% owned by the Government of India and 51% by industry bodies like CII, FTAPCCI, Builders Association, and so on and so forth. What I'm going to try and get to today in this brief time that we have is to give you a landscape view of what is happening in the skill development space. Why was NSDC created? Why do we exist? What have we done? What is the level of participation of industry, chambers of commerce, and other associations in this entire process? What has been their contribution? What could they do further to increase their participation in this larger Skill India movement that we are trying to get to? Again, Skill India, Make in India. So this is basically something that we had presented from our team. We come under the Ministry of Skills and Entrepreneurship to the Prime Minister's office, essentially looking at what part does Skill India play to actually get to Make in India, while Make in India being the bigger theme. So what we realized is, unless you really have skilled people, you're not going to move up the value chain across different sectors. It's going to be low-end activity, so on and so forth. So what is required for us to move there? And more importantly, why is manufacturing not able to attract the kind of jobs that, kind of talent that it ideally has to attract? Although wages, while there is the case that wages have been stagnant, but if you also look at it in comparison to services sector, non-IT and non-certain sectors, you will see that the opportunities that are available in the manufacturing sectors and the comparative wages are not as bad. Of course, there is always room for growth there. So just I'll go right straight into this thing where we are looking at productivity comparison, relative GDP per worker compared to an American worker who is at 100%. So a worker in India on an average produces at 10% productivity, is at 10% productivity compared to an American worker. Now, if you look at the workforce that is employed in different countries in terms of formal skills training that they've received, India is again somewhere at 10, and there is also statistics which say it's less than 5% or 2%, 4%, but the overarching theme is that the workforce that comes into employment is not employable. Employability is a problem. Productivity is an issue. So then what has happened? So where are all these people who are coming into the workforce? Where are they getting trained? How are they getting trained? Is the training of any impact at all? Does it match to what the industry wants? So a lot of these questions have started coming, and we need to address it. And like Murali had mentioned, what we're trying to do is create an ecosystem where we can address multitude of challenges rather than just do one intervention and see if it actually works. Now, if you look at skill gaps, so the way we went about is do a more scientific study. We said, unless you actually have data, what kind of decisions are you going to arrive at? Now, we went back and we said, okay, from a sectoral perspective, what is the employment base? This was released 2 weeks ago, this entire report. What you would see is the employment base in different sectors, say, is somewhere around 138 million. If you look at the projected employment by 2017, you will be adding another 180 million people. Projected employment by 2022, you will be at a total of 235. So we started with this data in 2009, and as recently we have revised this data by sector, by states and districts. So for any of you who come from a certain district and operate in a certain cluster, you can actually go up to our website and download this data for free. So you will get an understanding of where the sector is moving, where that particular state is moving in terms of job. Now, if you look at the previous one from a sectoral perspective, and then we also did state level skill gap reports. So here what I've given is an example of Maharashtra, and we looked at Maharashtra and that in terms of human resource requirement, which is workforce requirement between 2012 and 17. If you look at it, building, construction, and real estate is going to turn up around 2.7 million jobs. Organized retail is going to grow in Mumbai and other parts which are, come under the Sidco, Navi Mumbai, Nashik, and a whole bunch of other places, which is going to grow. Unorganized sector is a fairly huge component because there is professional sector, there is services sector that is obviously around that region, media, entertainment. So what we have done, if you look at it, a little more data-driven approach in terms of understanding the sectoral level skill gaps, and then going down to states and district level to understand what are the skill gaps that exist. Then we basically take this and we map two things. Now, one, we can always say, I'm never getting a plumber, we need to get more plumbers. But I mean, I don't know how many of us here would want to be a plumber. How many of us would want anybody in our family to be a plumber? So one is to wish that we want more plumbers, but the other thing is nobody wants to be a plumber. That's the reality. So it comes down to aspiration. Now, if I'm never going to pay my plumber on time, if I'm never going to pay the right wages, of course, there's no reason for him to be in the job, which means you'll have to probably do the job yourself. So let's go back to aspirations and matching aspirations of youth, and also looking at opportunities in terms of workforce potential, and you can map it in, in a quadrant and say, while the aspiration is very high in the ITES sector, and youth aspirations are very high, and job opportunities are also fairly high in that sector. But that sector can take only so many people. It cannot take everybody who comes out of the workforce. So, which means we have to start concentrating on the other sectors also. Which means we have to get back to more focused programs. So then we come back to saying NSDC partners. We are saying, okay, let's take the sector of automotive. What has NSDC done since its inception? It has funded a whole bunch of training providers, private sector, be for-profit, non-profit, whichever form, shape they take. And they go ahead and go and train people for the particular sector. Now that is, again, going back to saying there is employment in the sector, but there is no skill sets to match workforce with skilled hands and minds to actually meet that requirement. So we went about in developing this ecosystem where we have funded so far over 200 training partners who deliver upon different sectors. They take commitments on different sectors and they go ahead and train. Now, the other part of it is the Sector Skill Council. Okay, I have funded somebody, they are training, but on what standard are they training? Are they training just the way they were previously trained, which means there is no value that is being driven, which means there's got to be a standard. Who will set the standard? How will the standard be set? Can I go to one industry and ask them to, one company and ask them to set the standard? What about the other company which might not have the same standard? So we set up what is called Sector Skill Councils, which are industry bodies. Okay, we have funded around creation of 32 Sector Skill Councils. This is in partnership with the industry. For example, the Healthcare Sector Skill Council is in CII, wherein they bring along all their member companies, be it large hospitals, small hospitals, and healthcare, allied healthcare services, on the governing council, sit down, look at this data and say, what is the immediate requirement for me? My immediate requirement is one, doctors and nurses, but I cannot produce doctors and nurses because I don't have the authority to do that. What I will do is let me look at X-ray technicians, radiology technicians, let me look at general duty assistants. So let us map out the actual job roles. Let's go down to the bottom of that job role, understand what standard needs to be set by the industry. So the industry sets the standards, and the training partners adopt these standards, devise their own content, devise their own curriculum. They innovate in the way they deal with this entire training process, be it on the employer side or the training side, and they go ahead and deliver. For this thing, the Sector Skill Council does a training need analysis, curriculum development. It empanels training partners to deliver training programs, and then they assess and certify. So this is an industry approved assessment, which means the industry is more willing to take compared to non-industry assessment, I would say. Now if you look at, we had 25 Make in India sectors, so we basically mapped the Sector Skill Councils that we already have to the Make in India sectors. For example, we have an Automotive Skills Development Council, we have an Aviation Biotechnology, so we have all these Sector Skill Councils. Now, if you, for example, look at the Food Processing Sector Skill Council, you have Mr. Siraj Chowdhury, who is the chairman of Cargill India, who chairs that Sector Skill Council. He is able to bring in all the large employers, the MSME associations and others, onto that governing council and say, what are your requirements and how can we address that using this council? So if you look at it, the representation across sectors, this is something that you will see. And then what do the Sector Skill Council do? They go deeper. Now, just like you go from grade 1 to grade 12, and then you go into undergraduation and post-graduation and you acquire a set of skills through the process. For even at every vocational training job role, we want to take them up the ladder. For example, if I take plumbing, now plumbing could be household plumbing, it could be construction plumbing, it could be in shipbuilding, it could be in aeronautics, it could be in chemicals and fertilizer industry. Each of that, we call everybody a plumber. No, I don't think any developed country would call anybody one person, just a plumber. They'll say a craftsman or a master craftsman or a plumber of a certain nature, because we have generalized the occupation itself. But what we are saying is, let's take the plumber, let's put him through one qualification, a level 1 qualification, which is the most basic that a plumber has to know. The plumber gets into the job, acquire more skills, move up the value chain. New guy comes in, he acquires the basic skills. So over the course of time, we will create an ecosystem of skilled manpower and a taste to acquire skilling. Again, now are the wages going to commensurate with that thing? Now, in an area like plumbing, it's fairly easy. I mean, there was a study done by Team Lease where they said within 5 years of being an electrician, you will equal the salary of an electrical engineer. And you will see that trend growing more and more, wherein people who actually have real skills would actually command the wages that they want, and whatever we try to do, we will have to pay that wage eventually because the number of people who have those skills is very limited. So that's a realization at some level the industry has to get to, and the industry can address those by actually supporting these kind of initiatives. Next thing is, if I take automotive, in this case I've taken an automotive service technician level 3. So within the automotive sector, you have multiple subsectors which are looked at: service, sales, manufacturing, driving, petrol and pump operations, R&D. There are job roles which are defined by the subsector in the automotive sector. Similarly, so you have all these various job roles which are defined and so on and so forth. This is a sample career progression, this thing. You can go vertically and horizontally. This is basically a career progression that goes along with skills. Now, if I look at a certificate, you will see that there is a Government of India logo, there is an NSDC logo, and for the first time you will have an industry logo on a government certificate, which will qualify you, which essentially means this is a real public-private partnership when the government and the industry has come together to assess the young people of the country, to give them a certification, to give them some validation of what their skills are and so on and so forth. Now, if you look at it, this is the ecosystem. We have, this is slightly dated. Now, in the STAR scheme which we ran, which was to align the entire, this thing, which is a 1,000 crore scheme to basically skill 1 million youth, we had so many, these are the ecosystem partners going back to this. I'm not going to get into it, but there were over 719 training partners across the country who participated in it, and every kid who went through this got the money through a direct transfer to his account or her account only after getting a certification, not right in the beginning. It was an outcome-based and not a supply-based model. Now, again, we support innovative enterprises. I lead this fund. We have supported around 9 entities. Each one does a whole bunch of things. You see Milap, which is a crowdfunding platform which gives vocational training loans. Aspiring Minds has done assessments across 11 sectors. They have assessed tea plantation workers in Agartala. They've done rubber plantation workers in Kerala and so on and so forth. So these are essentially, we have invested, we've committed around 35 crores in funding to these entities, and right now we are evaluating another 14, 15 of them, and we would be making investments of around 40 to 50 crores in the next coming months in innovative entities. We'll be launching more sector-specific challenges, and we would want all your members to participate, your vendors, your suppliers, young entrepreneurs that you come in touch with. Please ask them to apply to these kind of challenges. We'll definitely stay in touch on that one. And World Skills, this is a platform, this is a Skill Olympics, NSDC runs it. As we just spoke last year, we recognize this. Each of these guys have won, for example, mechatronics, electronics, car painting. Car painting was funded by Maruti. Maruti gave us a stall. They said they will get the best car painting technicians to train our kids. For example, something like electronics and mechatronics, we had Cisco and Autodesk and a whole bunch of them. L'Oreal did it for beauty and wellness. And these kids are going to Brazil to compete in the World Skills competitions. There'll be welders, Indian welders competing with welders from New Zealand, welders from the US. Just last week we won 6 medals in New Zealand in the regional competitions. So this is the World Skills competition. Now, if you look at it, there is different entities which have taken up. If this association here wants to take up a particular skill and wants to put its resources and might behind it and its bandwidth, maybe that kid could be the one who wins the World Skill gold. So yeah, these are all the 46 skills that we are looking at to send to compete at the international level. So I'll just leave this, and this is our general partnership. I'm running out of time. I've been told to close. So all right. So this is a general transformational landscape where you have training institutions like TMI, Murli spoke. You can get people from the educational system because the educational system is not really producing the kind of caliber of people that you want, which means you might do an engineering, but you end up in a job which is a retail sales job. But because you're an engineer doesn't mean you know retail sales, which means you need to train in retail sales, which means you need to get formal certification to be a retail sales guy. You can come from the workforce where your productivity issues, there are productivity issues and you want to get them on, recognize the skills that your employees already your workers already have. Again, you can engage them. Workforce outside who are new talent that is coming into the industry, you can definitely get them to go through the certification. It could be training, apprenticeship, some level of assessment by the industry bodies and certification like I just showed earlier. The ecosystem is ready. The ecosystem is evolving. You can contribute to the ecosystem. First, taking a pledge saying that I will hire only skilled manpower. Now, the minute you say I will only hire skilled manpower, I'll pay the right wages, and it is going to be a burn on your pockets, but do take that burn. And we can definitely tell you over the long term, it's going to play out much better. You're going to be much more competitive. You're going to have much more of a loyal workforce. And you probably will make a lot more money than you're making today. So this is where we are. Again, productivity, if you look at skilled and unskilled workers, we can always compare productivity, defects, wages, rework, and I'm sure, people here, members here would probably go. So last word, skilling has a cost. It takes money and time to skill workers. People put in tons of efforts to develop this, develop trainers, infrastructure, the right module, the right way to teach people of different nature. A skilled worker demands and deserves more than an unskilled worker, and that is the thought I would like to leave it behind. Now, how could you participate? Various means, creating entrepreneurs in the skill space, a business opportunity. You can come in and apply to funding to NSDC to be a skill training institution. You can participate and push the certification framework, hire certified employees, encourage existing employees to get certified, which is called recognition of prior learning, and I would encourage another session on that somewhere down the line. Provide access to training opportunities to potential employees, mandate all your suppliers and service providers to have certified employees, encourage employees to act and enroll as trainers and assessors, help with the curriculum standardization, share workplace experience, machinery and equipment, encourage more apprenticeship. There's no reason why you can't if you have empty machinery that's lying around, get a few kids, get them trained. We're losing nothing out of it. I mean, it's there, the machines are there, and let them pay a little fee to access that or this thing. Your participation in the World Skills Competition, you can participate in a special initiative where you can actually get kids from Jammu and Kashmir to work with you, and NSDC refunds of 40,000 rupees or something to you for hiring Kashmiri youth into your organization after the training. Direct CSR funds for skill development if you fall into the ambit. Most importantly, recognize skills by differentiating wages and help create respect and dignity for skilled labor in the society. So the next time you pay a plumber, please do not argue with him and actually pay him because he has a real skill. Otherwise, the tap is going to be leaking. So that's largely my presentation. I think I've wrapped it in time, but thank you. Actually, can I request you to come, please?
How do I get the presentation?
Good afternoon, everyone. So it's a pleasure to be amongst you and talk a little bit about what's the role of women professionals when we come about talking about Make in India manufacturing sector. So over the past 24 years, fortunately, I have been associated with manufacturing sectors all through my career, starting from Leyland, moving into Ford, GE, and now International Paper. Different sectors, but primarily all time in manufacturing. While I have not been so much on the shop floor, mostly corporate functions, I had the fortune to lead the global sourcing operations of GE Healthcare for Asia growth markets. And during that stint, I had lots to do with specific skill sets on the manufacturing shop floor across several suppliers in the region, and also had the opportunity to oversee some of the manufacturing operations globally. Having said that, do we see a lot of women in the manufacturing sector? The simple answer is no, right? Different studies show that in India, it ranges between 10 to 20%. I'm still not able to put my hands to say what is the right percentage of women in these sectors. If we have 50% of our world's population or the country's population who are women, and just about 10 to 20% employed in this particular sector, it's not very encouraging. There is so much of latent talent that's available that can be easily harnessed if we were to increase productivity. Way back in 2007, we had the saying, which came up in one of the global forums: forget China, India, or the internet. The economy is going to be driven by women. The reason why they put it up was primarily women were participating more so in terms of decision-making processes. If women decide what needs to be procured, obviously having them as part of the manufacturing or the service industry is going to be extremely critical, because they will know what the consumers really need. So that's how this came up. Since 2007 to 2015, we are here. We haven't seen much of a progress though. The statement would still be valid if we were to look at it even in the current context. There is definitely a strong business case from an economic standpoint as to why we need more women in manufacturing. Having said that, I'm not going to spend so much time to tell, do we have a business case? There are several forums where there's been enough that's been discussed, debated, to say how women can add to the productivity, how having a women workforce is actually much easier to manage. All of those, I'm going to leave it aside. We will talk in the next few minutes about where are we currently when we talk about women in manufacturing, where can we contribute, and what could be some of the areas that we all can step in to see that there is a step change in this area. So if you look at the graph up here, right from the women who are participating in construction activities, have taken something at a very low skill set level, right? You see women who are helping in construction activities. Then you see some of those which are highly labor oriented, where you need some skill sets which are very unique to women. Maybe it's tailoring. When you go on to some of these areas where it is very niche, you need a lot of patience. You see a lot of women participating out there. There are also sectors where I've been in electromechanical relays. I've seen suppliers engaging a lot of women. I've seen workshops completely, the labor force is only 100% women. They say it's very, very easy for me because I have predictable results. They come in the morning, they don't have a union, they finish their job. We get the maximum productivity out of them. And then there are some more higher skill sets when you get into a slightly advanced manufacturing programs. I have put some of those on the highly electronic areas as well as mechanical areas. This one is from Cummins, the photo one next to the top, where it's very, very thorough work. And you do see women who are not only on the shop floor, but also who are in supervisory grades who are able to get good output out of the factories. And finally, we are today seeing women even in the corporate boards of manufacturing sectors. One is partly the Companies Act 2013, which is mandating women in corporate boards. But more importantly, we're also seeing a slight change in terms of an approach and attitude. So if I were to sum it up, Overall, 10 to 20% is not the right representation. There is opportunity to increase it more. The ecosystem is not very conducive. There are said mindsets. You know, when I joined the international paper APPN, we did not even have a single woman in our factory. We had few of them who possibly would be working in the canteen or helping them, but none in the manufacturing area. To be honest, we didn't even have a restroom for women in the administrative block because that was not the culture in that company. We had 2 women who were in the secretarial cadre in the whole company, which employed almost 4,000 workforce. Today we have made a huge jump from 2 to 45, still not very high, but I would say that's a big one. From a thinking standpoint, yes, it is important to have women. We have women across all cadres. We've taken a lot of women who are in the management trainees, 2 years, 5 years professionally qualified. And I'm also glad to state that we do have women in our manufacturing areas, somebody who is in the shop floor, in the procurement area. All of those are slowly happening. We also need to have industry forums which focus on, you know, some networks where people can talk about what are the ecosystems we need to create to make a conducive environment for them. More importantly is to showcase and bring in the visibility and say there are role models who actually made it big. If you look at the whole industry, right, today how many women can we proudly talk about and say, you know, they really made it big? You could talk about a Kiran Mazumdar, right? She set up a whole technology platform, running a large company. But similarly, can we talk about 20, 50, 100 examples and showcase in these forums for women also to get motivated? Yes, there is an aspiration, but I can match the aspiration if the skill sets are actually getting recognized. Having said that, we do see that the system is slowly changing. The progression is there, but it is not at the pace which would be good for the economy, which would be good for the companies too. Having said that, there are few things that I have actually put in here which says, what are few things that if we do, where can we have women employed in the manufacturing sector? As I spoke earlier, I think the sheer awareness will really create a better environment for attracting women into these industries. Typically, you see women are also very comfortable when it comes to working in IT, ITES, you know, these are banking, financial institution, educational sectors. There is a huge default setting for women to break that glass ceiling and say, I can really make it being in the shop floor or doing activities which are related to manufacturing. And what is helping is some of the MNCs that are coming in are far more proactive because they have seen this happening in the Western world. They are bringing in that culture into the country, and we are seeing people being far more adoptive to the concept of having women in the shop floors. It's also good that the government is taking all these initiatives of Make in India. There's a thrust on manufacturing. And while we say there is not as much skilled labor that can be deployed in the manufacturing sector, women can be easily trained and skilled. And I have seen in my own personal experience, while I was in GE, we had almost 4,000 women across various businesses in GE, and I was leading the women's network there. So the aspiration level is there, people wanting to understand what could be done and continuously learning irrespective of whether they are just stepping into employment or are in their mid-career is always there. So across shop floor up to boardroom, be it supply chain, be it production planning, engineering, quality, we can see a good fit for women, leave alone the support functions like HR or finance, accounting, definitely they do fit in. So there is a huge opportunity for deploying. I think it really calls for some more mindset change as we see today. There are some initiatives that have been happening globally, locally. I have listed some of them right here. We have agencies like WeConnect, Women-Focused Venture Fund, which is launched by Mohandas Pai, sort of supporting women in the manufacturing sector. There's Google's Women Entrepreneurs, the Girls in Technology, NASSCOM 10,000 startups. This is primarily to encourage women in the entrepreneurial sector. There are a lot of women's network forums and awareness in the corporate sector per se. Obviously, with the thrust of women being in boards, if you see more women in the senior leadership, obviously it's going to set up a culture where they're going to be far more understanding and creating a much conducive environment for the younger talent to come in. Few thoughts here. How could we enhance the role of women in manufacturing? As I said, we need a right ecosystem to nurture the talent out there, and also taking bold bets. When we see potential, typically the saying has been in corporate world that men are judged on potential and women on performance. A slight shift in terms of outlook and saying, yes, I'm going to take a bold bet. There is a gut feel. What happens? If it doesn't work out, she's not going to be there. But give that opportunity to women so that they can come up. Let's not have the default setting of saying, this role is stereotyped. I don't think a girl, a lady can do this. If we can just open up our minds a little more, I think there will be a lot more opportunities to deploy women in the manufacturing sector. For young entrepreneurs who want to really dare, some good financing options could be helpful. Lot of newsletters or searchable online directory where people could actually understand who are those in the system, where could they actually go and talk to, how do they get some references, is there best practice sharing. Those all will help bring in more confidence in women into the industry. Last but most importantly is to give them the visibility and also recognize that you can do it and you've done it, and this is so important, and you recognize your efforts in this area and showcase those role models more and more is going to help. With that, I want to leave with a small little thought here. Most of you would have heard about the story of the starfish, right? It's about the small boy in the sands of the beach who's taking the starfish and throwing it back into the waters. So the question is, there's so many starfish lying on the beach. Can you really help all of them? Can you solve world hunger? Is it ever going to be possible? But the boy simply said, throwing the starfish and not wasting time. If I can make a difference to one starfish, that's good for me. Similarly, today in this forum, if each one of us can take a resolution that we can make a difference in the industry where we are in, by committing to say that, yes, I'm going to create a good system where I will be tolerant, where I can create an ecosystem which can promote women to be there, to learn, grow and develop. I think that will do a lot, because there is a complete different perspective, there is a skill set, there is a value that each diverse group brings in. With that, thanks for your time, and if there are any questions toward the end of the session, I'll be glad to take it.
Due to shortage of time, we might have questions in the end. I'm going to ask Suman to take his own time. Suman, don't rush up. We skip you come from far away. I think we owe it to you. So take your time. Yeah.
Process, I met hundreds of SMEs around the country. And it was very interesting to see the kind of mindset that people have towards selling, towards marketing and branding. And I thought I'd start with that and say that, in a nutshell, we can identify these as being the sort of mindsets that people have. The entrepreneurial mindset is about spotting an opportunity. It's about saying there is a game happening over there, and I must play that game. And then they try and say, okay, how is everybody else playing the game, and how can I play the game? Maybe I can make it cheaper. That's the third thing. And when you ask people, who are you going to sell this to? And it's like, I'm going to sell to everyone. Okay, whoever wants to buy it, I'm going to sell to them. You try and price it lower because the thinking is that, you know, if you've got the good enough product, then if you make it cheaper, everybody will buy it. And then this whole idea that marketing is very expensive and that branding is very expensive. And so I don't want to do it, or I'll do it some other time when I'm richer, when I'm bigger, and so on. So I'm going to take on these 5 mindsets and suggest that that's the wrong thing to do. So the first point is to say, don't play that game. Change the game. And I'm going to just tell you stories of people from India around the world who've changed the game and benefited. So it starts with a story from Mexico. This is a small company called Cemex, or at least it was small 15 years ago. But by then it was an old company, 95-year-old company from a small town called Monterrey in Mexico. They made cement. And you think about cement and you say, what can you do about marketing cement? I mean, you make it and put it in gunny bags and put a name on it, and that's about it. But they got a new CEO, part of the family. He was a 4th generation CEO from that family, and he said, you know, nobody really wants to buy cement. What they want is concrete. And he was the first guy who innovated this, and he said, I'm going to stop selling cement. I will have no cement dealers. I'm only going to deal with my big customers, and I'm going to tell them, when do you need concrete? I will give you concrete at that time, at the place that you want it. So he invested in a fleet of, these kind of trucks. He invested in a GPS system at the time, which was unheard of, so that he knew exactly where his truck was and where his truck was supposed to reach, and he changed the world. Today, he's the 3rd largest cement company in the world, but the most profitable and the most valuable, the highest market cap. But there are other examples. In India, Care, a small company from Chennai, at the end of the day, they changed the game. They were fighting with big players like Hindustan Unilever and Procter & Gamble and so on. And they said, everybody needs shampoo, but you can't buy the big bottle, and they started selling in sachets. And today, 80% by volume of all shampoo is sold in sachets, and of course, everything else is sold in sachets. And that's the whole mindset of saying, I'm not going to play that game, I'm going to play a different game. And sometimes it's just about zig and zag. When the whole market goes one way, you have to go the other way. And then when everybody goes this way, you have to go the other way. So a few years ago, maybe a few decades ago, all of us bought shoes. We used to go and get our shoes made by a cobbler. But then came the era of manufacturing and mass production, and we all have the same kind of shoes. But now there's a little company in Lahore, right, which says, okay, I'm going to make shoes by hand again, and I'm going to make shoes made to your size and sell it through the internet. And I'm sure this company is not more skilled than all our shoemakers in Agra or wherever. But what he's doing is he's doing a little bit of innovation. He's selling on the internet, but more importantly, he's saying on the bottom of your shoe, I can give you whatever message you want because I've tailor-made it for you. You want to say happy birthday, Dad, you want to say, put your name, you want to say I love you, whatever you want to do, I'll put it over there. And he's selling shoes as $250, $230 on the internet, which is of course the same price at which the Agra shoes are sold, except the Agra guy gets $10 out of this maybe if he's lucky. And then everything else is taken by the brands out there. And I think this is really the point, that and by the way, he did a IPO, he did a crowdsourcing fundraiser online, and he was oversubscribed by some 25 times. So this is a brand called Markhor. It's a big success story on the internet today. He's really a small shoemaker out of Lahore. And so that's the big point. How can you change the game? How can you change the rules of the game, and can you zig when the market zags and vice versa? The second point I want to say is, even if you're going to copy, don't copy from one parent, copy from 2 parents. We're all copies from 2 parents. That's why we're diverse. That's why we're individuals, because we get the DNA from 2 different people, and you get something more interesting. Now, think about it. The most exciting brands in the world are brands that have taken 2 ideas from 2 diverse industries and put them together. When you think about cricket, right? We all think about cricket. And we say, how will I market a domestic cricket tournament in India? And we know Ranchi Trophy gets played, great matches, nobody watches them, right? Empty stadiums. But this one man, marketing genius, you might call him a fraud, but marketing genius called Narendra Modi. And what does he do? He's taken cricket and what can only be called entered live, it's a game show, right? It's a game show of television, and he's combined the two and created this thing called the IPL, which we'll all watch tonight if we have time, right? And this is what is IPL about? It is about scandals. It is about romance. It's about music. It's about dance. It's also about cricket. And cricket is very boring if there is no scandal in the IPL, right? Fantastic idea. Many of you, if you've been to Gurgaon, there is a place called Kingdom of Dreams. And what Kingdom of Dreams is, at one level, it's a musical show, right? It's a fancy music and drama. It's fantastic. It's a great, great, great experience. But it is also a circus. Because the performers are trapeze artists. They come in through the air. All kinds of things that happen, right? It is fantastic. But again, what have they done? They've taken a musical performance. They've taken a circus, they've married the two, you've got a new idea. And by the way, they've married it with a phone in a sachet. And that's again, my favorite thing, that the Indian mindset has created this wonderful innovation called the sachet. And when you apply it, you can apply it to any business. And this is what, whoever thought of this at the first time, Sam Pitroda and, his team or whoever, which is that we can't afford telephones. Not enough people in India could afford telephones. But if we don't have enough usage, we're never going to be able to invest in the infrastructure. And so this was the idea. Let us make STD booths, which is pay by use rather than buy the whole bottle. So it's a sachet approach to telephones. And the question is, in your business, what's your sachet approach to your business? And that's an interesting way to look at it. The third idea I want to talk about is this idea that we all want to sell to everyone. Whoever wants to buy, I'll sell it to him. I sell to everyone. But selling to everyone is really bad strategy. It is a really unprofitable strategy unless you have all the money in the world. And nobody has all the money in the world. Nobody has all the talent in the world and so on and so forth. So you're going to have to use your talent, your money, judiciously. Who are you going to sell it to? And I want to talk about the whole idea that small is big. Okay? So if you look at this man, right? He sells a phone. Even today, the iPhone has 12% of the global market for smartphones, not even including feature phones, right? But he has 62% of the profit share of that category. So 62% of Apple phones, of the profits made by all telecom hardware makers is made by Apple. 25 or so percent goes to Samsung, and the others make up the rest, whatever it is. That's the thing. So what do you want to make? Do you want to have top line, or do you want to have bottom line? And as entrepreneurs, we all know we all want bottom line. That's what matters. And so the question is, do you want to sell to people who are really crazy about your product, or do you want to sell it to anybody? And I am a great critic of Samsung's strategy. It is an expensive strategy. They have phones at every 50 rupee intervals. It's very confusing. But at least Samsung is okay because they're so big. What about the next guy and the next guy? Who everybody was emulating the Samsung strategy. And the question is, how can you emulate this guy's strategy, which is a lot smaller? But then there are others. We don't have to look outside India. Think about when Titan started, right? The big watch brands in India were HMT and Alwyn, right? HMT and Alwyn used to make quartz watches, but quartz watches were 3% of the market, right? And between HMT and Alwyn together, they made 75 different designs of watches. Not just quartz watches. All watches put together, they had 75 designs. And HMT used to have a design called Janta. Anybody had Janta watch? I used to own one, right? I got it from my father when I passed class 10.
And that's the way it was. It was a timeless design. It was given from father to son. And what did Titan do? They launched with only quartz watches, and they launched with 150 designs on day one. And by the end of the first year, they had 450 designs on the market. And where is HMT today? And where is Titan today? You can think about it and say, they went after 3% of the market. Why did they do that? And look at where they are, and look at what happened to the guy who was defending the 97% share. And we can keep talking about this. There's a small guy in Delhi. You know, the atta market has some big players, Hindustan Lever, ITC, Conagra, various people, big players in the market. But the market leader in Delhi is this little brand called Shakti Bhog. And what Shakti Bhog does is that it says, I'm going to give you the freshest atta possible. And so if you go to a shop in Delhi, when you look at the packaging date of a packet of atta from Shakti Bhog, you'll find it's never more than 3 days old. Because the Shakti Bhog salesman instructions are that if you see a packet of atta which is more than 3 days old on a shelf, throw it away. So while Annapurna and all the other brands have packs that are 2 months old and 3 months old, he has only 3-day-old stock. But the downside is he has 8 plants around Delhi. But that's it. He's not moved out of Delhi. But that's the focus, because there he's profitable. There his customers love him. There he's king. Why do you want to be jacks everywhere, all over the country? Why not be king in one area? And that's again, selling to the few. The fourth point is use price as a weapon. Of course, when I say this, everybody remembers this guy called Flipkart who gave 90% off. Now what? After 90%, what are you going to do? 100%. Then you're going to pay people to buy your product. What's going to happen next? This is a ridiculous strategy, right? The only reason they're able to do this is because their funders are paying them. And one of those days, that music's going to stop. And then the parsing the parcel will stop too, and then somebody is going to get very, very badly burnt. So what's going to happen? But pricing is important. Pricing isn't something that you say, oh, this is my cost, and then I add some overheads and profit, and that's my price. Price can be a huge competitive advantage. The reason Flipkart became big is because of the cash on delivery. It's not because of the discount. That's what made the e-commerce market in India. It wasn't so much about what you're going to pay, it's how you're going to pay. Because we don't have enough credit cards, and anyway, even if we have it, we don't trust our credit card numbers on the internet. And this is the idea that even in China, Alibaba had done. They had a different model, not a cash on delivery model. They had this thing called Alipay, which was like an escrow account. So a customer did not trust that the supplier would give him, the goods that he had ordered. So what Alipay said was, you give me the money, and I will not give it to the supplier until supplier has sent the goods to you. You receive the goods, you say it's okay, then I will pass on the money. But the supplier knew that the money had come from the customer. And that made Alipay the largest financial product in the world. It's more than the size of Visa and MasterCard put together. Right? So these are innovations. These are pricing innovations. Pricing is not just the price you pay, it's also how you pay. But there is a bar in Bombay that's suddenly doing very well with the young kids. It's a bar called the Bar Stock Exchange. When you go there, you get an app, okay? And you get an app on your phone, and on that app, prices are changing all the time, every few minutes. So Jack Daniels, 208 rupees. Okay, it's gone down to 208, it's gone up to 218. Okay, down to 198. And at whatever price you have to click, and that's the price at which you can order. It's a game. And the kids are having fun. And they're ordering 4 bottles of beer where they only needed 1 because that's the time they got a low price. It is fantastic. And it's constantly moving. It has nothing to do. It's randomly generated. It has nothing to do with demand and supply. But it's like the stock market. It's very exciting. And even more interesting is this brand called Gympact in the US. I think a couple of kids from Harvard, just freshly out, but sociology students, who said, how do we take advantage of the fact that people want to go to the gym, but actually never end up going to the gym. So everybody enrolls on the 2nd of January. That's the big day. 1st January you say, this year I'm going to lose weight. 2nd January you go and enroll. You go the first week, maybe 2 weeks, that's it. So what they said is, we're going to give you an app. You have to go to any one of our gyms that we recommend to you. And when you go there, you check in. If you check in, we'll give you some money. If you don't check in, we'll deduct money from your credit card. So basically what they were doing was the people who were not going were paying money which was being given to the people who were going. Okay, simple. But the interesting thing was, how was this guy making money? He was going to gyms. He didn't have a gym. He went to gyms around the whole area and he said, I'm going to give you all these customers. How much are you going to give me per customer? So his money is from the gym, but he's selling them customers who want to lose weight and who think that this is an interesting way. So again, phenomenal use of pricing as a way of making money. And I can go on. And again, when we keep saying sachet strategy, what about the buffet strategy? We all know that when we go to a buffet, we eat more than we plan to, as might have happened at lunch today and so on and so forth. Free mein mil raha hai, kha lo. But on the other hand, you also realize that some of the time, you may go and pay whatever it is, 700 rupees for a buffet or whatever, 1,000 rupees, when if you had gone on your own, you might have just had a roti dal or you might have had a couple of things and that's it. So you actually end up spending more on a buffet strategy. And this has been proven in many categories. Like, you remember the time when we had to pay for incoming calls? And so nobody had mobile phones, very few people had mobile phones. And if they had mobile phones, they didn't share the number with anyone. And we know the network effect of mobile phones. The more people have mobile phones, the more people share with each other, the more mobile phone usage goes up. So the simple idea that calling party pays, which sounded like mobile phones were losing half their revenue, suddenly changed the whole mobile phone game. And that happened not just in India, but in every country around the world. As calling party pays was introduced, people started using the phone more, and and then as a result, maybe mobile phone prices fell. So just as much as you may have a sachet strategy, you may have a buffet strategy, and the question is, what's your buffet pricing strategy? And my last point, that marketing is expensive if you have nothing to say, because then you have to spend a lot of money saying it, or what you have to say is exactly the same as what everybody else is saying. So the whole point is about being a thought leader. And I think the thing here is that to be a thought leader, you don't have to pay money. I think my favorite, the most important brand that your company owns is you. You, the entrepreneur, the CEO. There is no major company in the world whose CEO you probably don't know, right? The big entrepreneurial successful companies. So if you look at it, Infosys was not the largest IT company in India. TCS was always much bigger than Infosys. Even Wipro is bigger than Infosys. But Infosys was the best known brand because of Narayan Murthy. And then later because of Nandan Nilekani. Because these guys spoke about corporate governance. They spoke about their drivers becoming rich and sharing their wealth. They then spoke about the India brand, India DevOps, all sorts of things. They were not talking about software. And I think this is the big thought. If you're going to be a thought leader, you have to talk about something that your customers are interested in, not what you want to talk about. And all of us are very boring because we want to stand here and talk about what we do. I can stand here and tell you about my wonderful consulting firm and how I can do stuff and what cases I've done. But if I give you benefits that appears to benefit you, you're going to think better of me and maybe you'll give me business. I'm more likely to get business that way than if I just stood here and talked about my cases. And if you look at it, Mr. Kishore Bayani, he talks about the Aam Aadmi. Today maybe Aam Aadmi become a little politicized, but he's always talked about the serving class India. He says, I don't want to talk to people like you and me who come to five-star hotels, who have cars. We want to talk about the people who are serving us, the waiters, the drivers, the helpers. He says, those people I understand very well. He goes and writes books on the subject. He goes and makes press conferences. He speaks at seminars. He does all that sort of thing. That's what it's all about. And even as a brand, even as you go forward, you need to keep using this idea. So if you remember the Tata Tea thing, so they're talking about corruption. They're talking about voting. and linking it by saying Jagore. So they're linking it back to their tea. And that's really the challenge. How do you talk about something that your customers are interested in and link it back to the product or service that you're talking about? And if you can get that right, then you're likely to be successful. You don't need to pay a lot of money for advertising and media and so on and so forth. There are many examples of this. If you think of Lifebuoy, for 100 years, Lifebuoy has been saying it's the healthy soap kills more germs. But of late, and I'm not going to show you this big video, but of late they've been talking about that man walking on his hands because his child has reached 5 years of age, right? And what happened there is that because that film, which is actually almost does not talk about Lifebuoy, except at the end where it says, we want to make sure that all children under the age of 5 reach 5 years of age. And the reason they don't reach 5 is because of diphtheria and so on, diarrhea and so on, and they won't get that if they wash their hands. And that's what we are committed to. And this film, which has not run on TV ever, has only been on YouTube, has 19 million, 2 crore views. And this is just this film. I mean, this particular, on their official channel, is probably there on many other channels, like I'm showing you this film or whatever. So it's 2 crore people saw it on their time. This is a 3.5-minute video. And then they keep doing this, right? They keep talking at Kumbh Mela. They had all the rotis which was stamped with this line which said, Lifebuoy se haath dhoya kya? How wonderful, right? Because you talk about things that is relevant to your customer at the time that he or she is thinking about it, and that's it. It doesn't cost that much money because the idea is innovation, the idea is in thought leadership. So essentially that's what I had to say today. The normal thought process for entrepreneurs is, let's go spot an opportunity, let's copy the market leader. That's the worst thing. Let's do best practices. I hate this idea of best practices. Best practices means copy the leader. It's a surefire way to fail. Because best practices doesn't get you ahead, because you're copying somebody who's already big, but you're not copying how he became big. And that's the challenge. You sell to everyone, you try and make it cheaper, and you believe marketing is an expensive luxury. That's why you leave it to the end of the day, end of the session. Sorry, Murli, no, I'm not piling on to you. And that's what it's all about. But actually what I want to say is that, you need to change the game. You need to, even if you copy, you got to copy from 2 parents, because that fertilization will give you the new ideas. You got to sell to a few, not to everyone. Some people must hate you. That's when you know you've hit success. Because everybody says, theek hai, it's okay. That's indifference. In marketing, we hate indifference. If some people hate you, that's good. Some people, that means other people will love you, more likely. Use price as a weapon and be a thought leader. Thank you very much. That's my email ID. Love to hear from you. Thank you.
I put Suman in the end because I think he's wound up so nicely, Suman. I asked him what is the connection between what you're going to speak and skill development. And he finally showed us what is the presentation skill is all about. Fantastic work, Suman. I think Make in India will benefit from your presentation skill. I think we have very little time. I think the next batch has already arrived. So we're going to allow very few questions. We have Mahesh, we have Jayashri and Suman. So, who are the first people to go? Any questions? Fantastic. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you. We'll have a question later on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the wonderful seminar. Now, I would request Mr. Anil Agarwal to come onto the stage and present the memento to Shri T. Muralidharan. I would also request Mr. Arvind Kedia to come onto the stage and present the memento to Mr. Mahesh. I would request Mr. Suresh Singhal to come onto the stage and present the memento to Shri Suman Srivastava. And to Mr. Abhay Jain, I would request him to come onto the stage and present the memento to Ms. Jayashree Satagopal. And once again, can we have a very big round of applause for the wonderful seminar we just had. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Moving on to the next session, that is Make in India in Action. I would like to call upon stage the chairman, Shri Ravindra Modi, Vice President, FTAPCCI, to please come on to the dais. Next, I would request Shri Chakravarti, CEO Managing Director, EcoBliss India, to please come on to the dais. And I would also request Shri Narendra Paruchuri, CEO Pragati Offset Private Limited, to please come on the stage. Please be seated, sir. Now I would request Mr. Ashok Kedia to come onto the stage and present a bouquet to Mr. Sri Chakravarti. I would once again request Mr. Hari Govind Prasad to give the bouquet to Sri Narendra Paruchuri. Once again, welcome to all of you, and I would now request Sri Ravindra Modi to please start the session. And yes, of course, sir is getting the bouquet for the second time. That's great. All right, sir. You may now take over. Thank you. Sure.
Good evening, everybody. You have been hearing a lot about Make in India since morning. Mr. Modi, when he announced Make in India on Red Fort, he may not have thought that it will take so much momentum out of it. There are three things which have been deliberated today since morning. What he intended by saying Make in India. Number one, asking companies, foreign companies to come to India, make their product and take it back. Second, make in India and export it. Third, make in India for India. Now this situation is very typical because unless the intentions are very clear what you need to do, you cannot be successful. But Mr. Modi gave 5 pointers in his action plan, and this action plan he has derived and given a time frame from 1 to 3 years where he is telling a short-term gain, what action plan will be for 1 year and what action plan will be for 3 years. So the action plan is well derived, and that says, Mr. Modi says in one of the action plan that zero defect, zero effect, meaning whatever is produced should have a zero effect, and the effect should be that there should not be any effect on environment. He was meaning that okay, you make it here because he knows the psyche of Indians. We are a large country and our manufacture he said it is necessity for me to have a zero effect. because I am exporting to US, I am exporting to Europe, I am exporting everywhere in the world, and if there is any defect, I cannot repair it. So this is my necessity to manufacture a product which has a zero defect, sorry. We don't have any compulsion like this. Whatever we manufacture, and if there is any, machine is not working or any defect comes, next day we call service engineer and the company sends the service engineer, it gets repaired. So when Mr. Modi was saying that zero effect, he wanted to say that we need to improve the quality of our product. And that is a very important message we must take it from. And naturally, I think we are the largest producer of pollution in the whole world, and again it necessitated to tell him Swachh Bharat. Because everywhere we see there is a pollution, there is a dirt, there is, we throw just everything out. Our roads are not clean, our industries are not clean. So these two very important messages he has given out of Make in India. Now, in the process, he gave two more points. He wants to get rid of ABCD culture. This is his statement. ABCD, he means avoid, bypass, confuse and delay. Now, again, he understands the psyche of Indians where these four factors are prevalent in our society. If we can avoid this, we progress. Make in India is success. And he has given a map of road to success where again he has defined the road. And he says road means responsibility, ownership, accountability and discipline. Now this is again a situation where we lack, because we in our production everywhere, in our industry, in firms, companies, it's very easy. Nobody owns the responsibility. So these are the factors. When he was talking, he was also meaning that you make in India, and he never said that export or sell it in India, but you make a quality. That is the whole message. I feel we should get it in Make in India. And even when FTAPCCI is arranging this Make in India program, I think the message should be loud and clear here that we intend to say that okay, you manufacture, but you manufacture a quality product which sells in India, which is good for export and which is everywhere good. In that particular situation only, we will able to justify Make in India statement. Mr. Modi has also said that Make in India can be successful only when innovation and research can happen. Basically, if you see, and it is not our fault also, we are just only 60-year-old democracy, and in 60 years where in 1947 or 50s we were not making even a pin, we are making a lot of things. But now a point has come and he realizes that point that at this juncture now, because world has become very small, we need to be competitive. And this competitiveness can come only from quality. So innovation and research. So he has also said that innovation and research is must for India to progress and making India to success. I can keep going on, but the time is very short and we have been given 35 minutes. And I have two eminent speakers with me. I want them to speak more. I have first speaker, Mr. Chakravarti, CEO and Managing Director of Ecobliss India Private Limited, a company who is in manufacturing packing material in collaboration with a Netherlands company. Mr. Chakravarti He is CEO of the company, but he has a vast experience in packaging industry. He has worked with Ballar Shah paper mills. He has worked with international paper. Somebody was, I think, used to be a colleague only sometime. He has worked with Ackerloud Rousing, Hetmakri Limited, and so many companies. And then he started with Ecobreeze Private Limited. His forte is innovation. And I would like, because packaging is very important aspect for your first impression of anything. It is the packaging which first time attracts you, and packaging has other uses also, like shelf life. If you are exporting, it should not damage during transport, your logistics, your space. So there is a need for innovation, and packaging is a very important role to play. I will invite Mr. Chakravarti now to speak about innovation in packaging and how it can help in Make in India.
Thank you, Mr. Modi. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. To be very frank, I'm in two states of mind. In a way, I'm glad, despite being one of the last couple of speakers, we still have some company in the hall. I'm terribly sad, rather frightened. In a way, a deep sensation in my back to run away from this hall has erupted after seeing the mind-boggling, breathtaking presentation from Srivastava, my friend, and the fact that my presentation is followed by none other than Mr. Paruchuri, one of the most successful entrepreneurs this Hyderabad is fortunate to have. So you can imagine, my dear friends, if you are into my shoes, you can imagine what status of mind I am in currently. Nevertheless, I will not take you as granted. Maybe next 10-15 minutes I try to engage you. Well, Mr. Modi, the chairman of the session, was saying the innovation, packaging, how it takes forward. Well, all of us know the packaging is not a separate subject as well. That's why people won't call packaging as a sector by itself. That's sad. Like we call steel, cement, fertilizers. So packaging being such a big sector, so we cannot dissociate packaging with any product. Packaging has become an integral part of the product. That's the fact. Like Mr. Modi owns a company called Masala, Surya Masala, the brand. Packaging is no longer just required to protect or contain the product rather. It has to add the shelf life, it has to protect the aroma, it has to pass all the transit tests, whatnot, everything. Take food processing, food and food packaging cannot be dissociated again. The packaging has become an integral part in food sector. Similarly, pharmaceutical. Food sector, can you imagine? To my right, if you see, there are a lot of packaging companies over here. Even in this non-packaging seminar, there are 4 companies. One of the best glass manufacturing companies, Mr. Ankumar is sitting over here, Signo, Pragati, the world's best packaging center is here. Rotopack, Mr. Rati and Mr. Lauti just now went. They also produce good flexible packaging which are used for the masala packaging. So that is the deliberate stamp packaging has on each and every industry. Today, even if you take food processing also, food packaging, there are packaging which actually either evolve gases to protect and to enhance the shelf life of the product or absorb the gases which are produced in the food when it is stored for long. Similarly, in the pharmaceutical sector, everywhere, take any sector, there is nothing like without packaging. After all of us have come well packaged to this seminar. So we cannot really neglect the packaging. Like in food sector, the word palm to fork, how it is coined, even the packaging is very popular. From cradle to coffin, imagine that long span of packaging, birth to death. You cannot go away without packaging. Well, my dear friends, I would like to take you a small presentation. Of course, a lot of it has been said unknowingly by Srivasu himself. I think this will be a little repetition. Nevertheless, I try to hang on around with that. Please. The world is changing. It has become a place where everything can be seen virtually and where everybody seems to know each other. And where people have got used to living over top of each other. And like to share the limited space available, obviously, at the same point of time. The latest news is always available with a blink of an eye. Unfortunately, the world has also become a place where tragic incidents are taking at school, and it has become a part of life. People are changing. In fact, the consumer demands are changing very fast. We cannot really assess the consumer demands and what consumer perceives. Here I wanted to say a small incident happened when I was last traveling. One of my friends, there was a conversation erupted between both of us. The gifts to wives on their birthdays. So my friend has told, on his wife's birthday, he presented a necklace, a diamond necklace to her. And I thought it's a nice thing on your part. I think your wife must be very happy. And yeah, you're a good husband. Then he told further what happened next. Then he told she stopped talking to me for 6 months. I was amazed. What is this? He presented a nice diamond necklace to her wife, and she stopped talking to him. Later I came to know that was a deal. So, the consumer, the people are changing. It's great to see how today people come up and rally against horrible crimes, and how individuals discover the benefits of being a team in order to become successful together. It's a super to see that true happiness at work still exists, contrary to many beliefs. And that after work, people still have some time to do what they like to do most. While others are waiting until they are finally done. People are more and more finding balance in their private lives, personal lives, at home or in a restaurant. Unfortunately, there is a downside to good life as well. But man, if you are hungry, you must eat. And since computers are so much fun, We teach our kids to use them as early as possible. Our environment is changing. Although green is one of the most popular color, we see less and less of it by the day. With our never ending hunger for more and more, we got used to produce without realizing what we are doing. We often get less. We produce and consume so much together that waste has become an important problem for us. But for the next generation, at the same time, there is lot of good things are happening around you. More and more sustainable energies, resources are used. After all, there is plenty of air, sun, and water as well. We recycle more. We construct greener buildings. Yeah. And exhaust-free driving is the new kid on the block. Technology is changing. In 1876, when Alexander Graham Bell made his first telephone call from his laboratory to the next room, he did not realize what life after 140 years afterwards. While some of us will still remember the introduction of the desktop computers in early 80s, our kids don't even imagine there is a life without computers. And look, when healthcare comes from, today, incredible technologies are available, making patients live much longer. Consumers are changing, as I told you earlier. They are different from each other, always interested, more and more demanding, in need for more and more stuff that is yet to be invented. But if there is something really available, you will be in the queue to catch it first. Packaging is changing as well. Unfortunately, it's not getting always good. Sometimes the packagings are very difficult to open. At the same time, if you want to kill someone, this is the answer. Look carefully. A juice and a chemical is packed side by side in the same kind of a packing, and it is displayed as well. But at the same time, there are a lot of good packagings. Packaging that help patients to take the drugs in time. Packaging that protect and shows the product as well. And packaging that is clearly different from the competition. Look at this innovation. In fact, I was told this is just a burger wrapper. In Japan, the girls and the ladies never wanted to consume burgers at the outside places, burger joint, because they had to open their mouth wide open, which they do not like. Somebody came with the innovative thought, the burger wrapper they put up like this. So actually it's not visible what they are doing inside. And can you imagine, within 1 week, the sale of burgers at that outlet were jumped by 456 times. Well, it is extremely important to know what your position is in that case and what you need to catch up in order to stay ahead and be successful. In an always changing world, the key of the success is to innovate in your industry, and inspire the people around you. Speak about your successes and be a model by yourself. And don't keep things to yourself. Share with the people. Keep the promises that you make. And you know what they say about making promises? It's easy making babies, but delivering them, that's the most difficult part. You should be the source of the creativity. And important, pay attention to the next 4 slides, please. If you did not see anything common in the previous 4 slides, anybody can raise your hand. Any idea? Because I ran too fast? Yeah, this is there. Be different from the competition. That's what Shiva said. And if you do all that, you will change the world. With respect to the planet, people, on Earth. At Ecoblis, what we are doing is that to stay ahead, to be happy, to set the goal. And you are the changing world with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chakravarti. It was a real good roadmap for success and definitely a path for making India. I would like to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Narendra Parichuri. He doesn't need any introduction. The name Pragati is sufficient to sound alarm and bell to you. So popular, not in Hyderabad, but world over. They are one of the best printers probably in the world now and recipient of many prizes. We are proud that he is a Hyderabadi. Mr. Narendra Parichuri did his chemical engineering from Manipal Engineering College and worked for a few years in some other company and joined his father's business, Pragati Offset Printed, in 1975. That was also, till then, Pragati was a good name in printing, but after his joining, they have upgraded the technology and today they are at this position. I would like Mr. Narendra to share his experience, and it's very important in Make in India because even when the slogan was not there, Make in India, they were pursuing the same dream of Make in India and succeeded. So I think the last speech of the day is very important and relate to Make in India more than anything what is spoken today. I welcome Mr. Narendra and talk to him here. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good part. The good part is I'm the last guy. After this, we can go home. So, Anil said somewhere, you guys are in business for 52 years. They must be doing something right. So why not ask him to speak about entrepreneurial success? That's my topic today, given to me today. Sorry. somebody help me on that? So what makes a company great? Only one? Okay, sorry. Go back. What makes a company great? The first one is, of course, domain knowledge. Without really the knowledge, you cannot really go and tell people what to do, how to do. To tell you in a very simple way, most of the times when you take a cab or an auto from somewhere, the auto driver will say, "Can I go this way?" Then you say, "Nahi, nahi, idhar se jaiye." You tell him which is the right path. And then they understand, this guy knows his job and knows his route, and then go the right way. And I sincerely think the same thing applies to our domain. Then one more question comes here. So you think that we should never go into places where we don't have any knowledge? We can, provided we have enough capital to lose. And let's say we are a 500 crore company, we go to a new one, which we invest 10, 20 crores, it really doesn't matter. Even if we lose, if it works, it's good. If we lose, we can afford to lose it. Then we'll have the domain knowledge and maybe then we can go further. One of the things, important things about the domain knowledge, running a business is just like being on the treadmill. All the time, keep going. And being the CEO or the boss of the company, you're sitting on the top, you must see much farther and see where we are going in the next year after that, and plan for that, and make sure we are not having any shocks or surprises in the future, but we are going on a planned way. The next important thing here is understanding finance. Finance and domain knowledge are like two tires of the cycle, and with that we can go forward very easily. And it's all about managing the inflows and outflows. And most important, you might have CFO or many people under you, but as the boss, you're the only person really who knows how much you can chew. Biting that much is very important. Some of the companies we know, it all looks extremely good on the Excel sheet. This many years, this many things, and profit, and this. But actually, only some can reach that profit and most don't. Based on these Excel sheets, borrowing too much money and not being able to pay the interest. How many industries have gone down, enterprises have gone down, we know very well. And more important, you should grow at a reasonable pace, your business. If suddenly it grows in huge spurts, finance is a problem. More important than the finance is the people. And believe me, if there's one thing shortage in India or everywhere, it's having the right people. And that I think, by expanding too fast, we will not get the people, and we cannot go forward too fast. Many places you must have seen in small kirana shops and all those things what Mahatma Gandhi once said. The reason for this business is the customer, and we are here to service the customer. Understanding the requirements and satisfying them is very important, and it's just not the price. Suman, isn't it? That guy? Yeah. I was Suman Srivastava. I was very happy listening to him. It's extremely important. It seems 90% of the things which are sold in the world are sold at a price which is less than what they should be. For the simple reason, you are afraid that if it's high, then it might not be bought and you will lose the business. But it's actually the other way around. It's not only the price. If you give him a little bit more satisfaction by doing things right, maybe the experience of dealing with you or the experience of buying the whole thing, then the customer doesn't mind paying you. And that, I think, there's one thing we have learned in quality. Yes, if you could do a better job and service better, the customer definitely pays you more. And which is the more better advertising than a customer going out and saying, "Kya job kiya hai log ne?" Fantastic. So happy. You would like to come back to them. And I think that's the best advertisement we can get. The next point in the system to be a successful entrepreneur is your team of colleagues. Believe me, it's always team pragati. It's not Narendra or Mahendra or Mr. Mantra or somebody else. Without this team, we cannot go anywhere. The training and making them do what exactly is right, that makes all the difference. Treating them so well that they all feel that the company is theirs, not mine. And that I think is the key. That's when they give that 110%, and that's where success comes from. Then it becomes a win-win situation for all. The next ladder in this step in this is the vendor relationship. They have to be our partners in progress. Long-term and continuous relationships. And most important, we are buying from them, we must pay them on time. And we're really not paying our money, we are paying what's due to them. So that particular thought process, making them our partners and getting a better deal to do things will make our business very successful. Ensuring fairness in all transactions, that's the key to earn a good name. And they say it's a good company, it's a fantastic company. What does it mean? It means you have looked after your clients, you looked after your team, and you looked after your vendors, everybody very well, and earned that name. And that name is what then gets you better deals, better business, and a better thing to go forward. Without any doubt, we have to be extremely fair to the customer, to the vendor, and to our colleagues, and to the government also. It's not about the pain sometimes, but being on the right side of the law is primary. We have to be. There is no choice on that. And I sincerely think we are a good example for that. This was written by us in the year 2003 when we wanted to go for ISO. And you can see at each point, it actually, what all I said, it reflects almost everything in there. Contributing to society at large, of course, we think, believing in God, we are very thankful that we've been at this place at this time. So doing something for the society is a must, and that is something has to be done. Yes? So most important, apart from all this, right, you got the domain knowledge, you got finance, you got everything, and what's important now is the mahol, is the ambience of the country. Is it good? Can we do it? Because after all, at the end of the day, we have to make it and sell it. So the ambience of the system is extremely important. And Make in India, because of Mr. Modi, that's a charcha everywhere, and we are always talking about Make in India. I want to read out something written in 1808 by Mr. Aaron Smith. If a foreign country can supply us with a commodity cheaper than we ourselves can make it, better buy it from them. So the point is, do we make in India? Yes, we must. But the point is, what? That, I think, is the million-dollar question. To get it right, that's what we have to do. And more important, I mean, just sit back and think of, keep on, year after year after year, for hundreds of years we've been producing rice. I really don't know how many people have really thought about it. The free power, the free water, and all these three things. The cost of rice is already 15 rupees by the time you produce. The subsidy itself, the fertilizer subsidy, everything put together. Maybe if you buy from Myanmar or someplace, maybe it's cheaper. The point is, somebody has to think out of the box and come out of a situation where I'm not saying we should not grow anything at all. Maybe with less water we can do green vegetables, we can do something else, and that we can export to the world. That, I think, is the key. In India, we have done very well with, for example, Kalyani, Baba Kalyani, you must know the Kalyani castings, Bharat Forge, and they really have done a fantastic job of casting. So much so, Pune became the world's casting, forging this one. And the Indian jugaad, which actually makes very, very important for us in the sense putting your experience together with some machinery and making it work. That, I think, is the key. And that's what today, when people come to Pune, what takes 6 months, 8 months, 12 months in America or someplace else, they can do it in 3 months. And at the end of the day, it's really done a fantastic job. 65% of pharma to America goes from India. It will go to 90% in a couple of years or so. So all these things we are doing well. Space, extremely good. So, and small cars is the hub. So the point is, make in India, not everything, no. Let's find out what we can make, and then we can make. What are the negatives we have? First, infrastructure. Guangzhou to Shanghai is 1500 kilometers. So is Delhi to Hyderabad, 1500 kilometers. The lorry goes in 1 day in China. Here on the 5th day, if he calls, Saab, my pahunch gaya, hey boy, we made it. I am paying the lorry, the driver and the cleaner for 5 days. My counterpart in China is paying for 1 day. And I want to compete with him. The import duty is 10%. And I have to compete. I am no way telling anybody that import duty has to be more. No. Actually, we got ourselves spoiled because of the extremely high import duty. We never bothered to make things better. Now it's time that at 10% difference we must make things better. And number 2, most important thing, we produce 2 lakh engineers here in a year. Really, how many can really be employable? So one of the biggest things here is how do we, with the National Skill Development Corporation and people around, how do we improve the skills? A worker in China today costs 20,000 rupees because they think price has gone up. We are feeling very happy. Hamare paas 10,000 mein aa jayega. But the point is, at the end of the day, that guy is producing so much, cost per piece of production is so much lower. So, seems like a catch-22 situation. The fact remains that there is good market in India, there is no doubt about it. Competition is extremely high because a lot of people who wanted to put here have moved to Thailand because as an ASEAN, they can get it at 7.5% instead of 10%, and 7.5% is very little to pay for all the good infrastructure, power, everything. So do we stop doing this? No, I don't think so. We should make in India. And especially, I'm personally very happy that we were really scared in September, October, what is going to happen in summer. But extremely thankful to the Chief Minister for having given us a summer without power cut after many years. Really, it's been a wonderful thing, and I'm so happy about it. Coming to us, what do we make? So I said somewhere along the line. This actually, if you see, it's a Bandgala coat. You know, Bandgala coat, and this was awarded the best back label whiskey box in the world by Diageo. Yeah, I know, the insides are more... I'm sorry, we only deal with outsides. So whether you buy a Samsung S6, S4, S5, or any of, or a Cross pen, or a Schaefer pen, or a Lamy pen, any of these things, all these are made by us. And good thing is, when the Samsung boxes went for evaluation to Korea, The Koreans said they were actually better than what they were producing in Korea and in China. More important, they are leaning towards us because of our green credentials. We are doing a lot more on the green because unfortunately, everybody talks green. Believe me, if you vote, you will find very few people who are actually following green. We should because we have no choice. We have to do it and all of us have to do our bit and are leaning towards green using the right kind of accredited papers and accredited boards is making them come to us. At the same time, at the end, I must say, looking around and seeing the current political scenario in the state and in the country, I would like to say, hum honge kamyab with conviction. Thank you so much.
Please. Thank you, Mr. Narendra. It was really an in-depth lecture about Make in India, and it's a path basically how to make in India success. I would request if there are any questions, few questions, I can take it. Anything? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I would request Mr. Arun Kumar Dikipati to come on the stage and give us the schedule for tomorrow.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I think I really feel sorry for the participants who have left after lunch and after tea. Because, see, the whole spirit of making in India is demonstrated and they missed the demonstration. They just took some air and went away. So I must congratulate and compliment all the people who have stayed back to take the essence of Make in India given by Sri Narendra Garu and Mr. Chakravarti. In fact, when we conceived this particular session, Make in India practice, we were looking for people who are successful in this area and who have got a world-class reputation for supplies. I had several things about Pragati Press, for a long time, and I was always comparing with the German way of doing the business. Now, Mr. Narendra has said 4 steps or 5 steps, and please believe me, that's what exactly the German MSMEs do. And that's why they are in that position. So you don't need a great lecture or anything for that, but what the 5-6 point, what Mr. Narendra has said, if most of us can follow, and especially the financial aspect of don't grow beyond your size. Don't bite more than what you can chew. Very, very important. Once you start doing it, you lose focus on production, you lose focus on quality, you compromise for substandard material because you cannot afford that material. So there is a lot of side effects when you want to chew more than what you can, bite more than what you can chew. So I am very, very thrilled about this, and please do tell your colleagues tomorrow that they missed something so that they will stay back tomorrow. And now, before we conclude, there are 2 things that we have to do. One is we have to give mementos to the speakers, which is a tradition. And I request Sri Sunil Patodia ji to come and hand over a moment to Sri Chakravarti AVPs. Now I request our Senior Vice President, Sri Anil Reddy Garu, to come and give a memento to Sri Narendra Garu. Thank you, sir. Thanks for being giving an excellent presentation. So, a few things regarding tomorrow's program. Tomorrow's program will be, I believe, as interesting as we had today's program. I got several feedbacks that the quality of the speakers and the summation and the grouping of the speakers had been extremely good, and we are very fortunate to get all of them here in a very, very short time, and our utmost thanks to them. Here tomorrow we have with us, in addition to the Chief Minister's program, which is very important of course, and it took quite a difficult, we had to face to get the Chief Ministers to this program. Because nowadays he is so busy, it's very difficult for him to spare time, and in spite of the, they have those plenary of the party, he has still agreed to come to the Federation's Make in India seminar, because the intermediates whom we employed to get a appointment and then convince him to come to this seminar is that his presence would make a great difference. As Mr. Narendra said, today we are all relieved that there was no power cut in summer, and we also made it clear to them that we are very thankful to him, and he said that he would come and tell more about what the government wants to do to make Telangana a right place for investment. And I think all of us should agree, if there is no power cut, I can say with 100% certainty that there is no place in India which is more favorable than Telangana for investment. So it's very good that Chief Minister is doing all his best. So Chief Minister's program will start at 11 o'clock. Before that, we have a session on ease of doing business, will be chaired by Sri Rajkumar Agarwal, and then we have RVS Ramakrishna, who is another great gentleman from Hyderabad, who is a self-made man. Now he heads the American multinational in half part of the world. More than half the world of their operations is supervisor sitting in Hyderabad, a very, very knowledgeable person. And we will be very fortunate to have his views like what we had today from Mr. Chakravarti and Mr. Narendra. And another thing, we have Pravat Jina, partner E&Y, very important topic on the taxation. He will be making presentation because taxation has become a big issue. Either it is transfer pricing or it is, taxes relating to Vodafone, something like that, is very, very serious matter. And then, of course, we have another eminent speaker, Dr. S. Chandrasekhar. He would be speaking on labor laws and exit policy. Most of the people have mentioned it during this. And during the Chief Minister's session, our President Shivkumar Rumta Garu will be presiding that function. He'll do the welcome address. And Sri Aravind Kumar IAS has agreed to also participate in the presentations. And we are having Sri Talasani Srinivasa Yadav, Honorable Minister for Commercial Taxes, with whom FTAPCCI has a very strong linkage in view of the various issues the traders, businessmen, manufacturers have for with the taxes. And of course, we have Sri Narasimha Reddy Garu, Honorable Minister for Home, Prisons and Fire Services, and then of course Labour and Employment. And he has been instrumental for getting us closer to the Chief Minister, whom we could convince that he should come and address us tomorrow. And of course, the Chief Minister will address. We are all waiting anxiously for what he would say that would benefit the industry. I'm sure we would not be disappointed. And on the technical session too, we will have world economic environment and competitiveness. Today is a big challenge to be competitive. The productivity being one of that, and the taxes, infrastructure, several of them is a challenge. So they will speak on that. And we have Sri Shai Shankar, who is the Managing Director of VST, has agreed to chair this session. And of course, we have N.S. Sridharan. He is a professor of Madras School of Economics. He will be addressing on globalization and manufacturing. He will be speaking on that. And we have Harish Desai, who will be addressing on exchange rate competitiveness. And we will have P. Srinivas, who is, of course, he is from Hyderabad, and he will be addressing on the World Bank. He works for the World Bank and World Economic Environment. I don't think you can get anybody better than that to speak on the World Economic Environment, because he keeps seeing what's happening all over the world by virtue of his position in the World Bank. After the lunch, we have technical session 3. We have very important session tomorrow on the women entrepreneurship. Today you have seen women professionals, what the professionals difference it can make, and I think Mr. Shatagopan has eloquently presented how it can be built up. Similarly, we hope Ms. Shailaja Kiran, the managing director of Magadesi Chit Funds, we invited her. She readily consented, and she would also getting a large contingent of people, so that maybe she thought they would be also benefited by her speech here. We thank her for that. And we have opportunities in defense and electronic equipment sectors, where Mr. Sunil Patodia will be chairing. And we have Mr. P. Sudhakar, Managing Director, ECIL. He has kindly consented, even though it's a Saturday, it's a holiday for them. They consented, he consented to come and address the seminar and share what are the opportunities available in electronics for making India a success. See, in all these matters, we wanted to give our participants in the seminar some value where they find some opportunities to take home. And of course, in the last session, which I consider is very important, like the last session today, that's the reason I request all the participants who have remained here to advise the participants who come tomorrow morning that they should remain in the evening session also, because the evening session also is essentially sharing of industry experiences and sector-wise opportunities. We have selected several sectors for this. One is, of course, plastics and packaging. And then we have IT and IT-enabled services. We have food processing. We have pharma and chemicals. We have electronics, and we have textiles. This is an hour-and-a-half session, and all these speakers who are from very respectable companies, who are well known in the industry, like Mr. Vakesh Dikshit, Mr. Loganathan, Mr. K. Bhaskar Reddy, who is the chairman of Agriculture and Food Products for the FTAPCCI, but chairman of Creamline Dairy. And because Venkat Jasti, I don't know if it's confirmed, I think Venkat Jasti, he would be speaking on pharma opportunities, and Vijay Kumar Gupta, who would be speaking on opportunities in electronics, and Mr. Selvaraj, who is coming all the way from Coimbatore to address on the opportunities available in the textile. So this is the program tomorrow. So I request all of you to do as enthusiastically participate tomorrow also as much as you participated today. So I request Sri Modi ji to finally say what we should do next. You should ask all the management committee members to remain.
Sir, we conclude the day with your permission. Sir,
and there is a small request that all management committee members of FTAPCCI to remain here, and all the participants can relax and go home. Come on.
I don't want to give a mark.